Hello. Sorry, I'm just finishing breakfast. But, let's take a look. Well, my pick for who's going to win looks pretty good right about now. Mexstroth and Rimstedt, Mikael Rimstedt, up in first place. But the Dutch boys, Thibaut and Seabrand, up in second. They've been doing pretty well throughout the event so far. Payton playing with a sponsor up there in third. Really impressive stuff to have, I mean, just in general on a match point field, being able to play with a sponsor and do very well. Same with Edmonds and Klukowski up here. I mean, this could be a sponsored pair. I'm not really sure. Hampson and Greco up in fifth. They're always going to be a tough pair to play up against. I'm just looking at this. I guess these were the seedings for yesterday, because there are two sections. So I was going to say maybe these guys were facing up against each other in the first round, but it looks like that might not be the case, although it could be. I like how Klukowski just wasn't seated on day 2 of this event. That seems silly to me. Like, even if you're playing with a sponsor, it tends to be the case that seating should really be in preference to the better player in the pair. And at least the way that it used to work in the ACBL, there's no formula for this. It's all at the director's discretion. So if that's still how it works, then for whatever reason, the director that was taking the entries or the director that was managing the event decided that Klukowski should not be seated. That's insane to me. Same for Madala. That also seems insane to me. Same for Chris Willing. I don't know. I mean, you can't seed everyone, but like, you know, this makes sense to me. Greco Hampson, one of the top seeds. Mexstroth Rimstedt, one of the top seeds. But these guys not seeded? I don't know. Like, who got seeded? Like, Neeson and Anam Teva? Okay, that's like heavy American bias there. Because, like, while it's true that both of these are pro players, and where is it? Klukowski is playing with a sponsor. Like, I still would expect Klukowski Edmonds to outperform these guys some amount of the time. Anyway, and I mean, like, Mark Dahl playing with a sponsor is seated. That seems a little bit unfair as well. But anyway, so these were our qualifiers. First out, Stark and Passeggio barely didn't make it. I mean, maybe not barely. It looks like it's about quarter of a board, third of a board, something like that. Ralph Katz and Mitch Dunitz, Marion playing with Rosenthal, Schultz and Van de Pavard, Brad Moss and Ola Rimstedt didn't make it. Christian Bakke, Harrison Luba didn't make it. Boya Brogland playing with Zeckhauser didn't make it. Kevin Rosenberg and Amber Lynn. We thought that they had a very strong first set yesterday, or at least from what we had watched. My boys, Ramos and Towner didn't make it. David Berkowitz, Steve Garner didn't make it. Some of my old teammates, Uday and Crystal, didn't make it. Shannon Joan. I mean, there were only 60 pairs. I don't know why this got cut off at 52. That seems like an arbitrary number to cut it off when there were 60 pairs that that played in yesterday's sets. But who do we have in the field? Well, we do have, I mean, we've already taken a look at some of the top teams or top players. Adam Kaplan, Owen Lean, we saw them yesterday. They were doing pretty well. Neeson and Teba, Thiessen and Mendes de Leon, we saw them. Mark Dahl playing here with Neumann. Mark Lair, Ron Gerard, some of the old guys from the US. Zia Mahmood playing with Donati. Ooh, look at this. Sheldon Tan, Sriram Ganison. So they had, I think this is going to be a bit of a wild card in the final. We've seen a lot of, I would say, over-aggression from some of these players, a little bit of a couple of kind of unforced errors or mistakes, but everyone who makes it to day 3 has the chance to win. Zamir and Toledano are in. Adam Grossack playing with McAllister. The Silverstein family is in. Joel Wooldridge playing with Kent Minochi. Lehrman and Nikolai Heiberg-Evenstad made it to day 3. And then final qualifiers were Kerkorian and Palawan. Those two are very good, BZL says. Is that Tan and Ganison? Is that who you're talking about? I think I said yesterday, my guess was that one of them is involved in like the online community, but like streaming and stuff, but I could be wrong about that. Anyway. I am supposed to be joined by Craig today. Should I remind him? Because sometimes we need to just give a little bit of a reminder to our co-casters. We'll see. He said so a couple days ago that he was available today, but not yesterday. Oh, Craig is excited. He's not here, but he's excited. Okay, just for the first set, he says. Great. I guess that means I am pulling up Discord, and we will get Craig in here. Boom. Okay. Perfect. I'm sure he'll be here soon. Very good. 3 minutes until we get started. Sriram's on Twitch and Discord a lot. He won an NAP a few days ago. Very cool. That's nice. So obviously a pretty strong match point player. I mean, it's not like the NAP is the strongest competition out there, but still impressive to win any sort of major event. But we'll see. We'll see how things shake out. Mr. DePaulo, thank you so much. Appreciate the support. I'm glad that that you've been sharing the love around. I am well rested. I slept twice since yesterday's stream. So I am here. I am energized. I'm ready to go. I'm also drinking some non-caffeinated soda. But I'm excited. We're going to get into the Platinum Pairs Finals. Definitely one of my favorite events to play throughout the tournament cycle at NABCs. Hey, Craig. Good morning. I am on Discord if you would like to join. I enjoy pairs more than teams. Absolutely. I think that one of the big things that I enjoy about the game, I mean, aside from card play, is I like it for my decisions to matter. And when you're playing teams, a lot of your decisions don't matter or don't matter to a large extent, right? Like there can be situations where you just get to 4 spades and you have 10 or 11 tricks and it doesn't matter how many you take. It's going to be 1 imp or 0 imps, and that's not going to decide the fate of the match. Whereas at pairs, that 11th trick matters. If your decision between bidding game or signing off in part score matters at pairs. How you defend, like if you can beat the contract, that's great. But sometimes just holding the opponents to 9 tricks and 3 diamonds is going to get you a 70% board at pairs. So at pairs, every decision matters, and it matters somewhat equally. So it's kind of like a skill test where like the more problems you get right, the better you do. Whereas at teams, you want to get the big decisions right and the small decisions don't matter as much.
And I would mostly agree with that. The one thing that I would add, though, I think besides that, I think teams is a little more, you are kind of more in control of your fate because you don't have the randomness of the field. Of course, in a field like this, there's not that much randomness, but in a bad pairs field, you don't really have that much control of your results because you're at the mercy of who you play against and what's happening at bad other tables. But also at pairs, you can be incentivized to get to inferior but higher scoring contracts, and I think that's one thing about IMS that kind of makes it more quote real bridge is that you're always incentivized to get the the highest percentage target and not take risks in pursuit of some extra points that maybe aren't safe to try for, but the match point format incentivizes it.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I also find that very appealing for match points. So I think it's just a difference of taste for sure.
Yeah, I
But
mean, I'm kind of agnostic on the issue. It's just kind of, one more facet to it. Like, I think historically Bridge was money bridge. So, you tried to generate points. You tried to generate points relatively safely. You took risks for games when the odds suggested it. And Imps mimics that better than match point, which I think is one big reason why historically team games have been considered more prestigious.
gotcha. All right.
Anyway,
Let's
we're up and running.
let's jump into I guess Teba, Neeson, and Hyper Gevenstad and Lehrman. For the first the first board is already done. Well,
I don't even. Oh, here we go. Anam and Oscar Cole.
okay, sure. I mean, this looked like the best table of the ones that was available, but they've already finished playing the first hand. I guess taking a look at the board itself, a club, a spade, 3 clubs looks like maybe a mixed raise by South, and North bid 3 no. After I'm not seeing the Jack of Spades in the diagram. I guess
Yeah,
East
nor am I.
East had it. They let it at trick 1, and there was probably a claim. Looks like Declare made out with 6 clubs.
They don't have a claim so fast yet. I mean, a heart lead from west if you play it as south is your 11th trick, but, the operator probably just lost the play.
Huh.
What 11 tricks do you propose to take on a high spade lead?
No, I mean like you technically could
I mean, you could pick up the hearts, but
yeah. I'm
maybe you can squeeze these, like duck the first spade and then put East under suppression and spades and diamonds. Is that possible?
no, not
Yeah, that
really.
doesn't work.
But
Yeah, I would like to see this play record. I mean, Autumn's a good player, but I don't know. Something weird must have happened.
Maybe East led fourth best, which was not successful here. I don't know.
Remember to put up the 10.
Anyway, I mean, it looks like this table is not working. Mextrot's table is working, so let's check that out over here. Okay, so we do get a high spade lead from Carmichael. Same exact auction. And then Mextroth won to play back a spade at trick 2. So East could cash out, right? It's very possible that East could just cash out here 2 more tricks. It looks a little bit unnatural to do so, though. But maybe that's not true. Maybe, I mean, East should be able to work out that Declarer has 6 running clubs. Otherwise, why would you play spades at trick 2? And yeah, East cashes the diamond ace, gets a... I can't tell if that's an encouraging or discouraging signal, but it looks like East does cash out. Wow.
Yeah, nice decision by Tom Carmichael. I mean, it depends on what the 3 clubs was. If 3 clubs was mixed, it's much harder. If 3 clubs is weak, then East knows that North has everything, so
right.
Cashing out probably indicated.
Right. Yeah. Interesting defensive problem, and I mean, like, this could have been similar to what happened at the other table, and it's very possible that, like, East, when in with that second spade, just switched to the 9 of hearts at Anum's table, right? That's very possible. And then that would allow Declare to pick up the heart suit freely for the extra trick.
Yeah, hang on. I just want to make sure my Discord notifications are off, because otherwise...
Yeah, no problem. I haven't heard anything, so if you've been getting
No, I haven't
then...
either, but I'm not... it is because they're off and not just because I haven't gotten any.
Good. Yeah, all right. Sorry, questions from chat. I saw 33 Aris says, which website do I use for bridge? I mean, I think that BZL answered this pretty well, that bridgebase.com is the most popular one worldwide, but this tournament is being broadcast on Real Bridge. There's also Love Bridge. There's Into Bridge. There is Bridge Champ. There's like a ton of different websites. There's Fun Bridge, I guess. There's a ton of different sites out there that you can use to play. So my recommendation generally is to try a bunch and see which one you like best. But I do think the world tends to believe that Bridgebase is the best one to play on.
Yeah,
or
I do like...
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, you were going to say you like Real Bridge to play.
Well, I like Real Bridge, because it has camera integration. So when I want that, I like playing on Real Bridge, which is not always the case. Sometimes I just want to be able to, sit at home and look like crap and not have my camera on, and then Bridgebase is great.
Sure. And yeah, Mr. DePaulo said something about a hard play hand that I ended up reviewing. I don't know. If you mention which hand it was or link a video or something, maybe I could figure out what you're talking about. But otherwise, I can't really tell based on your description. Sorry. This auction, though, has gotten spicy very quickly.
Yeah, so what happened here? So East opened a pretty sketchy week 2, but White-Red, it's fine. South made, offbeat, but pretty reasonable 2-0 overcall with all clubs and a hard stopper. And, there's Mextra with this insane hand.
Yeah, I know. So he does ask about key cards and doesn't get the good news. Signs off in 5 spades, and now he has to pick up the spade queen. I assume that East is just going to... Oh, West is on lead. I assume West is just going to lead the heart suit that their partner opened.
Probably, although I wonder if West might think that the best chance to beat it is a diamond rough. I mean, that would obviously be kind of unlikely, but... depending on how aggressive... Like, I don't know how much East-West play together. I think not that much. But, East is known as an aggressive preemptor. You'd really hate on this auction to lead a heart away from the king into the ace-queen, too.
It's true, but
Maybe that's not super likely, but I think it is in East range.
yeah, but like a lot of the time, if that happens, then the Heart King was going away anyway. So because
Right,
like
but
the
a
opponents,
diamond rough is going away. And it
like
might be break even to cash the ace of diamonds, is my point.
sure. Yeah, that's possible. Well, West is spending a long time thinking about it, and yeah, as you mentioned, and some people in chat are more familiar with Tom Carmichael's playstyle than I am. It does sound like he is a very aggressive preemptor.
Yeah, and I played with him a couple times. I think the most recent was, I don't know, maybe 7 or 8 years ago. We were both at loose ends for Blue Ribbon, and it really didn't go well. Our styles were totally incompatible. But I played a decent number of boards against him, and yeah, I think he is, pretty aggressive about opening his weak twos, especially in this kind of position.
Yeah, so it's gonna go Heart to the ace, and East kind of has a problem here. Because East might be tempted to thinking, well, I better try and cash partner's ace of clubs if they have it before that goes away. But if East does win the ace of hearts and switch to a club, Declare could win the jack, and then just cash the ace king of spades. And when the queen drops, then cross to the spade 10 and pitch all 5 of Dummy's diamonds on the run of the clubs and make 12 tricks that way.
Yeah, so Peter in chat is saying surely he'll get the spades wrong. I actually think the opposite. So if he finds out about the location of the ace of diamonds, which he might not, but if he does, he'll know East has the ace of hearts, but not the king unless he's concealing it. Which he probably doesn't have because what is West raised based on? So if West has the ace of diamonds, is East weak to really ace 10 sixth of hearts and out? I don't know. Like, I think there are some indications to drop that queen.
That's certainly
I
true.
mean, I guess it could be ace 10 sixth and out, but
Yeah, it's certainly true. And also, so we do see that East did fairly quickly return a club, which I think this looks like a very natural thing to do from East perspective, but it is
Yeah. Well,
not
notice Declare doesn't have a quick entry for that spade finesse anyway. He'd have to play a diamond and,
right.
possibly expose himself to a club over rough, right? East led the deuce of clubs, which looks like a singleton instead of high from his doubleton.
Yeah.
I mean, that would give East, hypothetically, 2-6-4-1, 3-6-3-1, and if it's 3-6-3-1, then the spade is a trick anyway.
Right.
Am I too loud?
No,
I don't
I'm
know.
asking chat because like
Oh,
it's
sorry.
good. Okay, very good.
I saw the comment before I saw who the typer was.
Yeah.
You'll have to forgive me. I'm extremely stupid.
No, it's all good. I always want to check because I can adjust this when we're on Discord.
Right. Yeah, I think there was that one time when it was a little out of whack, which was a Streamlabs issue, but I think it's been fine since then.
Yeah, so he is going to get the spades wrong. He decides to lead a diamond to the king. So, I mean, I think this is kind of going to be a normal type sequence on this board. Like, most East players will open 2 hearts in first seat favorable. I think most West players will stick in a 3-heart preempt over there just to take away the 3-heart transfer from North on this sequence. And then North-South may well get up to the 5 level. So I do think that this is kind of a very pivotal guess and trying to figure out the distribution of the spades. And Mikael Rimstedt has gone wrong here.
Yeah, I mean, I think, regardless of the actual result, it's a pretty random guess. I think if East would have, either possible hand, there's just not much to go on. But if he thinks that East is more likely to have the bad hand, obviously, then you take the finesse.
Right.
I mean, I do wonder a little bit about this play. that deuce of clubs was kind of, a variation by East. If he thinks it's a singleton, obviously this finesse was bad. Maybe he thought the club was from 4 or something, and that East needs it to be, 1624, 1633, something like that. That deuce of clubs, I do wonder if it influenced Declare's decision there.
Look at Anum's table.
Yeah.
There's just no way. That's
My God.
incredible. That is incredible right there.
It went ace of diamonds and a diamond, I guess, trying to give East a rough, huh?
Oh my god. Yeah, let's
Yeah,
see.
sure did.
So the opening diamond lead, ace of diamonds, and a diamond. Declare elected to rough this, and
Yeah, so
then
now
played
all
the 10 of
hearts go
spades
away,
to the
you rough the
ace.
singleton hard and claim.
Wow.
Or you just pitch it on the clubs, but
Wow. Wow, wow,
the
wow,
FU
wow,
play of
wow.
pitching all the hearts away is much much more satisfying. Good job on him. Now I know this event is played with a barometer leaderboard. The players do
Yes.
see the result in real time. Do we have a way to see those?
No, unfortunately. Oh, running. Wait, maybe. Hold on. acbl.org/pp.
Ah,
It would not be a website I would have gone to on my own, but look at this. So these are, I guess, the scores after round 1.
right, because we're on a 15-minute delay. So after we see the two boards, we should be able to go right here and see live results.
Yeah. Here, I'm just going to paste that in the chat for anyone who is curious.
So Anam and Oscar had a 91% round, looks like. I guess,
Yeah.
'cause, plus 660 and plus 1430. Those are two pretty good results.
Yeah, and Lehrman and Heiberg Evenstad. I mean, unfortunately for them, they're on the receiving end of two. I mean, one of them they definitely did themselves in. We didn't get to see the 660 result. It does feel like maybe a little bit unfortunate on their side, but these types of gambles, I know that Anum is relatively known for these types of gambles. Just like blasting away slams and hoping you have enough aces or hoping they don't cash them.
Complete lunatic.
And yeah, and so
I think we both love Anna, but she's an absolute mad woman.
yeah, so it could
A
happen.
very good player.
Klukowski and Edmonds also looks like they're on the receiving end of some unfortunate results in going in favor of McAllister and Grossack in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, I think Edmonds, with so little experience at this level, this is a brutally tough event if you're not used to this kind of grueling day of bridge.
Yeah, and Lean and Kaplan had a good round as well, 78. I mean, it's just the first round, and this is going to be a complete round robin throughout the entire field. We're going to be playing, 27 different two-board matches over the course of the day. I don't know if we're doing round 1 of 14. So 14 in the afternoon, 13 in the evening, or I guess I say evening, but now it's more like morning and afternoon for these events.
Yeah, I think the second set probably starts. It might even be as late as, well, it's probably 4 local time. It might even be as late as 4:30 because the 14 round behind screen set just drags on forever.
Yeah, we're into the next round. So I'm looking
Yeah, these
around.
populate automatically, right? We don't have to refresh it.
Correct. I mean, I guess we'll take a look at Shank, Baker, Olivia, and Chris for this
Sure.
round. Head on in. So South opens a diamond, big hand, 19 count. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't just open 2-0, but maybe Chris doesn't like doing that with 6-card suits.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's slightly under strength. The suit isn't ready to run without help. Your spades are unstopped. I think probably a majority of players in the field open to no trump, but there are a lot of reasons not to.
For sure.
The
for
hand
sure.
is a little bit anti-positional since the clubs might be positional in north, and ace queen jack is anti-positional in a way that ace queen deuce isn't. Not
Correct.
anti-positional, but irrelevantly positional,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So a diamond, a heart, a spade overcall from east, a support double from south. North bids 2 hearts, and south now shows his extras with game forcing 2 spade bid. So north will bid 3 hearts, I guess, just to.
Probably 2-no, right? He's got a spade stopper, and for the moment, South is announcing that as his priority.
Well, but North knows they have a heart fit. Oh, she does bid 2 no. I guess didn't like the idea of playing in the 5-3 fit with such a bad trump suit.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more like you can't do everything, so, partner's asking for a spade stopper. 3 hearts is a sign-off, right? Her hand is too good for that if South is really showing significant extras here. So, you bid 2-no, Trump, partner maybe bids 3 clubs or 3 diamonds and do whatever they do, and now you can show the 5th heart. But I think if you're bidding hearts, the choice has to be 4 and not 3, right? 3 is going to end the auction, and you have a little bit too much for that, and you do have the queen of diamonds, which is probably a good card at this point in the auction.
I I mean, I
Oh, you
would
think two spades game forcing?
I would assume
Yeah. That's a fair point.
that 2 spades
Yeah,
was a game
so
force, but maybe you could be right. It's possible that 2 spades was just a 1 round force.
yeah, I don't. I mean, this auction is kind of tough, right? Because South could have a fairly wide range of hands that can't be done over 2 hearts, but can't game force. Maybe those hands all have to bid 3 diamonds, but that's a little scary. Or 3 clubs or something, like what does South do if he has like a 15-16 count and can't be done, but also can't game force? Like, I don't know, it gets tough. Anyway,
I
this is
mean,
gonna
like
be
North's 2 heart bid shows very little. So, but
right.
yes, I guess we'll move on to the play. To
I mean, it does
to
show very little, but North could have a 10 count and be stuck too. Like, it gets tricky. Anyway, I think this is going to be fairly comfortable despite every major suit finesse losing.
Yeah, the trick here was just for East to not panic and make sure that they do get both of their spade tricks. So
Yeah. Won't be that hard since West will just get in with the King of Hearts and put one on the table.
right, so opening club lead gets ducked around to declare as king, and I mean, I assume we just play heart to the queen at trick 2. It,
Yeah, it is true. I think South's fourth bid was a little surprising to me as well. Maybe he didn't think two spades was game forcing because otherwise 3 diamonds seems fairly natural if it's 100% forcing.
True. Yeah. I think what's going on here is South really didn't want to bid 3 no, because South is looking at Jack Doubleton of spades, and just one spade stopper might not be enough if partner doesn't have the diamond queen over there. So I
Right.
think that South wanted to make some sort of temporizing bid. And I agree with you, Craig, that 3 diamonds feels like a bit of a more natural bid from South than 3 hearts. But what? Wait,
Well,
wait, wait, wait,
yeah.
wait.
Yeah, so all of a sudden, North South are just going to get an easy top here you know, as long as Olivia is willing to take the very slight risk of someone getting a club rough.
Well, it's not super simple because, like, club to the ace, diamond to the queen, club pitching a spade. You still have some spade losers in the north hand to deal with. I
Yeah, I mean, you can play hard, and West plays a diamond. That's not great for you. But, you can just play diamonds now if you need to and hope that West has the 3rd heart, which he does. I mean, I think though that in real life, especially this particular West, I think when you play a heart, they're just gonna panic and play a spade, and that solves your problems.
Yeah, and
I mean, I guess.
because East has the spade queen, I guess there's no real danger. Because if East continues the ace of spades forcing dummy, then the king of spades sets up. So,
Right.
yeah. It does look like club to the ace, diamond to the queen, club pitches spade, and then just heart to the queen. I mean, so yeah, North does decide to go for this plan. Club to the ace, diamond to the queen, and a club. Hey, Shift. Good morning.
Yeah, congratulations. First out of 17,000 plus players. Very well done. Yeah, so I know Lincoln and Shearson have plans to play in the mixed, assuming that Lincoln is not on a USBF Open team. So this is sort of a warm up, but also they've become pretty good friends over the last couple years.
Gotcha. Yeah, they've played together quite a bit. So this is one of the,
Yep.
I would say, relatively few well practiced partnerships in this event.
Yeah, in fact, in December, Olivia visited New York. They played in the New York Regional. I played with them as teammates one day. I think she actually stayed with Chris and Dana. You know, like he's obviously like Olivia's super fun, and Chris and Dana are also super fun. So, it's a good fit. Yeah, so that is what Jank did. He hoped he could promote a trump trick, like if Wes had King 10 third of hearts or something, but not to be.
Right? So four hearts making five. Good result for them there. We do have one more board in the round. I mean, third hand high is a well-known bridge moniker. Is that the word for it for a reason? So,
Yeah, like aphorism maybe.
sure.
Yeah, I think if you would reverse the clubs, then I think her instincts to not blow up the club suit would be reasonable. But there, it goes low, the ace is dry. There's no reason to withhold the jack.
Right.
Claire has whatever they have, but they can't profitably take advantage of the club position unless you let them the way she did.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, moving on here, we've got pretty nice hand with a 6 card minor for North this time, and South has,
I,
close to a slam force and definitely a strong slam try here.
I was going to say another 2-no opener in the South. So a club pass. South gets to start with a spade.
Yeah, and this one actually, other than the fact that it's a major, it looks more like a 2-0 trump opener than the last one, like with that King Jack of clubs, King Doubleton of hearts.
Right. Oh yeah, they play transfers. So club pass a heart showing 4 or more spades to start things off.
Yeah, I believe they're actually playing more or less the same set of notes that Chris plays with Martin Schultz, his partner for this cycle, although I think that might be coming to an end. And Olivia, we've seen this when she plays in Dinkin team, has a really outstanding system memory. So I think she did not have much trouble learning the notes.
Right.
And it is Olivia, not Olvia.
That's true. Yeah, we've had some misspelling of names, which I think the VuGraph operators have to enter in themselves. So club a heart, 2 clubs, looks like a pretty natural start to the auction. Now South can bid 2 diamonds, I assume, to show the artificial game force.
Yeah, that was my guess. I don't know how intricate their follow-ups are after the first round transfer.
Yeah, but a pretty popular thing to do, just that if opener rebids their suit, the cheapest new suit is just an artificial game force. It makes a lot of these auctions so much easier to play out.
Yeah, that is exactly what he does. So presumably North now just bids 2 spades. I suspect the 2 clubs denied a 3-card spade suit.
That does seem pretty natural. I think for a couple of reasons. I mean, one, that maybe North's 1 spade would just show 3 systemically, but that's not necessarily all that popular. A lot of players play 1 spade shows a weak no trump in this sequence. But I think more to the point is when North has a 6-card club suit, North might raise spades with a 3-card support if they had it. So I'm
I guess
wondering.
I would have thought accepting the transfer showed 3.
Well, it's pretty popular
Maybe not.
nowadays for 1 spade to show a weak no trump and 1 no trump to show the 18 to 19. But it does look
Oh, I
like,
see.
yeah, I mean, it looks like they're playing something artificial here. So they have some sort of known agreements. Today they're playing behind screens. So North going to be alerting East, South going to be alerting West. Let's see if the VuGraph operator gave us anything. Okay, 2 diamonds, artificial game force denying hearts, and 2 hearts showed a minimum, is what the VuGraph operator says. Very good.
Oh, I don't see it here.
You can
Oh, I
click
see.
on
Click
the
on it. Yep.
boards with asterisks, or on the bids with asterisks.
Yeah, got it. Cool. Yeah, that would be nice if they implemented a hover over feature, but it is just nice having the information at all.
Yeah.
So North, I wonder if this thing is because she has a couple of options or because she's trying to remember what her bids mean at this point in the auction.
Yeah, that's one of the difficulties with playing these complex systems, especially relay style structures in spots like this. And as you say, Olivia has a very good system memory, so I wouldn't be worried about them having like a little bit of an error in system on this hand. But 3 hearts is what North comes up with, maybe showing shortness. There's no alert, but 4 clubs
Yeah, I
from
think
South.
South insta 4 clubs, so he has no doubt about what North is showing. Like whether or not he's right about it, he has no doubt about what North is showing.
Right. It looks like a cubit in support of spades is what's going on here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably
Yeah.
the case that any bid other than 2 no from North over 2 spades probably showed a spade fit, is what's going on. So 4 diamond cubid.
Yeah, and at some point, South has a perfect keycard hand once he knows that North has some spade tolerance.
Yeah, now the trick on this hand is going to be getting to 6 no from the South, because that's obviously the top spot at match points here. And I don't know how South is necessarily going to figure that out. I mean, he might, right? He's going to find out they're off a key card. Well,
Yeah.
that's one way to do it. He just bid 6 no. Makes sense.
Well, it's also safer, right? Because North could have, let's say North had King, Queen, 4th of diamonds, and Jack doubleton of spades. You might be paying off to a bad spade split, or just, be off the Ace of Hearts and a spade trick, which isn't a problem in no trump.
That's true. Yeah, that's very true.
Partner has that hand. You have 6 clubs, 4 diamonds if they split, 2 spades. Like, okay, great, we're done here.
Well, I guess I was thinking that South might bid 5 diamonds to ask about the spade queen, and North would show it by bidding 6 spades. And so then South has this dilemma, because if North's clubs don't include the queen, then you might not have enough tricks and no trump, and you might need to rough the club suit good.
Yeah, although at worst you could always try the club finesse, but yes, it would be very sad to, kind of what we were talking about earlier about match point, safety versus higher score. It would be very annoying to have a cold 6 spades and be taking this club finesse if the field isn't getting to the slam level at all. And, if he thinks he's done well to get to the 6th level, then you do want to be in the safest making slam, not the highest scoring one.
Yeah,
but
now
if you think the whole world is getting to slam, then you want to be in, in this one.
For sure. And I do want to highlight that this opening lead plays a huge role in the result on this hand, because North-South do have 14 top tricks. They have 6 spades, 6 clubs, and 2 diamonds, with plenty of communication between the 2 hands. So the opening Ace of Hearts lead may well have earned East-West a good result on this board, even if the field is getting to 6 spades on these cards. Because if West just makes a passive diamond lead, for example, against six spades, then six spades is also going to make 13 tricks and would do better than six no making 12. So let's head
Yeah.
over
Well, of
to.
the five feature tables, they do have the results up for all five of them. There's a 1460, so it saved one match point, but someone was in clubs and two tables missed a slam entirely. But, nonetheless, well read by Lynn Baker to save at least as much as she possibly could. So, yeah, where do you want to head?
Well, yeah, so that's a good point. All the tables are done. The 4.E means the end of the board, if you're looking at the table diagram. So we can take a look at the scores for this round. I mean, the very first board, there were... I'm sorry, what? Like... Excuse me? How did two tables make 480 in hearts on the first hand?
That is a good question.
Wow. So all of the spades went away on the first board. The defense just kept pumping clubs.
Yeah, that's obviously the only way to, but come on.
Yikes.
We do have board 5 up at most of these tables.
Okay. Yeah, let's head over to Mexstroth and Rimstedt up against Lehrman and Heiberg Evenstad. I do like following these guys. I mean, Nikolai, obviously a friend of the stream, and Lehrman, I think, definitely makes a case for one of the best players in the world, if not best player in the world at this point. So
yeah, and also obviously one of the nicest players in the world, and those two things don't always go together.
really, so I don't know him at all, but that's
I've met
good
him
to
a few
hear.
times. Yeah, he and Nikolai are both lovely people.
Yeah, so pass by North, East opens a diamond. I'm a little bit surprised by that. I don't think they're a weak no trump pair, but two diamonds by South, showing the Michael's hand. Two hearts, just unusual over unusual from West, promising clubs and a good hand, although not necessarily game forcing. Three hearts by Mexstroth, facing a vulnerable partner who's overcalled. He does have the kings of both major suits, so he decides to be a little bit preemptive. Double by East, probably looking to defend.
Yeah, I think, he also may just want to be taking away East option to rebid 3 of a minor.
Yeah.
In West Hand, we can see wasn't a game force, and North does want to compete for the par score even at these colors. South could have 6-6 or something, or just a better hand, and, maybe South can take it into a game and it makes... No, I just crashed. Yeah, I suspect that North's probably primary agenda here was just to make life a little harder for East, especially since North is pretty excited to defend 4 of a minor if he can.
Oh, for sure. Which is exactly what's happening right here. So Lehrman doubled 3 hearts, and West, despite holding 2 aces and despite the opponents being vulnerable at match points, does, at least on this hand, correctly judge, I think. Did he correctly judge? I think he correctly judged to pull the double of 3 hearts. It looks like that contract probably would make. So they get to 4 clubs. Mexstroth does sit for it. And with Mexstroth's 2 natural trump tricks... Wait a second.
Yeah,
Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh, we might see something spicy on this one.
Yeah, and I think North was wise not to double because he's not even sure he can beat it. I'm sure he doesn't think he can beat it more than 1, and he didn't want to give away this vulnerable position, and Declare might still... Well, Declare declined the spade finesse, so that's going to be bad for him.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it was very quick and kind of understandable that South, with, both majors is pretty likely to have the Spade King, and Lehrman, I guess, just hoping to be able to cash 2 top clubs and then play 3 rounds of diamonds, where then he can use the 4th round of diamonds to shed his spade loser. Unfortunately for him, as the cards lie, South has a stiff club and South has a stiff diamond. So now North is going to get 3 more tricks in the end. But I was going to say, if Declare had taken that spade finesse, I think there's a pretty good chance he was going to make the contract. Not necessarily, but he would have been in the running for it because North could have gotten end played in trumps. Declare could have roughed both a heart and the 4th round of diamonds in the West hand to isolate or to reduce his trump holding to the same number as North and then end play North in the trump suit. But we're on to board 6. So East in first seat. Is this an opening bid? No, not for them. Not at these colors.
Yeah, South, of course, had no such problems opening his 11 count.
No, and Mexstroth picks up the big burly 21 over there. Starts with a heart.
I mean, they're more or less finding the Queen of Clubs away from making a Grand Slam at hearts.
Right. East overcalls a spade. I mean, that might give away the club queen position.
Yeah, so South will bid 2 hearts. Of course, now North is just going to have to decide how high to bid and how fast. I think North is not stopping short of 6, but we'll see what kind of grand noises he makes. I mean, North might just try key carding. That seems as good as anything.
I wonder if Rimstad is thinking about bidding 3 hearts. He does have the right shape for it.
Sort of. I mean, the stiff spade is great. 4x1 with a weak opening bid suit is less attractive.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, it feels like a 2.5 heart bid, but, it's also possible that, he's asking a little bit about East's options to open 2 spades or possibly 2 diamonds multi.
Sure,
trying to figure out what this delayed overcall is about.
Yeah, so 2 spades past 3 spades. I'm kind of curious whether or not North-South are playing 1 diamond is always unbalanced. Because if that's the case, then 2 hearts by South is kind of automatic over a spade.
Yeah, and I think this is basically a pickup partnership, but these days it's not that hard at the expert level to play, a balanced club and unbalanced diamond, even in a pickup partnership.
Right. So 2 spades, 3 spades, 2 spades, just an artificial game force from Mexstroth, and 3 spades probably intended as showing like this type of pattern from South. So 4 club Cupid, probably a serious slam try from North. South.
Well, I'm going to play contrarian here a little bit. We don't know because it's possible that in the absence of bidding by East, 2 spades would just be, show me your trump length and strength, and then 3 spades maybe was just meant to be the same. Oh no, I guess because actually it would be 3 hearts if you're playing 3 spades that way. Two spades that way. Never mind. So yeah.
Yeah. So South decides to bid 4 diamonds. As the weaker hand in the partnership, probably wants his partner to take over and bid key card. He can show basically his entire hand, assuming 3 spades was spade shortness, which I'm still guessing. As Craig pointed out, that this is what South's showing. South can show both key cards, no trump queen, and the king of diamonds via key card. That's his entire hand. And his partner is then left to place the contract. So...
yeah, and he has just done so. Cupid is diamond, 4 spades was key card Blackwood, 5 diamond shows 2 without, and North now... he can hope South has something extra, but North at least knows every card South actually holds other than the Jack of Clubs.
Right. Yeah, and North probably, I guess, knows about the Diamond King as well from the 4 diamond bid. So
Right, exactly.
So maybe Mexstroth is going to do something like bid 6 clubs here, asking for 3rd round club control. He does decide to go with 5 spades. I think that's pretty reasonable. Maybe expecting from inference that his partner is going to work out that he's already showed the Diamond King. So now a 6 diamond bid might even show the Queen, which would be a useful card. A 6 diamond bid or a 6 club bid might show the Club Queen as well.
Well, oh, I say having denied the king of, well, but South didn't deny the king of clubs. North cubed 4 clubs and took the option away.
Right. But like there is some of this like how much do we know about each other's hands because North cubed 4 clubs and South has showed the club ace. So South knows
Oh,
that North has the club king, and I
right.
mean like it's anyway. These things
Oh,
can get.
actually, South can't have, even if he didn't know that, South knows his hand would be too good. He would have been 3 hearts if he had ace, king, king, king.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point as well.
So in South at this point obviously knows he has nothing to show. His question is just, is his hand good enough to accept a 7 invite anyway with, basically on the strength of the singleton spade? I mean, he could try 5 no as like a 6.5 spade bid. I mean,
That's
that
true.
seems kind of aggressive to me, having shown everything, but obviously he thinks he has something to think about.
Yeah, I might be worried about 5 no suggesting a spade card, like maybe the stiff king or something in spades. I mean, I'm trying to think. So South is picturing, I mean, basically all of this: the ace, queen of hearts, ace of spades, ace of diamonds, king of clubs. He probably expects his partner has values in one of the minors, which happens to not be true, but that's just a little bit random on this auction. Uh,
Well, it's interesting. I think South probably is expecting a longer heart suit from North because North had the slam try, so he could have bid, 2 clubs if he'd, had long, strong clubs, obviously, and then backed into the heart suit. So, if he has a slam try and quote unquote his primary suit is hearts, it's usually more than a 4 card suit.
that's true. Yeah, for sure. But I mean, like North could also have a 5 card club suit over there or something. North could be like,
Well, maybe, but he might have started with the 2 clubs game force and then gotten to the hearts later, right? If he had a slam force with 4 hearts and 5 clubs,
that's
why would he distort his pattern?
yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Um, okay, so South decides to bid 6 diamonds, which
Yeah, which actually does make sense if he thought that Mexreth might have thought 4 diamonds was a last train kind of bid, that he hadn't shown the king of diamonds.
yes, yeah, and of course, like because this is a first time partnership or a pickup partnership for the most part, some of these inferences, right? Like we talked about how 4 diamonds showed the diamond king. I'm doing that in quotations, air quotes. Like South doesn't need to show it again, but sometimes you just like accept it. 6 hearts making 6. There was no play record, unfortunately. I would have liked to
Ah,
see how Mexstroth handled the play here. Um,
funny. So there's a 10-10. So I guess they found the queen of clubs, but beating both those results, someone got 1100 against a Tom Carmichael 2 spades. I guess he
we're
opened 2 spades even vulnerable.
Olivia is in 7 hearts.
Whoa, all right, let's go there.
So Chris Walenkin, the absolute clown of a player he is, passed the South Hand in second seat.
Yeah, we've talked about this. He doesn't like opening minor heavy hands that are, classically under strength. Like even like 1-3-5-4, like 1-3-5-4 maybe because he got the easy rebid, but like 1-3-4-5, he doesn't like doing it on 11 counts either. Kind of just this philosophy he has about those hands.
Yeah, just a complete fish. I don't know how he wins events playing like that. He must be pretty good at the game.
Yeah, he has a
Spade
good partner.
Rough is declared playing a club to the 10. They are.
Oh,
Okay,
well,
so
moral victory. He did pick off the length.
yeah. Although it's not good enough, right? Because Queen fourth of clubs you can never pick off on the hand. You need 4 club tricks on this board.
Oh,
So it's just a little bit random how you end up playing it and declare misguesses the clubs.
Yeah. South, not the most forgiving partner, but since he made the final decision to put it in the sketchy grand, down two, so it didn't even matter at that point.
Well, it was because of the club misguess. That's it.
Oh, right, of course.
So, yeah, seven hearts down two. Let's take a look at that final board, though. Board six. As you, oh my God. Well, we did mention how Tom Carmichael does like to be aggressive. And this is one of those reasons why vulnerability does sometimes matter if you're thinking about preempting. Two spades take out double by South, and North, with a balanced 21 and ace, queen, jack, fourth of spades, just sits for it. It only goes down four. Is that the right number for it to go down? It looks like Double Dummy says yes. But that's more than enough to make up for North-South's slam that they got to at every other table.
Yeah, of course, North was probably, slightly nervous about a slam, but some of those would be 1100 and 800 beats when it's only a game and also beats every table that has a slam and doesn't bid it. So
Right.
I like that decision to pass.
Yeah, GTR2 asks, what's the asterisk on Mextrost's contract? That's a score correction. So we saw it was scored up as six hearts making, but score correction. Mextroth did make the over trick in six hearts.
Okay.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense to me once the one spade bid comes in that Declare is just going to play east for the club queen. I mean, it's a little bit random, like side suit queens are kind of irrelevant, but because there's so few values on this hand, if east didn't want to preempt, they probably don't want to overcall either unless they have some actual values. So
So, with that result, Shearson Wolankin fell from fifth place to 15th. That must have been a complete zero. We have Springhuisen and Van Oosten are leading by just about 2 match points ahead of the Italians that collected that 1100 just now.
is there a way to sort this?
It's sorted.
Oh, it
by
is sorted by
score.
rank. Wait,
Yeah,
what?
sorted by overall event score.
Oh, because of the carryover. Oh, yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. Okay. Because I was looking at the percentages, and percentages are all over the place. But yes,
Right.
that makes sense. That with the carryover from yesterday, of course, Van Oosten and
Yeah.
Sprinkwheatson are up in first place, even though they're not leading this session so far. That honor
Yeah.
appears to go to McAllister and Grossack, Adam Grossack. They've moved
Yeah,
up
the
into
percentage
fourth.
score, I believe, is the percentage for just the boards this set. But so we can see Anam and Oscar Neeson have a whopper of a game so far, over 66%, but their carryover was weak, so they've only pulled up to seventh place.
Right, right.
Actually, wow, Grozak and McAllister, look at that, 76%, but only 2.88 a carryover, so it's still only good enough to pull them up into fourth place by just shy of a board. So top on a board is 13, so the 11 match point gap between first and fourth is 80% of a board.
Yeah, this thing will tend to even out. I mean, the carryover matters a little bit, but as we get later in the day, the difference between a 63 and 62% game, if we've played 10 rounds, is going to be worth more than the 2 point carryover difference between the Italians and the Dutch pair.
I'm going to cast a vote for Kaplan and Lean against Anam and Neeson.
Sounds good. Let's head over there.
That sounds like a pretty fun table.
Yeah, so South starts out with a no trump opener on the 16 count. A late invite here from North. 2 clubs, 2 hearts, 2 spades, showing a 5-card spade suit and an invitational hand. And Kaplan with a bunch of aces and kings, as well as 3-card spade support, does accept.
Yeah, and West has a pretty good hand, but just had no way to get into the auction over a no trump.
Yeah. East on lead here. Singleton Club makes a lot of sense. East could also elect not to with the 4-card spade suit and try the Queen of Hearts, maybe hoping to get a force going on North, or possibly even a fifth best heart from East, or third best heart or something.
Yeah, I think if you choose a heart, I like the queen better, knowing that most of the high card strength is going to be in dummy. And she makes a pretty normal singleton lead. Obviously, this is not going to be hard for North to read as either a singleton or doubleton, since he's looking at the 9.
Yeah, so what do we do as North here? I mean, it seems somewhat natural to just play a spade to the jack at trick 2.
Yeah, yeah, I think. I mean, he could play king of spade, spade, but I kind of agree with, you can pick up queen fourth in west. Well, I guess, you can pick up queen fourth in west a little more easily without having to risk a second club play. So that's what he does.
Yeah, the question is, okay, so he does play a spade to the jack. I mean, this feels pretty natural to me. Obviously, it's not going to work out on this deal. East just gets in, can play a diamond through, and get a club rough.
Yeah, notice that North, since the jack 9 are equals, made the good play to conceal the 9, make it a little harder for West.
Right. Yeah, North
East
could
could
have
have 10
singleton
double.
jack, of course.
Right, East could have easily had 10-9 doubleton and made the same lead.
Yep.
I think he'll just cash 2 diamonds and then have nothing better to do than play a club.
Yeah, that seems correct to me. Diamond to the king.
So, assuming they do find their club rough, this is going to be a very nice result for East-West because I think not every North-South are going to get to this game. I think a majority probably will. This auction was pretty natural, but not everyone's going to be playing 15-17 no. Well, I guess if you're not playing 15-17 no trump, then it's easy to get to the game because South will show his 17 that he has a maximum. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, second club comes through, so West hoping to possibly promote partner's 10 of spades, or at least give Declare a little bit of a guess, but East spades were not quite good enough in this case. So 4 spades does go down 1. We'll see.
Now, suppose after winning that, sorry to interrupt you, but suppose after winning that ace of clubs, Declare had taken the ace of hearts and pitched his other club and then made the same spade play. He'd still have to guess the 9 of spades, but, I wonder how the play would have developed in that scenario.
Yeah, so you could do that. Unfortunately, that opens the door to your hand getting forced too many times. So it's not really a realistic
knockout.
Yeah, thing. You just don't have the diamond suit set up yet. This line of play is pretty good because if as long as there's no club rough, you make even if spades are 4-1 by doing this, whether or not you pick off the spade queen. I guess that's not true. You need to pick off the spade queen if spades are 4-1. But if West has queen fourth of spades, spade to the jack, spade to the king, spade to the 10, ace of spades, now we get to work on diamonds. Yep. And, wait a second.
Yeah, they play hard, knock out the ace, we play another diamond, they tap us, but trumps are drawn and diamonds are now good.
Yeah, but what if a diamond to the queen holds? They can strand the diamond suit. Okay, so anyway, I mean, if spades are 3-2, we make it this way, I guess is the simple answer.
It is hard for West to duck that diamond, because what if he's had the 10 instead of, whatever?
Yeah. I mean...
Well, I guess it's hard for West to duck if he has, ace and 1 or king and 1. Anyway, let's see what, yeah, so it is a huge result for East-West, Mexstreth and someone else. Oops, lost it. Mexstreth and someone else. The Italians made 620 in spades, so played from the other side on a high diamond lead. So North's choice to handle it this way and wrong side, it was very costly.
Yeah, for sure. We are into board 8 finally. That was quite a long pause, actually. I know that based on the conditions of contest. They want to make sure that every table has finished the board before they load the next board in on Real Bridge with the 15-minute delay. So a couple of passes go around to East here, who picks up an 18 count in third seat.
Yeah, and we've been assured that it will not be as aggravating as the last time they did on Real Bridge when each section took about 7 hours. But I guess we'll see whether that turns out to be true or not.
Yeah, the Vanderbilt is going to be the real test, because with the team event, people are going to be playing at different speeds, and there's going to be much longer segments. Like here, they can reset in between every 2-board round, but for the Vanderbilt, they're going to have 14 boards in play for every set. It's going to be a bit more challenging. So one club by
14, not
East.
15. They don't do 15 board sets anymore?
Oh, I don't know. It could be 15. Who knows? It could be 12 by
does feel
now.
like, yes. It does feel like approximately once every 3 years they raise the prices and take a board away.
Yeah. So club, a diamond overcall from Kaplan on the 4-card diamond suit. He wants to get some sort of competitive bid in, especially at no one vulnerable at match points. Really important to do so. His best way to enter the auction. With West passing, Owen decides to make a pretty aggressive raise to 2 diamonds, mostly because looking at his hand, he expects the opponent to have something, and he wants to put some pressure on. Take out double by East. West bids 2 spades, so they found their spade fit, and this is probably going to end the auction.
Yeah, nice decision by East to, to realize that if her partner had anything, he would have been bidding 3 spades here or have responded on the first round. So her hand is nice, but I think, she's just hoping to make 2 spades, not thinking about anything greater than that, even though she has 18.
Right.
And the diamonds are horrible, obviously. King Jack Doubleton behind Kaplan's direct lead overcall.
Yeah, and kind of unfortunate for East-West that they've wrong-sided this a little bit. If South was on lead, maybe based on partner's raise, South might have tried the ace of diamonds at trick 1, which would not have been successful. So diamond lead comes through the King Jack. There's going to be 2 diamonds, a club.
Like even 2 spades is not totally secure here. You could lose 3 trumps, 2 diamonds, and a club.
Right. Right.
And as it is, you're going to lose 5 of those things.
Yeah, Declare, I suppose in theory, can pick up the heart suit.
To pitch a club away, yeah. But...
Yeah, it's not a pretty contract. We'll just have to see how the defense develops, because it seems pretty natural for South to take the diamond ace at this point. And maybe the plan is going to be for South to just play ace of diamonds and another diamond, expecting to get in with the spade king, and then South will be able to play a 4th round of diamonds, allowing his partner to rough the Declare's diamond winner. Obviously, we can see North roughing that diamond winner just like helps Declare out, but that might be Kaplan's plan here.
Yeah, and I think it is going to be pretty natural for West just to take a club. I mean, he's not going to finesse the 10 of hearts. He'll just see if the heart drops and try to take a club finesse, because North could easily have, he'll know he has the ace of spades. He'll know about the jack of hearts at that point, but everything would be the same. If North had the king of clubs, he would have a sound raise, but not a Q bid. South would still have, kind of a wonky overcall, but it's a wonky overcall anyway with, king of spades, ace, queen, 4th of diamonds, even, so I think West won't have any reason to suspect that the club is offside.
Right.
Sure.
So spade goes around to the jack. North wins the ace, and now North can push a club through. And I guess this is going to be good enough to collect the king of clubs, because South still has that king of spades as trump control. We'll note that Kaplan's 3rd round of diamonds was suit preference. That 2 diamonds that came back, a clear suit preference signal. North read it perfectly. So club goes around to the king.
Yeah, a little interesting here, because I think, as you say, South signaled that he had the king of clubs. North played the 9, normally denying a club honor. Like, maybe North-South are both being extremely devious, but they kind of did put the king of clubs face up on the table. I guess Leclerc really had no alternative because he hasn't gotten to play a second round of trumps yet.
Right.
But I'm sure he knew that finesse was losing. He's like, okay, what else can I do?
Yeah. So another spade goes to the 9 and king, and nothing to be done from here. Declare can pull the last trump and claim the rest. 2 spades making 2. Feels like a decent result for East-West, as you mentioned at the start of the board. Let's tune into Donati Mahmood against Shearson Wilenkin. And oh my.
Well, 1-0 pass could be a common result.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Christopher, what are you doing, bro?
So let's see. The first 2 tricks were what? Obviously,
a diamond to the queen and a low club away from the king.
What?
Just blows up the club suit.
Here's what I think South was thinking. If he suspects that East-West have done well to get to 2 spades, then probably his best shot is to give North a club ruff when North has queen doubleton, and he may be figuring that when it blows an over trick, -110 was going to be a poor result anyway, so he doesn't care that much.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, in fact, for what it's worth, there was another 140. Carmichael and Jacob played 3 spades by East and made it, so I do wonder what the play was like on that board. We can take a look here. I think it's a bit. Oh, there's no play record.
Oh no. Well, there probably is. You might just not be able to. I can find it. I've been spending a day here navigating the site. Right. So club comes back through the ace, and Declare can just cross to the heart queen, play a spade to the 9, and pick off the rest of the tricks here for 140. We'll just
I mean, who knows? But obviously, South did make this club play out of friendship with Zia, right? He had something that was probably a club rough.
It's true. I mean, he was playing for something, but yeah, I do like Kaplan's decision a lot better at the other table. Or it was Kaplan who was sitting South, I think. Anyway, whichever one it was, playing 3 rounds of diamonds makes a lot more sense to me. It's very committal. I mean, I guess some of these committal plays, it's like, as you say, if Wilenkin was convinced that the opponent's being in 2 spades was bad for him, then his play has a lot of merit because, like you said, -110 might already have been a 25 or 30% board for his side. So he's basically gambling on getting a 0 versus getting a top. And
right, your odds are really good then. It's 3 and change to 1.
Right, but it does look like, based on the scores that came through, that he had. Oh, you're right. There is no play record for 3 spades on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect the South. It might have been the right play in a weak match point field, but in a strong field where every East knows that it doesn't matter how good their hand is, the auction is over. I think it has less to recommend it. But,
yes.
Yeah, in a bad field where you can expect the bad East, you're going to look at their 18 count and be mesmerized and, get too high. Then South knows he has a horrible result defending 2 spades and has to take extreme measures. Here you can trust that there's going to be field protection, right? This, other than the world pairs, is the best pair event on the calendar.
Exactly. So,
and look, if you look at the players who were in it, there's 1 or 2 players who, are a little bit outclassed at this level, but even those players have high level experience, and the vast majority of players in this event are world class level.
For sure. So we do have the Italians actually moving up into first place in the standings currently, just ahead of the Dutch pair, Rimstead and Mextra.
More than half a board. Remember how low top is.
Yeah, for sure. They've been having a really strong set, probably thanks to their results in that previous round. In fact, I think they were one of the pairs who defended 3 spades and it went down a trick at their table. So huge result for them on that board. Payton and Liu have moved up. They're kind of moved up. I mean, they're in 5th right now, but they're having kind of a mediocre set. They did have a ton of carryover. Teba and Neeson up in 6th. DeFranco and Gandoglia up in 7th. McAllister and Grossack still holding on to a 64, almost 65% game. Currently, they're in 8th. Kaplan and Lean in 9th right now.
Since the players are on break, I'm going to step out briefly and go across the street for a cup of coffee, so I'll be back in approximately 5 minutes.
Sure. All right. Yeah, and just like, as Craig said, you know, some people like Thiessen and Mendes de Leon just completely outclassed in this field. Shame on them for qualifying in the first place. Look at them down here. 27% game. Absolute fish. Silverstein. 37% game. Lair and Gerard. I think a lot of these things will normalize after a couple more rounds, but someone is probably going to have a bad day. And it very well could be these guys based on the way that things have started out. But yeah, we will. Oh, we are into the next round. Very good. Let's check in on. Let's head over here. We'll watch Greco Hampson for a little bit up against Carmichael and Jacob. Eric, congratulations. You qualified for the second stage of the Latvian Team Championship, so that's top 8, right? That's really good. That's impressive. Best of luck whenever the finals of that competition comes around. Hopefully we'll see you in the next Bermuda, or at least the European Championships. Greco opens 2 hearts, so this is the Precision Style 2 Diamond opener for them. I guess that means they've adopted multi, is what's happening. But so this is basically a short diamond and no 5-card major, but support for all 3 of the other suits. So it's one of these, like, you open 2 hearts and your partner can pass if they have a fitting hand, which South probably would have done right here. So 2 hearts, 2 spade overcall from Carmichael. Hampson, I think it's very tempting to raise to 3 hearts. But we'll see what Hampson does. I mean, this is one of these hands where it could be very tempting to raise to 4 hearts. Try and put a lot of pressure on East-West at these colors. That is going to be very unsuccessful on this board based on what West holds. But that could be a sensible thing to do. So we might see that. Hey, Koopa. Three hearts. I think a very prudent choice from Hampson. He doesn't really expect 4 hearts is ever going to have a chance to make, and with the 3-card spade suit, it sounds... I mean, he knows that the opponents don't have a spade fit. South also kind of knows the opponents have a diamond fit based on his partner's opening bid. Partner's promising a singleton or void in diamonds, but he just wants to put some pressure on. 3 hearts he thinks does enough to preempt them out of finding their diamond part score. And I think he's right, and I also think he's going to get doubled. Whoa! Sorry. I didn't have to scream into the mic, but I kind of did. How does West just pass? Partner over... Well, okay, fine. It's Tom Carmichael. His bid could have anything. So maybe West doesn't expect that 3 hearts is going down. But he has 5 trump. Like, I think you have to... You really have to go after these things when Trump split badly. Yes, rip ears, my bad. I apologize, but you got to get hyped for some of these decisions. At least West didn't try 3-no, it's true. Yeah. I don't think I've ever heard of this West player. Maybe double wasn't penalty? No, I mean, it has to be. Or maybe it wasn't because specifically Carmichael... Also, Carmichael didn't overtake the Spade King. There are some very interesting choices happening very quickly on this board. I mean, obviously it looks a little bit unnatural, but Carmichael knows that his partner can get a spade ruff. I mean, I guess it's... Yeah, tricky spot. So, I mean, Greco knows that he has a monster result at this point. Probably. He's not doubled, he's only in 3 hearts, and the opponents haven't cashed out spades against him to get a spade ruff. He could just ruff here, club to the 10, ruff another diamond, ace king of clubs pitching spades, probably even play another club pitching another spade at that point, and then he's going to get however many heart tricks he ends up with. And it looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. Dan needed to lead an intermediate heart there. Sorry, excuse me? I mean, look, you're probably right, and maybe West is double dummy and can solve this double dummy problem, but like, is anyone going to find that? Jesus. Just so you can't be like posting 80% games shift and then just come in here and be like, oh yeah, 9 of hearts switch. Like, what was the guy thinking? Like, how could he not find that? Okay. Yeah, thank you, Eric and VZL, adding in the memes about how everyone thinks that they're an expert. Greco still has no idea that hearts are 5-0, but I mean, based on this like diamond ruff plan, it sounds as if he's planning on playing club to the 10 and ruffing another diamond. That makes the most sense to me. I don't really see an alternative. I mean, I guess what he could do is play 3 rounds of clubs to throw a spade first. That would be a little bit more effective if East was the one with a doubleton club. Like if East had a doubleton club and a singleton heart, then 3 rounds of clubs, ruffed and over-ruffed, diamond ruff, 4th round of clubs, East is out of trumps, we pitch a spade, 5th round of clubs, pitch another spade as West ruffs in. That would be a pretty reasonable thing to do. So we could see Greco do that. That would be kind of unfortunate on this hand. He would cash 3 clubs, everyone following, pitching a spade, but then he doesn't get to ruff his diamond. I mean, honestly, it seems more likely that East has a heart, because otherwise, wouldn't West have doubled with ace, queen, 9-8, 5th, and an ace, and a singleton and partner suit, and the king of spades? Anyway. Start with a club to the 10 in tempo and watch the cards. You could, but I think it's difficult to find some of these plays in tempo necessarily, because it, like Greco is probably working on the distributions and shapes, and he doesn't know that he cares about club count at this point in time. he's still trying to work out what to do on the hand. So club to the 9. Is he going to ruff the diamond? Or is he playing a club back? He does now see, and look at that. Look at that. You were right. Club to the 9. Both opponents give honest count in the club suit, or at least he assumes honest count, so he does ruff the diamond. Very well done.
So I missed the start of the hand. Was this like a precision 2 diamond opening
Yes.
by North except with 2 hearts?
Yeah, so precision 2 diamonds, and then because Carmichael could have a 0 count for his 2 spade overcall, West didn't feel comfortable doubling with 5 tricks in hand. So here we are. We're defending 3 hearts, undoubled, which feels like a huge win for North-South.
I do, obviously we've seen East is very aggressive about his week 2 openings. I don't know how sketchy the overcall could be here. It does still seem like a pretty big position for West not to take a shot at it.
Yes.
Dan Jacobs a good player. I do wonder if, given this is a first-time partnership, he's seen some stuff over the last couple days that suggests that, if 3 hearts is close, giving away the trump position could be just enough based on East's range for his 2 spade overcall. Because, you do figure that double is going to cost a trick virtually all the time.
For sure. Yeah. But you know what also costs tricks? East defense. Got him. But actually true.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
It happens.
I had a run-in with Tom a couple years ago that, it's not like he's on the enemies list, but,
oh my god, the pause.
Too much sleep if he has a bad result here and there either.
Yeah. The pause though there from Greco is fucking classic. He leads the Jack of Hearts out and East shows out, and then you could feel the pause based on Vugraph operator's tempo there. Like is this real? Super got him moment.
Yeah, it is true. He's on the other side of the screen, so he can't give West a look, but he's thinking it.
Yeah. Club comes back, and now Declare can pitch all of their spade losers on the clubs. And West is going to collect, I guess, 3 more tricks from here. But
rough this and lace and a trump or do whatever he does. But yeah, so let's see what kind of result 100 for East-West is. It appears pretty good for East-West.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, most of the North-Souths are getting to defend 3 of 5 North-Souths got to defend 5 diamonds. 1 got to defend 3 diamonds for a 0 among these 5 tables.
Ooh, I see. Yeah, if East-West get a little bit too high, then it's tough. All right, board 10. So is this going to be a 2-heart opener then for East?
Remember, after natural club opening, East can get both suits in, and West will be pretty excited about one of them.
For sure. So pass by East, another precision 2 diamond or 2-heart opening from South. This time North has a pretty big hand, so gets to bid 2 no trump, asking 3 clubs. I'm
probably exactly 4 by 1. I suspect he's showing shape 4 strength.
Okay. Yeah, I would believe that.
Who knows, but that seems like the first priority, and then you can sort out how good the hand is later.
Yeah, so then maybe 3 diamonds is another asking bid, and 3 no trump shows extras, because South's range is 10 to 15 here. So 3 no.
Yeah, there's no 3 diamonds. It could just be natural forcing, and South is bidding 3 no to show both major stops. 4 diamonds, interesting. So, obviously, North is working his way to 4 spades. I guess they have to do it via 3 diamonds first. Or maybe 3 clubs didn't show 4 by 1, and North was making more asking bids.
Well, they do get to 4 spades, which did appear to be the place they were headed for the most part on this hand. With North declaring, East on lead. knows that the singleton diamond is going to be ineffective because South has promised a singleton or void and diamonds. So I think East is probably going to lead a heart.
I was
Maybe?
gonna say a trump, I think, is the standard on this kind of bidding.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. A trump makes a lot of sense, especially with diamonds splitting poorly around the table. So that's a good call. I was thinking that maybe a heart made some sense, hoping to give their partner a heart ruff. But yeah, he does lead a trump. Good call.
Yeah, so declare with both minor suit aces on side. Probably will not have to lose a heart. They can just lead a club up, and eventually a heart will go away on the king and or queen of clubs.
Yeah, now, okay, so Declare decides to win and dummy to lead a diamond up immediately. West
Yeah.
pops the ace.
And for
Which-
the same reason, maybe you can pitch two hearts away on diamonds from that hand when the ace of diamonds is on side.
Yeah, I was wondering if Declare was going to win in hand to lead a club towards the king queen, but went the opposite direction. So now a heart comes through. So let's see what happens on this hand.
Well, I think part of his thought process has to be whether there's any way to guard against the tail risk of 4-1 spades at this point.
Well, I think the objective is to try and make 11 tricks if possible from here. And
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
not seeing how to do that.
Well, if the ace of clubs is on side, isn't it pretty easy now?
No, because East can just duck when a club gets led.
Right, but then... Well, then you might find hearts 3-3, possibly, and be able to, pitch two of them on the diamond, rough a heart, and, now you lose no clubs and also no hearts.
You could. I mean, I guess the simplest plan is to rough a diamond and hope diamonds are 4-3. So maybe that's what Greco's about to do.
If East ducks the club, though, isn't that just 11? I think you have 5 spade tricks and 2 hearts is 7. Oh, 2 diamonds is 9, the club is 10. But, if the hearts split, then you might be in good shape here.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
that's only 11 because you have the diamond problem, but...
Right, it's true. Okay, so he does try the king of diamonds. I don't understand playing the king of diamonds. Oh, I guess I do. His plan was to go king of diamonds, assuming it holds, then rough a diamond, and then he would know if diamonds were 5-2 or 4-3. But he never really expected diamonds to be 6-1. And is this going to cost him? It might, right?
He's pretty tangled up now, right? I think now he would love to be able to lead a club from north without playing another trump, but of course he can't do that. His only entry is in the trump suit.
So spade to the
I mean,
queen.
it's possible that this was going to draw the last 2 trumps, in which case he'd be extremely happy.
Yeah, now a club up. East can rise with the ace and give their partner a ruff and hearts. And then Declare would have the rest from there. Because Declare could rough a diamond and then pitch both a heart and a diamond on the king, queen of clubs.
Yeah, they can play the queen of hearts to force Declare to play the ace and have it get rough, but it doesn't matter. They won't be able to catch their heart, so everything is going to go away at that point. And that will be the last trump, obviously, so that'll be the end of Declare's problems.
Okay, and Declare actually elects to pull the last trump instead. So this is... It looks like going to work just fine.
Yeah, I guess he just leads a club now, and I think whatever East does, it's 10 tricks, whether East wins or not.
Yeah, correct. So 10 tricks. We'll check in on the results on that board. It looks like just getting to 4 spades was okay, although several of the pairs ended up getting to
I
two
mean,
diamonds on the West cards and getting doubled.
kind of reasonable, right? A club by South, two diamonds by West, pass, double, all pass. Like, who did anything so terrible?
Yeah, I mean, West overcalled a diamond, which I think is better than a two diamond overcall at these colors. But then because North trapped and East had a 5-5 and decided to bid, West felt obligated to pull one hard in the 5-1 fit to two diamonds. And
Oh, I
then
see.
North came in with a penalty double. And so that was enough.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense too.
Yeah,
Oh well.
so 800, it looks like apparently North South dropped a trick according to double dummy defense at both tables, but 800 enough to win the board. I will pull up the, let's see, does the site refresh on its own? It does not, but these are the results therefore. So Italy still holding on to first place, but look at this. Klukowski and Edmonds have moved up into second right now. Rimstead and Mexstroth are in third. Sprinkweets and Van Oosten are in fourth, and so on down the list. So no one below 30% anymore on the day, but still a couple of pretty low scores out there floating around.
Yeah, it's honestly, you can play fairly well and still have a 38% game in this event. It's a tough field and people are doing really good things against you. If you're on the wrong side of some of those, you're just gonna get buried.
Oh, I know. I know. Yeah, I don't think I've scored between 40 and 60% in the finals of this event.
Uh,
So,
well, I know you had a pretty good result playing with Tim Verbeek one year.
oh yeah,
I
we
don't
were
know.
we were 36 in the afternoon, and then we were 64 in the evening.
I say, and really, because isn't that only exactly 50% average? I thought you finished in the top 10.
We were seventh. Maybe we were like 38 and 65 or something like that. I mean, it was somewhere in that vicinity. But we
Yeah,
were
with some reasonable carryover. Yep.
definitely below 40 and definitely way above 60. Like we won the evening session by 8%, which is
Yeah.
crazy.
65% in that field is just a monster game. I think like 258 would probably be a favorite to win most years.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I don't think it'd even be close if you had 258s. It would be because like the second place pair, the ones that eventually won was I think Bassis and Lorenzini, and they had a 57 in the evening. Was their result.
So we don't have. It says there'll be a break after 8 and 18, but it feels like we're on break now.
Yeah, it
Is
seems that way.
happening.
I don't know. Could be just waiting for the boards to change or something. Hopefully, we'll have the boards up in a sec.
I forgot to look and see what happened in the imp pairs yesterday. Do you know who won?
I did, and
Who's
I
playing?
displayed it at the end of stream yesterday, and it was definitely a pair of players. And I'm going to continue spitballing for a minute. It was
Oh, I see.
absolutely.
Oh, very cool. Sam Kwong and Brenda Bryan. So Sam, not sure how he knows them, but he is friendly with like Sam Ehrlichman and Kerry Tetzloff in that crowd. And I think like David Gurvich and like he's kind of in with some of those people. So I've run into him a number of times. So very happy for him.
Got it. Yeah, so this was
Mostly I
the
was
imp
curious
pairs.
how Levin and Golden did. They appear not to have made the overalls. Pretty sure they qualified, but I guess they had a rough day. That's sad for them.
Oh, that's where Levin was playing. Okay, because I was wondering why Levin and Weinstein weren't in the platinum pairs, but that makes sense.
Yeah, possibly Weinstein had work for it, or just wasn't playing for some other reason. Because at some point within the last couple of months, Levin told Michael Golden that he had a free date, and they played in the platinum before. Offered him either, and Michael having not played a lot of high level bridge the last couple of years, and having felt that it really held him back the last time they played the platinum, even though they're in the final, was like, no, no, like let's just play the impairs this more my speed.
Gotcha.
I think he's selling himself a little bit short, but I know he just felt that he was really just not prepared for the kind of day of bridge the final of the platinum pairs is, particularly with Bobby Levin, who's a pretty tough partner.
That's true. That's true. Well, we're into the next round.
I mean, they're very
So,
close friends, but yeah, like Bobby is, he has high standards for himself and for his partners, and it's tough. Yeah,
yeah.
where are we heading?
Well, I figured Shearson, Wilenkin, Neumann, and Dahl.
Sounds great. Nice to see Mark at this
I know.
table.
I was surprised.
It's a bit of an. I mean, I don't know East. It feels like maybe a slight outperform, but obviously Mark is a very strong player.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I assume that it's a sponsor because Mark
I do
basically
too.
only plays with sponsors.
I see.
So,
Yeah.
a club of spade, North, I guess. I'm a little bit surprised that this is the way they're playing the transfers over club sequence, because this has kind of been phased out, I think, for the most part, that one spade shows diamonds as opposed to just one spade denying a 4-card major. But it looks like that's what they're doing here. So South bids a no trump, and now North can bid 2 spades, I guess, to complete the description of her hand, showing some sort of longer diamonds than spades sort of thing and game forcing.
So South obviously was not happy about North having primary diamonds, but now is going to be pretty excited about things. Ace King Jack fourth of spades and partner secondary suit.
Yeah, and so 3 spades should be enough on South. Like, this should be a game forcing sequence. Whenever you deny a 4-card major, well, quote unquote, deny a 4-card major first and then show it later, in these sequences, it promises a game force as North. So South can leave the door open just in case North has substantial extras and wants to Q-bid.
Yeah, and they've right-sided it, which is kind of random, but the King of Hearts will be on lead instead of being led through or led to.
Right, yeah. East on lead
I
will
think
get
East
off
is
to a
the
club lead,
club.
so
But that's very good for Declare also, because now it sets up the transportation for the club roughs.
right?
You can take 2 roughs and dodge a heart lead, toward the king, then you actually have a fighting chance to make 12 tricks.
Yeah, all the hearts can go away on the diamond. So we'll have to see if West overtakes the opening lead to shift to push a heart through. It has to be the case that East has the king, queen of clubs for this lead.
I
East
think
is not.
it's too late anyway at that point, though, right?
Uh,
Because this sets up the club rough. So heart to the ace, club rough, spade to the ace, club rough, spade to the king. Queen of spades pops up, and now you can just draw trumps and claim, draw the last trump and claim.
you can. I mean, you have to play the hand wide open if you do that, obviously. But that would be a way that Declare could make 12 tricks from here. Now with the Ace of Hearts still
What's the
retained.
alternative line of play, though, right?
Um,
And it's not that wide open. You're just playing for clubs to be not 6-2. And, there's not much you can do about it once they pushed a heart through a trick 2 anyway.
well, I mean, it could go heart 10 jack small. That would protect yourself from another
Match
round of
points, right?
hearts.
I guess. I feel like in match points, classy spade to the 7 since you started with 10-9-8. Love it.
Yeah, now a club rough and a spade to the jack, and, well, a spade, and the queen pops up, so Declare can just claim from there. I think it's right to say that at match points you do want to just play for the 12 tricks. I think you're right about that, but it's not like there aren't alternatives on a lot of these hands. I think we may see some 450s on that one. But
In fact, of the 3 results in, 2 of them are 450.
Yeah, exactly.
And East made it very easy, right? Oh, East West, but club declare was really just kind of I don't want to say forced into the winning line of play, but it's pretty natural because at that point she knows there's no problem in the hearts, of course, because I haven't led one, and there's no chance clubs are 6-2 on that start. I don't think.
Exactly. Yeah.
Anyway, moving on here, we've got East with a 5-4-4 opening bid. We'll see what he chooses to do on the second round of the auction. Kind of an annoying position to be in. I guess probably just pass one no trump, but you are kind of worried about you know maybe clubs just scoring a lot more tricks, or possibly just the diamonds being a little weak as they are.
Right, yeah, and One Under Trick Wonder says the one diamond overcall. I know, if people have watched my preempt video, you might have other ideas in mind on the south hand, but
Red white. Look what happened when people ended up in too many diamonds.
it's true. Yeah, maybe that's in the back of their minds, like that previous round where diamonds were 5-1 behind them, and they start with the one diamond overcall. They bid 2 diamonds later, and they get into trouble. But yes, here East West may well find their club fit if depending on how the auction goes.
And Professor Wyvern's like, I think if one club was a 2+ club, then that's definitely the case. Here, assuming one club was natural, which I'm sure it was between the lack of alert and who these players are, I think South's 2 diamonds would just be a 2-diamond preempt, or possibly an intermediate 2 diamonds, and he might think the hand is too weak for that, right? Red white, I know South does like to play intermediate jumps with some partners. And
Yes,
the hand is a
yes.
little bit short of that, right? So
Yeah, I mean there's a whole lot that we don't know systemically, but I think Craig is mostly right that 2 diamonds for a lot of these players is going to be Michael's.
Well, I think not Michael's over a natural club, but Michael's over a 2+ club.
Sure,
But I think 2 diamonds might well not be a preempt. It could be an intermediate 2 diamonds.
it
I think
could
that's
be.
very popular red white.
Yeah, at these colors, that makes a lot of sense. So East does decide to make a good bad 2 no trump bid after North raises to 2 diamonds.
Did he?
I mean, I assume.
There's no alert. I don't know.
Well, sure. I mean, VuGraph operator might have not have seen the alert. But
Yeah. It's possible that if he's just a sponsor, he's a little hazy on on what to do here. And it does kind of feel like a good bad action to me as well. But who knows?
So South finally realizes that the opponents are headed to 3 clubs and wants to stick in a 3 diamond call ahead of time. West does not crack this.
Yeah, I was wondering
which
about that.
seems a bit surprising to me, given that I think West expects to go plus on offense here. I mean, West can tell his partner's bidding 2-0 to get to 3 clubs, and he has a club fit. So you really need to do better than plus 110 on these cards to get a good result East-West. So, I mean, very surprising to me, but obviously West, doesn't, especially if you're playing with a sponsor, you don't want to double and go minus 670 or whatever it would be on this hand.
Yeah, and I think the fact that West didn't double, I think, does confirm that you were right that East 2-0 Trump was good bad, because I think if East was showing a natural 2-0 bid, West had an easy double.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, this could be costly if East West were playing 3 clubs at a lot of tables. The difference between 100 and 200 is going to be effectively a full board.
Now, is it only that? I mean, is it just going down 1? The defense is going to get a club, a diamond, a heart, and 2 spades at the very least, but there's no way for Declare to ditch a spade loser, so this might be 200 the hard way for East-West.
Yeah, they can play hearts to only lose 1 heart trick since the king is on side, but since they don't split 3-3 and you don't have any of the 10, 9, and 8 of spades, Declare is going to have to lose through spade tricks as long as the defense never touches them.
Right. So, one of the bids we haven't talked about is North's 2 diamond bid. I do not like North's 2 diamond bid. I understand why she did it, because 3-card diamond support and some sort of scattering of values. But this is one of the ways that you can like lose boards at match points, is to bid too much vulnerable when it's not really your hand. And I think there's a lot of the time when you just have a flat, what was it, an 8 count with a couple of jacks, 4 triple 3.
I think actually. Oh no, she had the jack. So
Yeah, jack of clubs. That it could be your hand. Like, partner could have a maximum 1 diamond overcall, and yes, maybe we need to compete in this auction and get to 3 diamonds, or even get to 3 no if partner has the right type of hand. But I think much more often than not, this is going to be the opponent's board. And while 2 diamonds gets in the way a little bit, sometimes the opponents just choose to defend. And here, like we even see, West didn't need to double this. As long as they get all of their tricks defensively, they will still end up plus 200 and winning the board on this one.
Yeah, and I think, also if North thinks that South will have a sound overcall of these colors, even though it is only 1 diamond, maybe South has a 6-card diamond, so you do have the jack, and you can start with 5 diamonds and you raise a hearts and minus 90, even if partner can't take an extra trick on the side, and maybe some of the time you can.
Yeah, I mean, just as it turns out, South was the one who decided to compete to 3 diamonds, but I think a lot of that was based on North's 2 diamond call, that maybe South was expecting a little bit more offense and a bit less defense for that type of bid.
Yeah, and he has a 6th trump, and he has a singleton club, and he knows the opponents are going to play 3 clubs. Obviously, if he thinks defending 3 clubs is bad for his side, then you're better off bidding it now than, the guaranteed balance.
Right. A heart goes to the 10 is interesting. And apparently there was just a claim. I mean, it's not obvious to me that Declare is getting out for down 2 anymore, but
we've seen this a few times, that somehow the last several tricks of the play record get lost. I don't know whether that's because they're fast carding the operator, if there's something about the software itself.
Yeah, so a little bit annoying, but it looks like that's the first table to finish. Well, Kolesnik's table finished. Let's check in on Kaplan and Lean against Mexstroth and Rimstedt. So North-South did bid up to 3 diamonds here over 3 clubs, a very similar type of auction, and East-West took the push to 4 clubs. Kaplan decided not to go after 3 diamonds. So a bit of a missed opportunity East-West there. They do go plus 130, which is a fine result for their side, going plus in their side's biggest fit. But obviously doubling 3 diamonds would have netted them a huge result. And I think one of these spots, once again, that many match point players will look at this and be like, yeah, I'm willing to gamble. Like, I mean, myself specifically, like, I do give up some 530s or 670s or whatever, but going for that plus 200, it just gives you a huge result in the field. Yeah,
just thinking about it, I suspect that both Kaplan and Dahl were expecting that much more often than not that East would have a 6th club, and maybe that is why Kaplan did 4 clubs here and why Dahl didn't double at the other table.
Sure, yeah, that does make a lot of sense.
If you never have a 2nd club trick, maybe that does change the odds.
So in terms of the results on that board, there was a 3 diamonds. Okay, we do get the correction to 3 diamonds undoubled down 3 at Will Lincoln's table, but there was a 3 diamonds doubled down 2 over there. Carmichael and Jacob ending up defending that contract. So, I mean, it does look like everyone, well, almost everyone, Bianchi did not compete to 3 diamonds. Well judged at his table, of course. But many of the pairs were competing on the North-South cards to get to 3 diamonds, and a couple of them got punished for it. Everyone's bidding 1 diamond. I think some of that has to do with the fact that many of these pairs are playing 1 club, could be short, and therefore for a lot of them 2 diamonds would be the Michaels bid.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I think that was the case at a lot of tables. And, as I was saying earlier, intermediate jump shifts are not that popular below the expert level, but very popular red-white at the top level of the game.
right. So,
So it'd be
following the
curious
results,
to,
again, the Italians are still hanging on to that first place
yeah,
lead. And I mean, they are having a monster set, 62%. They're, I mean, what's a top? Is a top like,
top is 13.
right. So they're like a full board in first almost over Klukowski and Edmonds, Mexstroth and Rimstedt chasing Van Oosten, Sprinkweetsen down there in fourth.
Yeah, and I would say at this point, despite the gap between first and third, I think I would rate Mexearth and Rimstead as the favorite among those three, particularly if they haven't played the Italians yet. Those guys are just so good at match points. I know Bianchi's a very good player. I'm not familiar with Porta Totolini. I assume he's also one of the top Italians, but nonetheless, like really hard to bet against Mexearth and Rimstead in any pairs format that they have a chance in.
That's what I was saying yesterday. Mexstroth just seems to make things happen with almost
Yeah,
any player that he plays with. So,
right. And obviously, Michael Rimstead is a World Open Pairs winner. One of the absolute top players in the world as well, and very good at this form of scoring. And I think they're both fairly easy. Like Mexearth, plays a lot of science with some partners, but like he plays 2-over-1 with Berkowitz, and they play a pretty natural style. I think he's very good at playing with a variety of partners and doing well.
for sure. Well, that's round 6 out of 14 for the afternoon. I like how the Real Bridge says we have 13 rounds of 2 boards, and I feel like we're going to lose the last round of today.
Oh, yeah. I wonder if they have some way around that, like maybe just doing it as a standalone or something.
Don't you have them on speed dial? Can't you let them know that that like there's going to be a problem in round 14?
I saw Andy Bowles, who's one of the guys who runs the site, was logged in and kibitzing somewhere. I don't think he does the program. I forget the name of the guy who does the programming, but it's not one of the people I know, unfortunately.
Gotcha. Well, we'll have to see. Hopefully, we do get to see all 14 rounds. I mean, if not, we missed 2 boards. It's not a big deal, but we'll be back for the evening game, or at least I will be. Craig is going to be busy with dinner plans. Does Mexstroth have any weaknesses in his game? No. Mexstroth plays perfectly at every opportunity. I don't know. I mean, like everyone makes mistakes, and I mean everyone makes a lot of mistakes. But like the thing that I think really separates a lot of the world class players from experts, or world class players from like advanced players and so on, or experts from advanced, is just like you have to do stuff right sometimes. Like you can't just sit here and like bid your games and raise your partner's suit and play third hand high on defense and expect that you're going to get good results. You need to take these positions at some point, and your decisions need to work out. So it's not just that like being results oriented is important in these cases, because sometimes you can make an unusual decision and it works and you should have gotten punished for it, but you didn't. Or sometimes you can make the right decision and it doesn't work out. But you need to be in spots where it's just like, man, even though we're in a 9-card fit, I'm going to take the finesse because that feels like the right thing to do. Or even though we found our 9-card diamond fit, I'm not going to bid 3 diamonds because we're vulnerable at match points and the opponents are going to double us in a good field. Stuff like that. Like, these are situations that you need to be willing to take a position and get them right. And Mexstroth does that quite often. And he's right quite often. And so that's one of the things that I think I look for when it comes to really determining if someone is a world-class player. It's like, do they take a view on a hand and does it work out for them? Okay, I want to watch Madala and Kolesnik. We didn't get to see them at all yesterday.
Sounds great.
So,
Yeah, and against the leader, so perfect table. Yeah, and I think Mexearth, like very unusually has had just, success after success after success at every form of scoring. Like usually someone has either a better imp or a match point track record. So the fact that he's just had dozens of wins at the top level of both is, unusual and suggests that no, he actually just has no weaknesses.
For sure. For sure. So starting off, a club, a heart, two clubs. They are not playing transfers over a club. A little bit surprising. Two diamonds, artificial game force. And we'll have to see what Kolesnik does over this two diamond bid. We saw Shearson and Wilenkin had kind of this artificial two hearts showing a minimum and then some sort of asking bid sequence from there. It doesn't seem to me like Kolesnik and Mandala are going to be the ones to play a sophisticated system.
Yeah. I think it's just going to be three diamonds showing as much of his pattern as he can.
Right. Yeah. Or maybe two spades, something like this, to
Yep.
because he's already denied a spade suit, so he just wants to show where his values are.
Yeah, it gives West room to do whatever he's going to do. If West was planning to raise clubs, it's really good for East to have saved the space.
Yeah, exactly. And so Madala, I was going to say, I think is probably going to bid 2 no. They have wrong-sided the no trump now because they really want to play it from the ace doubleton side. I know how, Craig, you before were kind of talking about how sometimes ace doubleton is not right-siding for no trump, but sometimes it is, like it is here with that jack 10 third specifically.
Yeah, of course, if East had ace third of spades, then it would be better to play from the West side, so it's kind of a guess.
Right, right. So 2 no. East will probably bid 3 diamonds at this point. West will then, I suspect, just bid 3 no. Because East's first priority here would be to show a heart fit. And once East doesn't have one, West realizes that this hand should just be played in no trump. So in no trump, after what looks like a pretty normal spade lead from North, Declare has a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and obviously, the diamonds can come in, but they won't. Declare's not going to play diamond to the 9 at any point, and the club weakness by East is a real problem. Even if you pick up the diamonds, you haven't made the hand yet because you've got 3 tricks in the majors, 4 diamonds, a 7, and the ace of clubs, but really no hope of a ninth trick.
Whoa! Oopsies! Oh no.
I mean, this is gonna be a top, right, for East West.
I mean, maybe. Like they're still going down 1 in 2 no, but
Right,
yes.
but everyone's going to be a level higher, right? Everyone's going to open the East hand, and every West is going to gain force, and every East but one is going to respect it.
That's true. So, I mean, obviously, like we were just talking about how sometimes you do the wrong thing, but it works out. Like this is one of those times because West's artificial game forcing 2 diamonds, which I think most players play. I guess Kolesnik wasn't utilizing that. Could be based on like a 19 count over there. So it's not like West was showing a minimum game force by bidding 2 no. West could have a ton of extra values, and they might have missed a slam if West had the right type of hand.
I mean, yeah, like, what if West thought that his bid could be two-way, like, 12 to 14 or 18, 19 plus, then East has just gotten a 0 for no reason.
Right, right.
But he read it right, showing that Bermuda winning form, so I suspect this will be a colossal result for Madal and Kolesnik.
Yeah, it very well could be. I mean, it does seem likely that 3 no is going to be the contract at other tables, but it could be 3 no from the East, remember? And so
Well,
in that case, wait, what?
3 compares in, and none of them are 3 no.
Really?
One. There's a 5 diamond, and there is a 2 spades down 3 by North.
Okay, so probably
Undoubled,
not a
by the
great
way.
result.
Shearson and Wilenkin did not take a shot at it. So, by the way, we can see that the north-south you're switching. I think they do run this as more or less a howl to make sure that you're comparing, against different players throughout the session. Like, they give you guide cards. It's not a normal pairs movement.
Oh, it is Madala and Bota, isn't it?
Oh, right. Yeah, I'd seen them on the list. Yeah. So I wonder if they
It
were friends.
is. Okay, so they just had Kolesnik's name on there. Okay, never mind. I take it all back.
Well,
I
Boda's a
was,
pretty good player too. Yeah, so she's been in New York for a very long time now, but I wonder if they knew each other in Italy or if this is just, a random bridge friendship partnership.
yeah, so this second hand, East opens a no trump, the 14 count. Good 5 card diamond suit, Ace Queen 10 fifth. Club opening lead from South, fourth best.
Yeah, so diamond split, but the king is off, so I guess that's not going to matter a ton. So, how's Declare doing here? He's got, I guess, 4 diamonds, 1 club, 1 heart, possibly a spade. I mean, the defense can shift to hearts, but they can only take 6 at most, I think, right? A spade, 3 hearts, a diamond, a club, maybe something else somewhere along the lines.
Yeah,
And can Declare take an eighth trick here? I mean, we'll see
well,
first what it shifts to.
yeah, we need to figure out what North does at trick 2. Does switch to hearts, plays their third best heart through Declare. This is a very popular defensive carding agreement.
And pretty quickly, he didn't even really give much thought to continuing clubs.
Right? Yep.
I guess maybe he figures he's looking at the 10, Declare put up the jack. I guess, in the Italian methods, probably South showed a club honor, which means that we can lead a heart through, and if South wants to continue clubs, it'll be safe to do it from his side. There's no reason why we should be doing it from North, but hearts might be important from North.
Yeah, I mean, for example, South could have Ace 10 Doubleton in the heart suit, and then we really need to get the hearts going from North's side. So this looks like an effective switch, and as you were saying, I mean, with the club queen on side, the spade queen on side, Diamond King is off, but Declare should be able to collect some number of tricks. So the 9 of hearts holds.
I think we have the Ugraph operator informing us that West jabbered at East in Italian.
I did see that, yes.
West isn't really a jabberer. East is a jabberer. East, despite both being New Yorkers, I have pretty limited interaction with the East, but I do recall she can get kind of animated.
Yeah, so now after the 9 of hearts holds, North elects to switch back to clubs. So 10 of clubs goes around, Declare wins the king. Time to try that diamond hook. It is offside, so South can win.
Yeah, so this will be Declare's. I guess that'll get her up to 6 tricks. When this finesse loses 4 diamonds and a heart to come from here.
Yeah, and that'll probably be it, because once South cashes a couple of clubs, South will switch back to hearts. Declare can run the diamonds, but is then going to be, well, not really end played. I mean, South is going to hang on to the spade ace and a heart winner at that point. So this looks like down 1, but that is often a great result at nil vol match points, playing a no trump down 1. You're pretty happy about that?
Yeah, I think it'll be probably the most common field result, right? Virtually every East is going to open a no trump, whether it's 14-16 or 15-17. No one else is going to bid anything, and I think the play one way or another is going to be similar.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, this, could be the flattest board of the set. Doesn't mean it will be totally flat across the field. It just might be, the one closest to a normal field result.
I have wondered, though, because with the addition of a lot of these other events going on concurrent to the platinum pairs, I mean, I know the imp pairs is not all that prestigious, but they've added in some of these like 0 to 10,000 things as well. It feels like the field has gotten a little bit weaker in the platinum pairs over the past some number of years. Like when I played, I mean, it really was just like Bermudable competitors at every table. in the finals, but now, I mean, like, sure, there's a ton of Bermuda Bowl competitors and gold medalists that are here, but it feels a little bit weaker than it was in the past.
I wonder, just given how tough an event that is with the Vanderbilt starting tomorrow, whether some of the top players like, you know what, I'm just not going to play 3 days of really grueling bridge and then turn right around and play hopefully 7 days of equally grueling bridge. So, maybe the field is just thinned out that in the first few years, the event was kind of novel and everyone was excited about it. And now it's like 16 years in, it's like, great, another Platinum Paris.
Yeah, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. All right, 1-0 goes down 1. So last board at that table looks like we have Grossack and McAllister still fighting it out. And we are in the exact same position. Well, almost the exact same position. North did not switch to hearts when in with the ace of clubs. North just returned clubs immediately. So...
Yeah, and we'll take a look at the scoreboard in a second, but I'm feeling good about my prediction, I guess, which is the same as your prediction.
Yeah, it does feel pretty flat.
Well, no, and also Mextruth is now in second place.
Yes. I mean, it's hard to vote against the guy. Like, he knows what he's doing, and
Yeah.
he consistently is getting good results.
Yeah, and I think particularly, just besides really not having any leaks, he's extremely good with the game theory of bridge. So, that's obviously extremely important in a match point field.
For sure, yeah. Absolutely. Like, knowing when to compete for those part scores and when to go quietly is one of the big difference makers in match points. Like, the competitive part score decisions are so important, whereas at imps, they basically just don't matter.
Yeah, I think also, kind of goes along with that, but I think Mextruth is a very effective doubler, so that is going to generate a lot of match points.
That's true too, and like it's also a lot about like defense is so important at match points. Defense at imps matters a lot less. Like I know it can swing some pretty big results. Like if you defend a contract and you find the layout that you need to play for to beat a vulnerable game, obviously that's good and that's going to win you some imps. But at match points, just like all of these preventing the extra over tricks is a huge deal. Giving declare guesses is a huge deal. And so like defense is so important at match points. That's one of the biggest things. Like people always say, oh, declare play is really important, but declare play is important at every form of scoring. Yeah. I don't think it's more important at match points than it is at imps or board a match or anything like that. But defense is so much more important at match points. Yeah. So, and Mextruth is one of the best defenders in the world for sure.
Yeah, and I think probably, now that he's a little older, maybe no longer case, but there was a time when he was almost certainly the best declarer in the world as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad about that one under Trick Wonder. I mean, this should be an obvious thing. I think this is one of the very basic things that a lot of match point well, I haven't read a book on match points, but I assume that like Kit Woolsey's book on match points mentions the idea about declaring a no trump when it's nil vol and defending a no trump when it's all vol.
The 7 tricks is 90 versus 50 instead of 100 versus 90.
Right. That sort of thing. And this is kind of one of the basic concepts which makes people understand that the vulnerability is important when it comes. Oh my God, South cashes the spade ace.
So this is going to be a complete 0 for North-South.
Oh no. I mean, to be fair, South did not get a lot of help from his partner, but that's because North didn't have any help to give. I think South could have worked out to play back a diamond, but it's it's not so easy. Like you saw at the Italians table how North switched to the nine of hearts and that held the trick. Now it was very obvious for South when they got in eventually with that Diamond King to realize a heart exit is completely safe, right? If Declare had anything useful in hearts, they wouldn't have let the nine of hearts win the first round of the suit. So very easy from that perspective. But here, North didn't find a heart switch, and it made it a lot harder on their partner. Now, the way North defended, I think it should be clear that North has stuff in both majors, both spades and hearts, and therefore a diamond exit is actually safe. But it's difficult. Like, I totally understand South's ace of spades switch, and it just did not work out here. But was it a top across at least this field? It was not. Wow.
Huh, yeah, another, I mean, I see an asterisk there, so I guess that just means a score adjustment. But again,
Yeah,
like, I think Edmonds is probably he's only been playing high level bridge for a handful of years now, possibly has never played an event quite like this one. So, may just be a little bit, less attuned to some of these nuances versus, the Italians just knowing immediately what was going on after that heart shift.
for sure. So tricky hand. Oh, apparently Double Dummy says East West can be held to 5 tricks on offense and a no trump. I'm not going to bother analyzing. I don't think we have enough time, but kind of interesting.
Yeah, and meanwhile, we're only halfway through the session, and already no one is having a 60% game anymore. And I think we'll see those compress toward the center more as the day goes on.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's so hard, especially in a very, very strong field like this. I know you said maybe there are a couple players or pairs here that are outperforming their expected result in this sort of way, but that's going to happen in general. Sometimes you have a couple of good days and have some good carryover and make it into day
Right.
3. But for the most part, I mean, we're just looking at a bunch of very strong expert players throughout the entire field. And yeah, as you're saying, no one's at 60 yet. It is probably going to revert closer to like 57, 58 being the top match point score after the
Yeah,
day's end.
possibly at most, wouldn't be
Right.
a huge surprise if no one even has a 57 handle.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, someone could have a monster game, like it does happen, but, you know, most of the time, like everyone's just doing normal good things, and it's very difficult to have either a really great session or a really bad session.
Certainly. Yeah, One Under Trick Wonder One says, I wonder how many boards it would take to get a super dependable result in terms of objective strength for like a match point event. This is probably solvable from a math standpoint. Like, if I had to guess, I would say, like, if we're playing a round robin, right, in the field.
Well, the World Open Paris final is a 54 pair round robin, and, extremely strong field, obviously, as it is here. And you know what? Like, that event is not that formful typically, so, that suggests that that's not enough.
Yeah, I was going to say, I
I mean, it's
think.
not unformful, but I don't think it's close to enough.
Right. I was going to say, I think maybe if we played. I'm trying to draw the comparison with like Swiss matches. Like a 7 board Swiss match, when one team is substantially stronger than the other, like the stronger team always wins. When the teams are close in strength, it can kind of go any which way. I guess maybe like a 12 board match, it tends to feel like the stronger team wins a substantial portion of the time. So maybe if I was playing a round robin in a field, I would say somewhere around 12 to 16 boards per matchup from a match point stand context. So like, I mean, that would be an enormous number of boards, obviously.
I mean, Swiss is very good at sorting the field into, let's say, like quintiles or deciles pretty quickly. But as far as sorting out like the absolute best teams, I don't know how many boards you would need. But I think like one day of Swiss can certainly soar at the top 10 or 15% and the next 10 or 15% very efficiently.
Yeah, and BitBab actually brings up an important point of, do we care that we find the strongest pair? Like, is it more entertaining from a both spectator and more desirable to play from a player perspective if like there is some sort of variance in the winner for these things? I think that's one of the things that does attract a bridge for a lot of players, because the best players don't win every time. Like, you have a chance. Like, well, maybe I'm not the best example, but like if like some random like advanced level player from like Connecticut wants to go to the nationals and play up against Mexstroth, they could beat Mexstroth on a hand, and that's like super fun and exciting for them. Like, they don't really expect that they're better than him, but they want to have the chance of winning, and they want to have the chance of being able to show up and play. Because like, if you show up and play and know for a fact that you're going to lose against players who are better than you, like, that's not enjoyable. No one would play anymore.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why Swiss is so popular, that there's kind of two ways for Swiss to be enjoyable. One is you play seven boards and beat a better team because your finesse wins and theirs don't. And, all of a sudden now you've beaten Mextra in a seven board match, which is really satisfying. Or you have a good result in the event because maybe you lose to a couple of good teams, but then you play 5 rounds against your peers, and some of those, you're going to win 5 coin flips and beat them, and all of a sudden you're like third in the event and, get to feel good about that result.
Yeah, so we're into the next round. I'm a little bit disappointed because I wanted to follow the Zia table a little bit, but unfortunately, they started the Vugraph with like 5 tricks into the play of the hand. So it looks like the delay is not functioning.
How about the Walenkin table? Because I would love to see this Taiwanese pair that we're not familiar with.
Sure, we can head over there. I will get quickly caught up. So a no trump, 2 diamonds, a single suited major, 2 hearts, all pass. South has started by cashing 3 rounds of clubs, and now it's to South to find a switch. And it is important for South to find a spade switch.
Yeah, otherwise that spade will go away on the 4th round of diamonds. The player can play high heart, and then when the diamonds split, ditch that spade as North roughs in. One trick too late.
Yeah, now it looks like there was an indication, right? Because South led the ace of clubs, got a discouraging signal, and then continued the king, and North played the 3 of clubs, suit preference here, and then queen of clubs. South found the king of spades switch. Look at that.
Extremely trustful of a partner.
Yeah,
He obviously wants to be able to lead through and now avoid dummy and spades, but nonetheless, that is definitely showing confidence in partner signaling. Once you're playing partner for the ace, you might as well lead the king.
Well, it's, I suppose, even more than that, because North could have had the spade queen and the diamond king. And so if you switch to a low spade, it goes low queen ace, and then declare takes a roughing finesse and spades, and your 10 of diamonds trick goes away. So the king of spades is actually just the correct play there. So great defense from North-South on that board. And as you say, way to trust partner. This is one of the important things that you develop as a partnership over time if you play together frequently. So that was very nice. As Shift mentions, a 4th round of clubs could have been important if North's hearts were actually Jack Doubleton instead of Jack Third. But as it was, the spade continuation didn't cost a trick. So good defense from North-South. We're on to the next board, and look at this.
Yeah.
Great start to the auction here. A club opening from West. North comes in with 3 hearts with the 4-card spade suit. Looks like 3 spades is maybe a 3-no bid with no heart stopper here from East.
Interesting method. I wonder, maybe their negative double is just anything, but It's possible. I mean, East didn't alert three spades, or the VGraph operator didn't put it in. It is possible that East is doing something else, but they have pretty detailed notes. I suspect that this is artificial.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, just
I
looking at
guess it would be
East
totally
hand.
insane if it was natural and like, haha, just kidding.
Yeah, it's going to go three spades pass, four spades all pass. Um, but yeah, this is kind of clever. As you say, like the negative double here would have prevented a lot of players from having this option, because now if West did have a heart stopper, they could get to 3-0 on this hand. As it is, West doesn't have a heart stopper, so the negative double. The East doesn't have spades, but yes.
After negative double anyway. But yeah, this you know. Maybe part of the advantage is you can go double, and West can punt with. Well, I guess West can't really punt with three spades because they need a spade fed. I don't know. But anyway, I'm sure they have some continuations to sort out all the different possibilities here.
Oh my God! South bids four hearts. Look at that. The favorable, very aggressive from North South. So this will pass back around to East. He'll reopen with double, and I think that's going to end the auction.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of a disappointing result for North South, who are only going for 500, which is less than the value of the East West game. Except there is no East West game.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe it's 300, but whatever it is, since East West don't have any plus score that's not a part score, this will be a great result for East West.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it's pretty unlikely that other pairs are going to get to four hearts on the North-South cards. Like, yes, three hearts is going to be a popular overcall on the North hand, but I don't think four hearts is going to be a popular bid. And I mean, as Shift kind of mentions, East has a bit of a problem over three hearts, and East might just bid something like four hearts, and then East West will end up in five clubs going down a trick, or down at least one.
I think East has to make a negative double to cater to 3-0 being the spot, right?
Yeah, I think so too, but yeah, I mean, it's not so easy for East to bid their hand. I do like the negative double, and if partner bids four spades, I think you just pass and hope that the 4-3 spade fit plays okay.
Actually, it's possible that three hearts doubled is going to be a common contract, right? It goes a club, three hearts, double, pass. If you're West, without any attractive options, maybe you just pass and pray.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, also, I get the appeal of three hearts, but not everyone is going to do it.
Right. Yeah. Some pairs might overcall one heart, I guess, on the North cards.
Yeah, or two. Two is fine.
No, two's not fine. Get out of here. If anyone overcalls two hearts, I vote that they immediately get removed from this field and replaced with a kibitzer.
All right, we'll take a look later, but let's see who... let's see, so... oops. Trying to see what our different players were doing here. Mexrith bid 1.
Yep. I like it.
Yep, Donati bid 3.
Yep, I like it.
There's a more efficient way to navigate, but I am... we don't see what Carmichael did, but I'm sure it was 3 or possibly 4.
Yeah, I mean, 4 I do not like. But
so, Porto Totolini opened 4 in second seat. That's not possible. It says it went past 4 hearts double. I'll pass. That is not what happened.
Yeah.
It must have gone a club 3 hearts, something, 4 hearts, yada yada, and the operator lost it. He just put in the final contract.
So 4 hearts doubled down 2 there, and all of the tables are finished playing, as Craig already mentioned. There's a couple of 4 hearts doubled down 2. Good result for East-West on this board. Everyone else is getting to 5 clubs with a club, a heart, 2 hearts start to the auction. Is that, oh my God, what did I do? I didn't mean to click on that.
Could not tell you.
5 clubs, a club, 3 hearts, negative double.
Did the site crash?
West bid 4 clubs. I'm back in. And this board, we don't even have an auction, but fine, fair enough. 5 clubs down 1 a couple of times. So
this is so annoying.
Shift, I think your double dummy analysis is off. You gotta reset. Look at this. I mean, I'm not convinced that these are accurate, but yes, I mean, in theory, there's only 8 tricks available in the minor suits for East-West. So par is plus 110.
I'm just gonna reorganize myself a little bit and go into the other room. So if you want to continue on here,
I will. Thank you. Let's take a look, see where all of the pairs stand. And now, as Craig was guessing, we are moving more towards that 50% average for a lot of the pairs. I mean, it turns out that Grossack and McAllister are putting up the biggest game currently with a 58, but there's a couple of 57s here. Finn Klesnik, Camille Novak playing together. They've moved up into 5th place. And Rimstead and Mextrot still sitting about average on the set, but that big carryover that they had from leading coming into today is paying dividends. At the end of the day, though, they're going to need to do a little bit better than 50% games if they want to win the event. But they're evening players, you know? They're getting warmed up, and they'll put on their show in the evening for sure.
Yeah, and I think, not a surprise that a pair like Grossack and McAllister are having an outlier game. They're certainly one of the swingier pairs in the room.
For sure. That is
there's
definitely
a lot of grinders
possible
here, but not all.
Yeah. So yeah, a couple of games in the 30s. We did see that Taiwanese pair that we just watched, unfortunately having one of the lower games in the field, but they did very well on that one defense, cashing the 3 clubs and then the king of spades to ensure the maximum number of tricks there. We're into the next round. Let's take a look at...
Apologies if I drop connection. I'm just going to switch to my other Wi-Fi network here very quickly.
Yeah, let's head here. Bianchi and Tannellini up against Kaplan and Lean. Kaplan and Lean not having a great game in this finals so far, but 3 heart opening bid, 3 spade overcall, pass 4 spades. The board is over quickly. Looks like Declare was able to pick up the club suit with that queen jack clubs in the pocket. 10 of clubs is the only way to profitably finesse the suit. So club to the king, club to the 10 after roughing a heart loser. So 4 spades making 5.
Let's see if Michael Campbell is at this tournament. Yeah, he isn't. Actually, interesting. He hasn't played any ACBL event since May of 2025, the USBF.
Really? That's interesting.
He actually hasn't played an NABC since December 2023, 24 and 25, just USBF.
Huh. I wonder why. Yeah. I mean, maybe he's just retired.
Yeah, I know he did lose some of his top-level work a few years ago. Maybe he's just not that interested in, if he doesn't really need the income, maybe just not that interested in playing unless he's playing at a top level. So, USBF, great, but if he's not going to be getting top-tier work for events like the Vanderbilt and, Platinum Pairs and whatever, maybe he would just rather not play than, fill in the movement on some team he's not happy about.
That makes a lot of sense. And, I mean, obviously the USBF, he was playing with Mextroth, so he's pretty happy to do that. I think a lot of people would be pretty happy to just pair Mextroth or partner with Mextroth in whatever event, if given the opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to play board 18 or? Okay, there we go. Hey, right on cue. Oh, we have a different partnership. We have the Silverstein partnership. So yeah, the VuGraph operators are not updating the names every round. Okay, we got Silverstein against Tandolini and Bianchi. East opens a club here. Big hand. Honestly, close
Yeah.
to a 2-0 opener with a
Yeah.
17 count.
Yeah, again, the small Doubleton Heart's a little off-putting, but I think East certainly is thinking, on a 3-0 Trump track, not a club track, despite the club opening.
Right. And
I'm gonna go club a spade, and now I think East maybe, two dimes the alternative, but I think you just bid 2-0 Trump and hope the partner can cover the hearts. I mean, I guess you could bid three clubs. That just seems misdirected to me. I'm like, maybe not. I mean, that heart Doubleton, if partner only has three of them, is pretty bad. Yeah, so West does bid 3-0. Maybe you would rather play from the east side between the ace 10 Doubleton of spades and the jack of diamonds, but whatever.
yeah, I was just staring at six clubs for a second. I mean, obviously the normal line of play is to just take a diamond hook. But there is a little bit of transfer of the guard that could happen here with North having the 10-9 of diamonds. So there might be a legitimate chance to make six clubs depending on the
And then
defense here.
lose North in spades and diamonds.
Yeah, basically. But anyway, we get a diamond opening lead. So North elects to lead the 5 of diamonds, third best from 10-9 fourth. And this gives Declare an opportunity if they run this around to the 8 of diamonds, which actually feels like a pretty natural thing to do. You can always play a diamond to the jack later if you need to. But they do put up the jack. There's still a lot of work to be done, though, for the defense, because Declare is going to run 6 rounds of clubs, and they're going to have to make quite a few discards. So South pitches a diamond immediately.
Yes, this is a nice play, trying to make sure the North holds diamonds. Presumably then South will play a high spade next, discouraging to tell partner that South plans to guard the hearts and North should be guarding the pointed suits. Or a low spade if they're playing standard signals.
Yeah, so North now pitches a diamond, 2 more rounds of clubs. So North has to let go both hearts on these clubs. North does pitch 1 heart, and the defense is happening pretty quickly. South throws another diamond, confirming the diamond count. North, I think North is just going to have to... North knows, basically, that pitching a spade is... Yeah, and so great play. And now, while it's technically true that a heart to the ace would kind of squeeze North, North can then let go of the spades because Declare will have no entry to the good 4th spade at that point. So ace of spades. Ten of spades ducked around. North can push a diamond back through, but with the queen of spades not falling and communication cut, good defense. Very good defense, holding Declare to 11 tricks. Let's tune into the Dutch table. Dutch table plus Teba. East opens a club, 1 heart overcall from South. Aggressive. Unfavorable.
Yeah, red, white. Well,
Yeah, so negative double by West, 2 hearts by North, showing a bad 3-card raise. And, oh boy, East bids 3 hearts. This is going to fetch 3-0 from West.
yeah, so they will get off to a heart lead here instead of the diamond chosen at the other table, but I think Declare is just going to take a diamond finesse, and probably things will develop similarly. It'll be maybe a little easier here because North is going to know 100% that he can pitch hearts.
You know, I pretty quickly said West is going to bid 3-0, but this kind of sounds like East is 2-1-4-6, right? And if East is 2-1-4-6, six clubs has serious chances from West's perspective. Okay, West does bid 3-0, I think, probably deferring to form a scoring.
Yeah, and I think there's a little bit about, a little bit of a Hammond's rule thing here, right? If you have a choice of calls, one of which is 3-0 Trump, bid 3-0 Trump.
Yeah, so that's what West defaults to at this point. But I mean, that 3-heart bid tends to put East's hand into a pretty thin box. And usually, like, most of the hands that go into that box are like slam tries with clubs in this sequence. And West has a very good hand in support of slam try with clubs. Neeson won the Dutch team championship. Yeah, we saw actually a lot of these guys were playing in the Dutch championships. I mean, I guess we saw Verbeek and Molenaar were playing as well, but they were probably on the opposite team. So hard opening lead, as you said, is going to make Declare's life a little bit difficult.
Yeah, and it makes the defense much easier. Having gotten this heart bid and heart raise in, it's, in the other room, they had to be pretty careful about their signaling. Here, I think North and South are both gonna just know what's going on.
I mean, there's still a little bit of danger because Declare will duck this, win the second heart, and then run 6 rounds of clubs. And the effect of ducking that one trick is going to put a little bit of extra pressure on North-South. But I think North-South should get the defense right. All right, thanks, Shift. Enjoy your lurk. So there's the duck, there's the heart, winning the second heart, and now 6 rounds of clubs is going to come. But I think Declarer is basically going to do this, planning to possibly take a diamond hook.
He doesn't know about the spade honors. The Queen of Diamonds could be in North. Why not?
Exactly. Yeah. So I think Declarer is going to pitch a spade, a heart, and a diamond from the West hand, and therefore the defense's job is going to be a little bit easier to defend accurately. South pitches a discouraging spade, which does seem to clue North into the fact that North needs to hold on to all the spades.
Yep, pretty similar to how the defense went to the other table, where it was the 4 of spades showing a weak spade holding, but, same effect.
Yeah, and I would say that North retaining this heart queen, I think, was a very smart play from North. South won the king of hearts at trick 1 and played back the 10, and that could look to the defense like South started with king, queen, jack, 10 of hearts, because North probably expects, based on this dummy that's come down, that Declare might be looking around to try and place like the queen of diamonds or the queen jack of spades sort of cards. And so North concealing those high cards, even though it blocks the heart suit, ends up, I think, being a pretty good defensive play. So North throws a diamond. Another club. South finally starts throwing hearts. Declare should pitch a spade on this trick. A spade is never going to be useful. North also throws a spade. Now the 5th club.
Yeah, and of course, throwing a spade after West throws one himself is completely safe. He knows that West has a 4-card spade suit.
Yeah, and so now...
Actually, West level might have shown 4 or 5, but he would have bid a 5-card spade suit at the 3 level, presumably.
Right, for sure. Yeah, so now after West throws a diamond, it's a lot. It removes a lot of the strain on the defender's discards. If West had thrown, say, a heart on that fifth club, then North would be under a bit more pressure. I mean, this seems very natural for Declare if you're going to play this hand as kind of a squeeze type thing to keep that 8 of hearts, you never know, and pitch the diamond because you were never planning on like leading the Jack of Diamonds to transfer the threat. But yeah, from a double dummy perspective, it's kind of interesting that Declare would have done a little bit better to throw a heart on that fifth club instead of the 2 of diamonds. So last club comes now. West just trying to get a mental picture of what the opponent's hands look like before this club gets played. I think this generally is a pretty common plan for declarers who are playing squeezes, that they cash all but their last trick, and then they pause to think about what they believe the opponent's discards have meant and what the hand looks like, and then they play their last card.
Yeah, and of course here, since the defense started hearts, this diamond finesse is not, without risk, but, maybe a match points if you think there's a decent chance North has the queen, you just have to do it and hope for the best.
For sure. Yeah, Declare still has a little bit of time to make that decision, but we'll see how it ends up playing out.
Yeah, and I think given the West knows both North and South have very light values, red, white, if he thinks they've done well to enter the auction, where most players won't, which is probably the case, I think that's an argument in favor of the Diamond Finesse as well. Like, everyone else is probably going to get to take it, so, you might as well.
Yeah, that's a really good point. That
like North isn't going to be leading a 3-card heart suit at most tables, so if he thinks he's in bad shape anyway, what can he do but take the Diamond Finesse? Everyone else is going to get to do it without risk.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's a couple of competing points here, actually, from a match point perspective. So on the one level, as Craig mentions, because at some of the other tables, people will get, say, let's say even a diamond lead from the North hand.
We're assuming that West is declaring 3-0 at most tables, but I think that's a safe assumption.
Right. So
if he's declaring it, South is going to lead a hard, and then then it's a different calculation. Anyway.
Yeah, and so if that's the case, then with North being on lead, let's say North leads a spade or a diamond or something, Declare just gets to take the diamond finesse for free. And so if the diamond hook is on side, we need to take it ourselves to get back to par, basically, on this hand, because the field is going to be able to take it themselves in that case. But a second layer here is if some of the field is going to be in 6 clubs will make if the diamond finesse is working. So we could decide that we're a little bit behind the field in a sense if the diamond finesse is working. I mean, both because the 3-no pairs will be able to, or the no trump pairs that don't get a heart lead will be able to take it, but also because we're already just losing the board to the 6 club pairs if it's working, that maybe we could decide to play for it to be offside. We'll see what Declare elects to do. The 4 of clubs gets cashed. Now that 8 of hearts is definitely a worthless card, but Declare pitches the 8 of diamonds. So it sounds as if Neeson was convinced that the...
yeah, and in fact, I think he's going to play diamond to the ace, spade, spade, heart, trying to play South.
He has all but one trick, so he's going to just cash out.
Oh, right. Yes, never mind.
Yeah, so spade to the ace, king of diamonds now. Maybe thinking there was some chance that the hearts were 6-2. I don't know, but 3-no makes 11.
To take an extreme example, if you think every other pair is in 6 clubs, then you should play for your safest plus score because all you can do is beat minus 50. But, so all you can do is play for a plus yourself, knowing that a plus is either a complete top or a complete 0.
Correct.
Anyway, that feels like an okay result for East West, obviously.
Yeah, and I mean, as mentioned at the start of the deal, I mean, 6 clubs can be made. Apparently 6 no trump can also be made, although it's not so clear to me how that...
Par 990 East West. Deep Finesse plays the transfer squeeze.
Yeah, I'm still not clear as to how we make 990 though. I mean, I guess
Dakahara play the Jack of Diamonds, run clubs, and North gets squeezed in. Oh, I see. You're
but you don't have the entries.
right.
Hold on. Can I click on cards? I know there was a way that I could click on cards. Oh, I can click on cards. Perfect. So heart, duct, heart continuation, up with the ace. Now we run 6 rounds of clubs. I don't know. I'm going to stare at this. Let me know when the next round starts.
Sure. And while you think about that, I will check the leaderboard. The Italians are still in first. Oh, never. There's no. Looks like they have not updated for round 9 yet.
So if South pitches their last heart at some point, the 8 of hearts is an important card. So South can't pitch a diamond. So South does have to abandon the spades.
I mean, it has to somehow involve, the fact that North has spade and diamond length, right? I can't see any other
I know. I'm
possibility.
just trying to see it. It's not
Yeah.
obvious to me. Because if we pitch a heart here, North pitches a heart. But the thing is, North's sitting over both of our threats. So if we now play the 4 of clubs, South throws a heart. What do we pitch from the West hand? If we pitch a diamond, North can pitch a diamond. If we pitch a spade, North can pitch a spade. So this doesn't work. Can't you just play the Jack of Diamonds? But then what? So we play the Jack of Diamonds, Queen, Ace, small, spade.
You still got time. They don't have the next round up yet.
Is there some sort of weird double squeeze thing that happens if we keep the 8 of hearts? Is that the point? So North can't pitch a spade, can't pitch a diamond. They have to pitch a heart here. Then we play the 2 of clubs. South has to keep the king of hearts, so they pitch a spade. No, the 7 of diamonds is too big of a card. Because now if we pitch a heart, North pitches... Oh, wait, yeah. North pitches a diamond. And now we play a spade and South pitches a heart. And we play a diamond to the king. And the 7 of diamonds takes the last trick. It goes 6-7. So... Okay, this hand is not obvious to me how to play the squeeze. I believe the double dummy. But, oh, we do have a break. Let's take a look at the standings currently. Maybe I'll look at the hand later.
Oh, right. Boards 8 and 18, of course. This was a pre-announced break. Yeah, they still haven't put up the most recent round.
Oh, you're right. This is after round 8. So round 9 we just finished. You're glad to see you guys don't see these kinds of things instantly. I think it does depend. Like, I am a pretty good squeeze. I'm pretty good at working out squeezes and double dummy problems, but I'm not like the best out there when it comes to double dummy. There are some people who actually are pretty quick, but it's definitely true that that there are hands that are very difficult for top tier players for sure.
Yeah, and some of them, like, if it's sort of, like you spotted the eight of diamonds being a threat against North's 10-9 when you set it up, but sometimes you need to do like two complicated things, and it's sort of, you can see one or the other, but seeing the combination is really challenging.
Right, right.
Like a lot of those become like, very like very strange hands where you like transfer the menace and have some throw in and or like, isolate something and then the other guy's under pressure in some weird way. Like it gets very tricky when there's a bunch of high level things going on.
Yeah. Yeah, One Utter Trick Wonder says if it's unnatural, you don't have pattern recognition. This is one of the main reasons why studying like card play and stuff is pretty important. Because let's suppose this was some squeeze that I recognized. You could then have the pattern recognition for like, this is the type of situation where a squeeze develops, and now I know how to execute that squeeze, so it would come effectively instantly. Like, a basic guard squeeze, which is pretty complicated. I'm very familiar with that type of position. I mean, I've played a number of guard squeezes when I played professionally and still have that sort of pattern recognition. So I could see a guard squeeze in 3 seconds. If like, I'm looking at a hand and I'm like, oh, left-hand opponent has guards in all 3 of these suits. Therefore, this sort of guard squeeze can happen, and then you play out cash out your winners. They have to abandon and give you some sort of finesse position against their partner, is the way it works.
Well, I think, just to back you up, you're calling it a guard squeeze, but I think it's something different. You're talking about a transfer squeeze, right?
No. This is not, well, I don't know what type of squeeze this is, but I'm saying like a guard squeeze, which is an actual known type of squeeze situation, is more complicated than just a simple squeeze, but it's one that I would recognize in, very quickly. And so just because like I have studied them in the past and I have some familiarity with the concept, similar to just like regular simple squeezes, like another type of situation that I would recognize instantly. So if this was a squeeze that I had recognized, I probably could recognize it instantly. But that's one of the reasons why people study card play, is because these type of squeezes are difficult and some people don't recognize them instantly. So
yeah. And this one, like where you can hypothetically run the Jack of Diamonds to force South to play the Queen and then try to squeeze North. Like, they look really dramatic, but it's also often one where you can read the cards because, like, someone overcalls and they have to have X. So you actually can sometimes do it knowing what you're doing. And, like, it looks really dramatic, but actually it's more straightforward. You just have to have seen it before and think of it.
Yeah, for sure.
Like running a queen where you think one guy is extremely likely to have the king and the other may or may not have the jack is like, a fairly common position as these things go. Like, it's still a rare position, but as rare positions go, it's somewhat common.
Right.
Anyway, I'm guessing we're close to getting the next round up. Nope. Well, we could be getting close to it, but it's not up yet.
Yeah. Still waiting on the break, but through 9 of 14 rounds for the afternoon set. Yeah, BZL is right. But 25 more conventions you should know, that's where the good stuff is. That's when they start getting into like, actually, I don't know what's in that book. Let me look it up. That's Mark Smith's, right? He's the guy that wrote those books. 25 more conventions you should know.
Yeah, I feel like there was kind of this vogue of, people writing general bridge convention books in the 90s, but I'm not sure anyone's actually tried to do a comprehensive overview in a while. There was like thinking about Chris wrote a book that was like every bridge convention, but of course it was like 900 pages and written in 1990, and is now it's just hopelessly out of date. I think Bridge Conventions Complete, maybe it was called.
Hmm.
I mean, it's sort of a a stupid project, honestly. Like doing it as a wiki maybe would make sense. Doing it as a published book in 2025 is going to be out of date by the time it hits the printing press, right?
That's true. Yeah. I mean, there's just been so much development in system and stuff recently that it's pretty
Yeah.
difficult. So, okay, I
Yeah,
can't
it's kind
find
of
the list of
amusing.
conventions and 25 more conventions you should know.
Yeah, right. I didn't realize the first edition was that long ago, but yeah, like 1980. Good lord. I mean, might as well have been the Dark Ages.
1,100 pages. Jeez.
Oh
That's
yeah,
pretty crazy.
it's an absolutely enormous tome. I think it was like a big yellow book, if I recall correctly. But yeah, just like totally ridiculous to approach that as a project. Of course, especially if you're going to try to write 1,100 pages on it, you could be 5 years out of date. Like she had a day job, right? She was a U.S. District Court judge, so it's not like she was working on it full time.
Are you really one under Trick Wonder working on a bridge book? That's cool. As you may know, based on my conversation with Larry Cohen about it, you are going to lose money on this publication, so good luck. But it's but it could be fun. No, of course not. Yeah, yeah. It's got a yellow cover, so it's basically the yellow pages for bridge. You can just look it
Yeah,
up and then call someone to have them tell you what the convention means.
yeah, it's totally insane project. And of course, a lot of people treat their notes as proprietary rights, so there's going to be some amount of system development that people don't want publicized.
That's true too. Yeah, that's one of the the challenges with getting any sort of system notes or system workups on some of these newer conventions is that, especially when you're in a well-established partnership, like you're playing a fun system, and you've spent a lot of time and put a lot of energy into designing all of the bids and follow-ups, like you do have to like alert and explain your bids to the opponents, and so the VuGraph operator gets that, and if you're on VuGraph, like people can in theory reverse engineer your conventions, but you shouldn't just be like giving away this information for free. So it's
Right.
tough
I mean,
to,
for a lot
yeah.
yeah, if you're a top expert pair, like it's a really valuable piece of intellectual property.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, you will learn and explain the bit as it comes up, but the full structure is going to be something that that you want to keep as secret as possible. And like whatever, it doesn't mean that you're bad on disclosure. It just means that you know as needed, but you don't want to be giving away anything more than you have to.
Super Gerber.
Oh, okay, yeah, I thought it was early '90s. That does match my recollection.
Super Gerber.
I would say like not maybe not so much secret as like quasi secret, or sort of you're telling people kind of what your general approach is, but you might have 100 pages of notes and you're not circulating those around freely. And when someone says, "Oh, like at the bar, what's your system?" And you're like, "Oh, we do this thing. It's really good," and tell them what it is.
Yeah, exactly. And I
I think
think
that is something like people are, you know, when you develop something that's new and good, definitely like people will be, promoting it to some degree, but there's obviously also just going to be some desire not to give everything away.
it is the intellectual property angle, of course, as you mentioned, that that it's right. It's like proprietary to your partnership, and you've spent a lot of time like trying to work out what you
Yeah.
think is best in these sorts of situations. And so, like when it comes to disclosure, I think that there is just this very subtle fine line between, like, you and your partner have these 100 pages of notes, you say, and you discuss, like, okay, we don't want to do this with, like, say, Queen Doubleton, but we will do it with Singleton King. I'm just making up a generic example or something like that. Like, you don't have to disclose that, even if that's, like, kind of an agreement, because, like, that, I think that's, like, going beyond what the bid means. Like, if your bid is invitational, then you make the bid with an invitational hand, and you don't have to, like, go over the 100 pages of notes when the opponents ask, like, well, what does invitational mean, sort of thing. But it's definitely a bit of gray area when it comes to disclosure in these spots. So I don't know the right solution to that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there is one. I think we all kind of know like who the good pairs in disclosure are and who the bad ones are, but it's as you say, there's a lot of gradations between the two.
Yeah. Yeah, One Under Trick Wonder says you can reverse engineer people's systems. I mean, that's what one of my friends did in high school. He reverse engineered Mextroth Precision, RM Precision, and had 1,000 pages of notes on their system in high school.
Yeah, and I think that's a pair where we actually could do it because even when you're in high school, they've been playing together at the top level for 25 plus years. So there were just a million hands to look at from, world championships, ACBL event write-ups, yada, yada. So, so much data going, so much data being available means you actually probably could come pretty close to the full system.
I mean, he did. He did have the full system. I think he said that there were 3 sequences at some point that he wasn't certain about. And so he ended up having like a detailed conversation with Mextroth, who was happy to. I mean, he, like, not at first, but after finding out that he had basically their entire system, he was happy to share the full system notes with them. So
I assume on the understanding that it would not be widely circulated.
yes.
Was that Drodge?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Seems like the kind of thing he would do.
It really does. So
Yeah.
we are still on break, apparently.
I know you're keeping up with him, like, in his Hanabi phase. Have you spoken to him lately?
What the fuck is this? We're done with round 10 now? I just refreshed the scoreboard, and we're through 10 rounds, but we're still stuck on Real Bridge. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Well, this is awkward.
Indeed.
I mean, we'll stick around here. Have I been keeping up with him? I mean, I think at some point a couple years ago, he was on to do some commentary with me, maybe for like a junior event. But no, he doesn't really play bridge anymore. I think he's been teaching some of his friends from like work how to play the game, but he doesn't really play. And yeah, he does play a lot of Hanabi. He's definitely one of the best Hanabi players in the world. So that's kind of cool. I mean, he loves System, and that is a great game for developing System.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and some of the New York people I know who've gotten into Hanabi have pretty detailed agreements about it.
So did they play just the baseline game, or did they play the more advanced stuff? Because they developed, and I mean, I played this on stream a while back at some point. There's a site where they've developed a bunch of different decks that have made the game much more challenging, because the top players in the world can basically win the base game 100%, very close to 100% of the time. And it's no longer challenging or fun. So they developed suits that have different rules about when you touch cards. I don't know if you know much about Hanabi, but
I mean, I know how to play the base game. I don't know I didn't even know there were variants, so I don't know the answer to that question.
Got it, got it. I suspect they probably play the base game. And I mean, the base game can be challenging and fun for bridge players, of course, because, you know, people like developing systems and trying to figure out how to win. But I mean, one of my favorite variants is this thing called Omni Null 3 suit. So Omni is a suit that no matter what clue you make, it touches an Omni card, regardless of rank. And regardless of whether you clue color or number. And then there's null, which is the exact opposite. Regardless of what clue you give, it does not touch this card. And it is still possible to win with one regular suit, one Omni suit, and one null suit. So 15 cards total that you need to score. It is still possible to win the game with this. If you have the right type of conventions, which is kind of, I mean, it's very challenging. Like, you're not going to win every time, but making the game a little bit more challenging with these different types of suits is actually super cool. And one of the things that I really enjoyed when I got into Hanabi, like over the pandemic a little bit, was when I mostly got into it. And that's when I reconnected with Draj.
He must still be in your area, right? Or in Maryland, I guess.
I think so, although I'm not certain. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what his living situation is, but I suspect that he's still local near me.
Well, meanwhile, I wonder if they just had pulled a plug for some dumb reason here, because, you know, we're probably done with round 11 at this point. Or
I know. It's you know, as mentioned, I mean, BBO just is unacceptable for running this event, so we just have to put it on Real Bridge, and like everything's perfect, as Jan says. So I don't know why we wouldn't trust her. Jan says that everything's working fine, and it feels very akin to the Trump administration right now. But was that mean? That was probably not mean. I think that's just fairly accurate based on what we're seeing. So I think
Yeah.
we just need to accept it. Like, this is the best that we've got. There's no way that we could do better. The Dow is above 50,000, you know? So like, how could things be better?
I think it might not be anymore, actually. But yes.
Yeah.
48,977.
Okay. Very good.
Yeah, possibly going lower. Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously I have no idea what the story behind whatever rift there was between the ACBL and BBO, but it does seem like these events have migrated to other platforms for good at this point.
Yeah, they definitely have.
It is a shame, you know. I think, you know, BBO certainly has its issues, but just by virtue of having been around for so long, they've worked out a lot of the kinks with Viewgraph Broadcast that, you know, we're obviously still seeing growing pains in some of these other platforms.
Well, I'll take a look at the scoreboard, I guess, for the time being, while we wait, hopefully, for the VU to get put back up. The Italian's still sitting in first, although it has gotten a lot closer. Now it looks like the high score is sitting around 56% for the session. So about 55, 56 for Bianchi and Tatalini.
There's that mean reversion we were talking about.
Right. Sprinkwitz and Van Oosten still up there in second. These guys have been fairly impressive from my perspective in a lot of these match point events. The Dutch guys here, I think I've seen this exact pair do very, very well in a bunch of the NABC match point things that have been broadcast. So they must be like a very talented match point partnership.
I think they're a fairly young pair, is that right?
Yes. Yeah. Which is strange because most of the younger players play nothing but teams. And so yeah, this I think is one of the main reasons why players like Mexstroth, Greco Hampson, Levin Weinstein, who basically grew up playing a bunch of match point pair games, I would expect to do a little bit better in some of these match point events. But Mexstroth and Rimstead have slipped. I mean, they're only 47, close to 48 on the day. They're in seventh right now. Grossack and McAllister sporting The second biggest game, it looks like, on the scoreboard currently with 56.4%. In eighth, Zamir and Toledano. Very good match point partnership as well.
Biggest. Oh, I see. Third place is 56.55. Yep.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
the Israelis
to
actually
10th
very
place.
close. Zamir, Toledano, and Payton up in 9th and 10th. Payton obviously playing in what looks like a sponsored partnership. Lincoln and Shearson down in 11th. Klukowski and Edmonds about halfway down the field. And Greco-Hampson not having a great first set, but plenty of time to catch up.
Yeah, I'm looking at No, I actually do not think that partnership in 10th place is sponsored. Lou was one of the people on that Plotnik team that won the spin gold last year.
Okay, got it.
So I think yeah, it was someone who was still resident in China, and Lou was in California, but I think they were a partnership in China. And I don't know, I had dinner with Plotnik during that event, because he and Franco were so close, and Brian was like, yeah, like we didn't know who they were, but someone good recommended them as a good addition. And in fact, that team did have a sponsor, was Wolfson. But yeah, like somehow, it's just some player who I think has not been active in the ACBL for all that long, but is, a legit expert.
Gotcha.
It's actually they've been playing NABCs for a few years now. I think that spin gold obviously was their best result, but they were in a Risinger, looks like, final at one point. Maybe not actually. Maybe they were not in a Risinger final, but they were. I'm just looking how they did in the Soloway. Looks like not very well.
I was looking at the
Anyway, yeah, I think
VuGraph.
Leo is an expert, is the bottom line.
Got it. I was looking at the VuGraph thread on bridge winners to see if there was any update. There has been no complaint that it is down, as well as no comment on it being down.
Yeah, and, I wonder if it's something just as stupid as they forgot to load in the full set of boards.
That's very possible. Yeah, I mean, like, we actually had a break this time at board 18. We had a break yesterday, though, and it wasn't a problem. I mean, yesterday's set, at least the first half that I watched and streamed, we didn't have too much of an issue with. But for whatever reason, today has not been very good in terms of the VuGraph coverage. Dublin, California. Yeah, there are a lot of U.S. cities named. I mean, you run out of names at some point, so you just have to pick something. And I guess it's pretty popular to choose an already named city elsewhere. At least that's what we did when America was originally founded. We would call places New York. So it's the newer version of York from the UK.
Yeah, I think Dublin is in the Bay Area, but I'm not positive.
I have no idea.
I mean, where I am, I live in Bushwick, Brooklyn, both of which are names that go back to the original Dutch settlers, in the early 1600s. Bushwick meaning like, the part of Brooklyn where there are a lot of trees.
Yeah, so you're right. Dublin is just east of San Francisco.
I don't know how much longer do you want to give this before we decide that they're not coming back.
I mean, I'm here all day, so you can
Sure.
You can head out if you want.
This is very pleasant.
But yeah, I do kind of expect that things are a bit stalled right now. I guess I would wait and refresh and see if round 11 of 14 pops up in terms of the scoreboard. But it is a little bit disappointing that we don't get to see the actual play of the hands. Oh, this is interesting. They actually had this results for the qualifiers and the semifinals. Like this website, there's a little drop down. It's not just the finals that's scored as a barometer. Huh.
Hey, the Bridge World will relaunch as a fully digital publication under the leadership of new editor-in-chief Adam Parrish. That's exciting.
Yeah, I saw that. I guess Gluebox's bid for taking over the Bridge World didn't go through.
Yeah, I didn't know what was happening behind the scenes, but I'm very happy that it will not cease publication because it really has been, just one of the indispensable publications. Like, I stopped subscribing some time ago because I just found myself not reading it. But even when I wasn't reading it, it was, a good publication. I was just too lazy.
Yeah. Yeah, these are the finals for the Platinum pairs today. So this is the first of 2 final sets. And then the players will have a bit, like, 1 hour break or so for lunch. And then they'll come back to play the final 26 boards after the break. So BZL says it's 1:30 now in St. Louis. That is correct. The delay is 15 minutes. And because they're playing 28 boards behind screens, it might run a little bit late. So the players it might be like a 4.5 hour set, and the players will have 30 minutes to get lunch, which, like, this is dumb, right? This is just dumb to have a 30-minute break for, like, food in between 2 sessions of bridge.
Really all? There's no way it's that short a break.
So the sessions are scheduled to be 10 a.m. and 3 p.m., which is, 5 hours between.
Oh, but the directors will just make an on-the-fly decision to change that.
Okay. I mean, if that's the case, that's fine. But that's currently what the schedule says.
I think it's a virtual certainty that the directors will just call an audible.
I hope so. Because that's just stupid. Like, a bunch of people just won't be able to get anything to eat. And you can't just play 2 full sessions of bridge, like, without eating something.
Yeah.
Like, I kind of understand it for team events because most of the top teams are expected to be 6-handed. I know we don't want to discriminate against 4-handed teams, but they could be. And so if you're playing on a 6-handed team, in theory, you should have time to get food when you're sitting out. So you don't need as much of a break. But here, BZL says this is 10 and 3:30. Okay. So it's actually a bit later.
Yeah, and so let's see, 14 rounds behind screens. Each round takes, I think the time control for screens is 9 minutes, maybe 8.5 minutes aboard. So, 17 minutes times 14 rounds plus 2 5-ish minute breaks. What does that get us to? It's, close to, but not quite 4 hours, if I did that correctly.
Right. In which case...
Actually about 4 hours, 15 minutes, I think. So it would be an hour and 15-minute break. That sounds about right.
Yeah.
I'll be back in moments.
Well, it does look as if we are not going to... Oh, I've been kicked out. Also, I can change my username. Okay, that was ineffective. So I got kicked out, but unfortunately it did not fix the problem. Yeah, now we have round 11 through. And the Dutch guys are up in first. Look at that. But oh my god. Palawan and Krikorian have a 57% game now. Where did they come from? They were the last qualifier. 0 carryover here. And yet they've moved up into 6th. McAllister and Grossack are up in 5th right now. What happened to Mextroth? They're down with a 47% game. They're in 8th. The Taiwan pair struggling a little bit. Heiberg, Evenstad, and Lehrman struggling a little bit. We shouldn't have been singing the praises of Mextroth. No, this is all Mikkel's fault. I mean, Mexstroth is really struggling to carry his sponsor here through to a victory. Very tough. Very tough. Zia and Giovanni in 15th. What I expect to be a top percentage in this field? I mean, generally in the platinum pairs, historically, it's about like 57 or so is like the is around the best percentage that anyone's going to score in a single session. So over 2 sets, maybe 55 is about right. The winning percentage score.
Yeah, I think like in the world of pairs in Sonya, there was a pair that I think was over 60%, but there are questions about how that was achieved.
Yes.
Wow, Krikorian and Palawan
I know.
climbing the ladder there.
Yeah.
Dr. Kevorkian.
Yeah, so a couple of the pairs that actually had a pretty strong carryover, Mexstroth and Rimstedt, Payton and Liu, kind of slipping a little bit with their 47% games on the day. But Van Oosten and Sprinkweetsen up there in first.
Yeah, wow. 1.21 match points ahead. Yeah, Medal and Bota after, I think, kind of being in the middle of the pack for a lot of the day have really climbed up here.
Yeah, must have had a couple of good rounds. I wish we could have seen them.
Yeah, nice to see the Silversteins getting a little positive reinforcement. They had been below 40% a lot of the day and must have had a big round or two to get up to 46.
Yeah, that is not a bad showing, but certainly, the last two bottom of the standings here, they've been struggling on the day.
Yeah, look at how tough an event this is, right? We saw this Taiwanese pair put up a very nice defense. The pair second to last is a world-class pair. Silversteins are excellent. Adam Kaplan fourth to last just won a Bermuda Bowl. Like, this is a really tough event. Greco and Hampson, 23rd place.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Greco and Hampson have really been struggling. I mean, they were one of the pairs that I would have expected to be close to a favorite in this field because they're one of the well-practiced partnerships in the field. But sometimes things just don't go your way.
Well, I think with that pair especially, like they're a much stronger in pair than match point pair, certainly. But also, we see Greco often comes into these tournaments a little cold because he's one of the few top level players who's not a full time player. And I think we've said this on the stream before that some of his teammates have said that often he kind of starts the week a little bit rusty, but by the end of the week he's playing the best of anyone on the team.
For sure. And I assume that they're still going to be on the nickel team for the upcoming Soloway. Or not Soloway, Vanderbilt, and they will likely be one of the top seeds, as they always are.
Yeah. Well, I mean, certainly that would be true since this is still part of the same cycle, but as far as I know, that team isn't making any roster changes. Maybe I'm wrong, actually. There were some changes at the top, right? I think the nickel team might have been immune to roster changes, though, with Levin and Weinstein and Greco and Hampson continuing on. I think the Fleischer team, I know, is changing the roster, as well as, I guess, Edmonds picking up the remnants of the Zimmerman team. Is that right?
I think so.
And I think starting in the summer, there may be some larger changes. Typically the tournament deals go from Spin Gold through Vanderbilt, so it would be common for any teams to make roster changes with the summer NABC. And I know there's at least one top team that's making one personnel change. This is really quite annoying. Particularly the ACBL seems committed to working with Real Bridge, and I like those guys. The people that run Real Bridge are friends, but this is now the second time in a row that it's been a failure as a view graph experiment.
Well, I know, and I mean, there's been a lot of this discussion, and one of the points that Andy brought up, the RealBridge Andy Bowles brought up, is just like it's not worthwhile for them to devote resources to making this a better viewing experience. Like he specifically
which
said
is
that,
fine.
which
Right.
right.
Which is totally fine. They can decide their own priorities, but then it's stupid for the ACBL to say we're going to use you anyway.
I agree. But that is not the direction the ACBL is going on it. Which, like, yeah, I mean, this is just, it's just kind of silly all around. And I mean, like, Adam Grossack and Adam Kaplan made some very good points in the thread, which have basically gone completely unnoticed and unaccepted. So
Yeah, I took a brief look at it, but didn't look that deeply. What did they say?
well, so Adam Grossack was basically like, look, the Real Bridge is not a pleasant spectator experience. We should be using BBO. And Jan basically was like, BBO doesn't do delay. Like, that was the response. And, you know, and then it's like, okay, well, that's fine. It doesn't contradict his point that Real Bridge is not a good viewer experience. And Adam Kaplan was like, well, you know, maybe if Real Bridge is willing to allow access to like their API, then some other programmer on their own time could like utilize that to like create a better VuGraph experience. And then the response to Kaplan's post was like, RealBridge has great programmers. Stop shit talking them. And I'm just like, dude, what the fuck? Like, it's really easy to just be like, here are some suggestions. Maybe we could try and implement something to make this better for spectators. But that is not what's going on. At least not currently.
I mean, I had seen Larry Cohen's comments about the whether the delay was really necessary, and I get why Jan and other people want the delay because, you know, I've said this before, it's not enough that the tournament be clean, it also has to be seen as clean. But he's right, you know, like if someone is really going to the bathroom, you know, secretly with their phone in their pocket to text their teammate who also is going to time it to go to the bathroom at the same time, and there happens to be some key moment, like, you know what, like life is just too tough. You know, like Larry's had far more, like Jan has more organizing experience, but Larry obviously has much more playing experience at the top level. You know, and if he thinks it's fine, then, you know, that's good enough for me.
Like, I mean, and that's my opinion, because Larry's first comment on that wasn't like, oh, you know, it's really difficult for someone to cheat. He was just like, don't we want the spectators to have a good experience when they're watching the game? And like, therefore, isn't it important for there to not be a delay so that people can watch in real time? Like, this has come up in my chat before, and people say that like chess tournaments are broadcast on a delay. So like, it's probably fine to have some sort of delay. Like, it's okay. But I agree with him that like, this isn't actually that big of a deal. I mean, like, I get where everyone's coming from. Like, I really do. But I also think, like, even if I was playing in the event, I would rather have, like, more broadcast, more exposure. I would have more sort of interaction with viewers than necessarily, like, making sure that it 100% is it's like difficult for someone to cheat, because like people can always cheat. Like the biggest cause of cheating is not from like people having electronic devices at the table. The biggest cause of cheating is like people having covert signals, right?
Right.
Like that's the main issue. And so is this delay solving that problem? No, of course not. So there's always going to be people who can cheat. Like, do I think that anyone in this field is cheating? I don't know. I mean, probably not, but like, it is always possible. But my suspicion is probably not. And like, so does that mean that we could stream this without delay? Yeah, probably. Like, I don't know, fix your fucking platform. That's what needs to happen.
I think there's a couple of pairs in this field that I would consider to have tempo issues and to not be actively ethical about failing to act on them. But like, yeah, no one's like scratching their head because they want a club lead.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I think right, like this hypothetical that Jan was saying. Well, you could take your phone into the can and text your teammates. Like, you know what, like you can, but come on, like the circumstances have to line up perfectly, and you know what, like no one's doing that.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Like, fine. I mean, I think the bigger danger isn't that you text your teammate, the club finesse is losing. The bigger danger is that midway through the third quarter, you text your teammate, we're having a really horrible set, and now they can start swinging to adjust for it. But, like, whatever. It's just, these things just aren't that big a deal.
Oh my God.
Yeah, meanwhile, we do not have round 12 up yet, a little surprisingly, but I guess I actually haven't been tracking how long we've been sitting here not watching Bridge.
No, I've been refreshing every once in a while, but yeah, we don't have round 12.
Yeah, yeah, I just didn't make a timestamp the last time that we got an update, so I don't actually know how long it's been.
Yeah, it's totally fair, Eric, to like as long as you implement the delay well. Like I think it's important to have the broadcast, whatever that is, whether it's my stream or the ACBL's stream or whatever is broadcasting the event, to be able to have some sort of continuous production, right? Like this is unacceptable. What we're doing now is unacceptable. If this was delayed like 2 hours and I covered the event like 2 hours afterwards, like that's okay. I mean, it would be a little bit annoying that like the winners get posted on Bridge Winners midway through the fourth or the final segment, because then people would get spoiled. But you can turn off Twitter or turn off Bridge Winners and just tune into the broadcast and find out who won. Like I do think that it is better to have broadcasts happen in real time, which was Larry Cohen's point. But it's fine to do the thing with delay. Like it wouldn't severely impact the viewer experience. I think it would only be like a small negative, but like you just can't like split the middle here and be like, we're going to do a little bit of delay and our thing is not going to function properly like 80% of the time. So
right. I mean, I think the ideal would be a very brief delay, the absolute minimum required for event security, and no mid-event hiccups. And like we're having mid-event hiccups here. The last one with Robert was a complete disaster because it was implemented so poorly. Like if the choice is between real-time no hiccups and delay hiccups, then you know what? Like real-time no hiccups, and if there's a minor security issue, so be it. Like promoting Bridge has to be, a top priority, and I think the organizers just don't really see it that way.
Yeah, it's it's like they're competing objectives, and they have this big push for like, and I think this might be a little bit of recency bias that there's just so many recent cheating scandals. I mean, in the early parts of this decade, where people are like, well, we have to go above and beyond to make sure that there's no cheating in our events. And like, which is fine. Like, that's good. But then they're like, well, we also need to grow the game. How do we do that? Oh, well, like, look, we want to grow the game, but we want to hear your ideas as long as they don't compromise the integrity of the event, because that's the most important to us. So, yeah.
Yeah, and event integrity is really important, but I think like Larry's point is like there's a minor integrity difference between real time and delay and a major spectator experience difference. So,
yes,
I think that trade-off is worthwhile, even knowing that yes, it does affect the integrity of the event to a minor degree.
I mean, I agree.
It's just like, what? I just don't think it's a big deal.
Right. Like, I completely agree. It sounds as if Adam Kaplan doesn't agree. It sounds as if he, based on his comments on the thread, he prefers the integrity front and foremost, at all cost sort of thing, which is totally fine. I accept that viewpoint, but I do think he's wrong, and I do think the ACBL is wrong. But that's just my opinion on it. Like, there's always going to be a trade-off whenever you make a decision like this. Like, you can't always please everyone. But yeah, especially as a broadcaster, like as someone who now no longer plays in like competitive bridge events, I very much do prefer to have a better spectator experience.
Yeah, and I think, like, as you say, the vast majority of threats to event integrity are not coming from these weird hypotheticals. They're coming from someone moving the train a certain way.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like William One Trick Wonder, it wasn't just the cheaters were winning; it was that everyone knew that they were cheating. But if you made the accusation, you were the one punished, not the cheaters. Like it was just, this whole, um, you know, like flawed approach to game integrity, and I think eventually became so rampant that first it couldn't be ignored anymore, and the accusation finally came with enough evidence behind it that they did something about it. But like everyone knew that Fantoni and Nunes were cheating from the first tournament they won in 2002, right? In Montreal, it was obvious they were cheating, but no one knew the code. So if you said this pair is cheating in a formal setting and couldn't back up the accusation, you were the one who was sanctioned, not the cheating pair, right? Everyone knew Fischer and Schwartz were cheating. But again, like the accusation was considered the infraction, not the cheating.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but Eric, like, to prove yes, like, to establish beyond a reasonable doubt, I think not. Like, that's the thing,
It
like, maybe that was the category error that the organizations wanted proof, and the world should have been happy with even a preponderance of the evidence standard or a reasonable doubt standard. Like, you can look at the hands, and you know what? Like, you look at enough Fisher Schwartz hands, you don't need to know the code to know that it wasn't above board.
right. Yeah. I mean, I think that's if anyone's familiar with computer science, this is the um, checking a solution to a problem versus finding the solution to a problem issue. Like one of those
Right.
is vastly more complicated. And so like if you know how someone's cheating, like if you know the code, then you don't need a lot of data to prove that this is what's going on. It's very simple. But to find the code, if you don't know what you're looking for, then it's way more difficult. And yeah, kind of as Craig was saying, like it's very obvious to expert players that someone is cheating, but when it comes to any sort of like legal action, it's you require the way that the bridge community has been set up on this, at least over the years, you require a demonstration of their signaling method to be able to prove that they are cheating in like a court or some sort of like official context. And without that, even if you know that they're cheating, you can't get any sort of legal consequences brought against them. Has been the kind of the way things have worked over the years. So even though it was obvious that Fischer and Schwartz were cheating or Fantoni and Nunes were cheating, because like experts could look at basically any hand and be like, well, this is cheated.
Right.
Like without the actual knowledge of how they were cheating, there was no way to enforce anything or any sort of actions taken against them.
Yeah, I think it's particularly a problem when the administrators of the event are not experts themselves. So they just look and see, like, wow, like Fisher and Schwartz make a lot of really good decisions. And the experts playing the event know they're making all these really good decisions for illegitimate reasons, but the organizers aren't qualified to look and see that, right? They're just looking and seeing, like, wow, like these guys get every hand right. Like they must be really good. And they sort of see this feedback loop where, like, they get every hand right and win every event, and it must be because they're the best experts. Because if you're an amateur, you're not really qualified to look at it and say, well, this is ridiculous. Like, they're not getting these right for bridge reasons. They're getting these right for external reasons. But the organizers who were making the determinations about whether it's legitimate or not weren't qualified to make that determination. I mean, that's been a huge change, right? That now there are these expert credential committees and all that, um, you know, judging these players by expert standards, which I think for a lot of reasons, for a lot of years, you weren't catching these people because the people judging legitimacy weren't qualified to. So, like, you could have every expert know that Fisher and Schwartz were cheating, but they bring it to the organizers, and the organizers say, "No, prove it." They're just really making, they're just making really good decisions all the time. And
Right.
you're like, "Well, we can't prove it. We just know."
Yeah, exactly.
And like,
Yeah,
we just know is a perfectly good standard at the expert level, but I think it wasn't really understood that that was the case.
for sure. Um, and yeah, thank you, Will, for telling me that we're in round 12 of 14 has been completed, so we have new standings. I mean, not much has changed, but Madala and Bota have moved up into second currently.
Yeah, I mean, not just frustrating because we're losing events, but like, these pairs cheated other experts out of millions and millions of dollars, and win bonuses and getting to raise your rate because you had won events that actually cheaters were winning. I mean, it really had an enormous effect on the economy of top level bridge, and like frustrating because you're losing the events, but also really frustrating because it cost people their livelihoods.
Exactly. Yeah, that's one of the main reasons why a lot of like actual criminal charges were brought. I think I don't actually know, but I think there were criminal charges brought against Fisher Schwartz and the Israeli system. There might have been some brought against
And like,
Nunez.
like yeah, like if you were like one of their sponsors and won an event and had the win taken away from you, probably you had grounds to sue them. But like, good luck. How much recovery was there going to be? They've already spent the money,
Yeah, for sure. Um,
and also
yeah,
like, good luck chasing it through the Italian courts.
right, right. So yeah, Eric. I mean, one of the things that I would say is that I totally hear your opinion on this, and I think that it's certainly a reasonable stance to take, right? The ACBL has taken this stance. I think they're just going about it wrong because like the whole delay and removing electronic devices is not the main concern for cheating. If the ACBL was like, we're going to put players on tablets in separate rooms, then that would solve the cheating problem. Well, it would solve the bigger concern for the cheating problem, right? Like a
Right.
bunch of players have said that the USBF trials, the way that it's run with the tablets and separate hotel rooms and whatever, is an effective way to combat this sort of cheating, like illicit signals and stuff, information being passed, tempo issues, all of that sort of stuff can be done by enforcing this sort of setup. But that's not what the ACBL is doing. The ACBL is heavily focused on this sort of delay being enforced on events for spectators, and like that's just not the main problem. Like I would totally be with you. Like I wouldn't love that when it comes to the game if we move towards all tournaments are played on tablets and whatever in separate rooms. Because I personally tend to get a decent read on my opponents when I'm sitting at the table with them, and that would remove some of the skill, like the poker aspect of the game, which I tend to be a little bit better than others at. But if that is one way to actually actively make sure that people are not passing illicit information in a partnership based on table action. So I would totally get it if the ACBL was like, let's enforce this at all costs. But that's not what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, it is, every time people suggest playing a tournament with electronic devices instead of cards, they'll post it on Bridge Winners. There'll be like 100 comments like, no, no, it's a card game. You have to play with cards. It's not like, and it is the same game.
Right.
Like, it's fine. Like, I would rather play with physical cards too, like, partly for familiarity, partly, because part of me feels that way. But you know what? Like, tablets are better for event security. They're better for analysis after the fact. Like, if the cost of that is we play the game in a slightly different way than they did when Harold Vanderbilt was on his cruise ship, who cares?
Yeah. That
To me,
seems
like
totally legitimate.
yeah, I mean, I think the different room thing I'm a little less comfortable with, but it's such an upgrade in security that I think it's a reasonable trade-off.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not what's happening. And I mean, I would honestly say that that's just infeasible based on the ACBL's budget, right? Like the USBCs,
Sure.
they like buy out this entire hotel or whatever to do the thing. For the NABCs, like there are just so many people that, and they run so many national events. Like, what are we gonna do this for the entire platinum pairs and the imp pairs?
Right.
And like the entire round of 64 for the Vanderbilt, all while having all of these other events going on at the same time. Like that's just going to be so many rooms.
Yeah, I mean the day will come fairly soon. I think that the ACBL or that basic functional tablets will be cheap enough that they could, but I bet they still won't. Like I think the day will come that there's a perfectly adequate $50 bridge tablet, and you buy them once and use them at every event. And meanwhile, I don't know what you think about the proposal to have kind of stripped down nationals 2 out of 3 NABCs.
I don't know what the proposal is. I saw that Aaron Jones wrote a very, very angry rant on bridge winners, and he tends to do that sometimes and doesn't really get his point across too well. So in that thread, there were a bunch of people who were like, well, we haven't heard what the proposal is. So I don't know, right? Like I personally, well, since I'm not really competing anymore, it doesn't matter to me all that much. I generally speaking prefer to have prestigious events. So if the ACBL is removing the prestige from events, which seemed to be Aaron's complaint, then I would not personally like that.
So I think the proposal was basically to have only prestige events at the spring and fall nationals, no more giant convention NABCs for those, and then summer would be kind of the more familiar looking top tier events, and then a million regionals and gold rush pairs and other events going on. But that the spring and fall would look more like the European Championships, where it's top tier events only. Which I think I've been saying for years that I thought that was the way of the future for NABCs. That when I started playing 30 years ago, for you 20ish years ago, there would be like a lot of old people in RVs coming to this thing to play Gold Rush pairs and whatever. And like now it's 30 years on, those people either have passed away or just can't afford to do it 3 times a year. But the ACBL is still locked into these terrible buy out the entire hotel convention style contracts, which makes no sense. So, for summer, fine. School's out, so there's both more students going to these things, but also families are more able to travel. But spring and fall, like it just doesn't make sense to have planning for 3 or 4 thousand people when in fact you're only getting 1,000 or 1,500. You know.
Yeah, it's true. I would still like to see
For
exactly
a
what the
regional, there's a
proposal
million
is.
regionals.
Right.
Like there's no shortage of bridge to be played throughout the year. The NABCs don't need to be regionals with prestige events attached to them when they can, be their own thing. And also, besides getting more flexibility in convention space, like you could do it in a lot more cities because you could, pick your venues based on tables for 500 or 750 people instead of 2 or 3 thousand.
That makes a lot of sense.
I don't know. I know, Franco was on the committee that was studying these different things, and I think I don't really know because I only kind of chatted with him briefly about it, but my impression was, first and foremost, it just has to do with the economics of running these things, which really don't make sense 3 times a year. Like there was talk of doing only 2 NABCs a year, and I think that was a much less popular proposal than just changing what it means to be an NABC.
I didn't realize Argentina's country code was AT.
I thought that was Austria.
Well, they have it currently as, so it says Buenos Aires AT for Medalla.
Oh, I see. Not there. Iran.
Yeah, it's not like their internet code, but just like, is this really the way
the
that
country
Argentina is
abbreviation.
referred to? No, they have it as AR.
International postcode.
It's supposed to be AR.
Would it make sense?
Like, that's what I would have thought. Why does the ACBL have it as AT?
I mean, why do they do anything right? Move past it.
That's fair. Oh, because of states, because AR is Arkansas.
Oh, I see. Buenos Aires, Arkansas.
Yeah, that's also true. NN is Netherlands. Like, what the fuck is NN? Okay, fine.
And I guess maybe they're tied to two-letter code, so it can't be ARG.
Yeah. Okay.
Wouldn't NN be New Netherlands, which is now called New York?
Huh.
Yeah, like personally, I actually think I would be more excited to go to a, stripped down NABC, if there was a guarantee the way the Europeans and Worlds have of playing top level bridge every day. Because, like, there's nothing worse than going to one of these things, getting knocked out of the event, and it's like, oh, you want to play the regional Swiss? Like, not really.
That's true. Yeah.
So I thought New Amsterdam was New York, but New Netherlands was the entire colony, which included part of New Jersey. The area of New Jersey that I grew up in was originally Dutch. They're actually still descendants of the original Dutch settlers that I went to high school with.
Look at this, round 13 of 14. McAllister and Grossack making a big push. They have a 59% game, as well as Toledano and Zamir, also very close to 59% on the set. But Sprinkwitz and Van Oosten still in the lead by a full board over the field. Bota and Medalla up in fourth. Mexstroth and Rimstedt, despite a slightly below average 49.86% game, they are in fifth currently with their big carryover. Payton and Liu also close to average, but again, big carryover. They're in sixth on the day. Donati and Mahmoud have moved all the way up into seventh. They had a big last round. The Italians have fallen. Bianchi and Tattalini, they're in eighth.
Wow, yeah, after leading the event for a decent part of the first set.
Yeah. So,
You can see the power of carryover, where the pairs in fifth and sixth place are below average, but had the top, two of the top three carryovers.
yeah, they'll have a good day today, and they'll definitely finish top 10 as long as they don't have a disaster anywhere. But to win the event, you do still need to have some good sessions in the finals. Carryover doesn't do everything for you. So,
Yeah, and certainly, things have widened out a bit. A round or two ago, the spread between first and 10th place was a board and a half, and now it's more than two full boards. First place is 12 match points out of second. But, I think the spread between first and 10th, when I looked after maybe round 10, was 22 match points, and now it's, a full 30.
yes. Yeah, that's true. So the field is getting a bit of separation, but it is still almost anyone's game. I mean, it's going to be hard to come back from last and make a push for the for first place, but it's kind of doable. I mean, it's good to see that the Nordic guys, Heiberg Evenstad and Lehrman, have turned their game around a little bit, but of course they came in with almost no carryover, and they're still below average on the first set, putting them close to last, but they're not that far behind the field anymore, whereas the Taiwanese pair is not having a good showing for the day. But the two boards we saw them play, they actually played fairly well. So...
Fucking Nifty must have had a rough round, because I had seen them, I think, in about 15th place not that long ago, and now they're third to last.
Yeah, 45%, in a field that is this strong, 45 is going to be close to the low end of the scoreboard, which we can see, despite that one kind of outlier at 37%. The lowest score beyond that is like 44 and change. So,
Yeah, I think, as good as Klukowski is, falling from second to 19th place. I mean, it's first, it's only two and change boards. That spread just isn't nearly as large as it looks. But, like I don't know much about Edmund's game, but, I've talked to people who've played in this particular final for the first time in their lives, and I believe she is doing so today. It's just really hard. I mean, I think, even if you play behind screens before, it's still, an adjustment if you're not totally used to them the way some of these other experts are. And it's just a really, really tough day of bridge. In a different way from playing in the late round of a Spin Gold or Vanderbilt. Because in those events, you're playing against the same pair all day long. You get a little used to the rhythms of the game, you get used to their system. Here, you're playing a world class person every round, and it's a world class person doing something different. It's very disorienting.
yeah, I'm going to quickly check on this because I thought Klukowski and Edmonds might have played this event last year. Let me see.
Yeah, they might well have. I mean, he's been playing high level bridge for a few years, but it just takes time to get into you know the right headspace in these events if you're not playing them multiple times a year.
She did play the
Particularly
Platinum
Paris.
Pairs last year.
Did they make the final?
She played 3 days worth of Platinum Pairs and ended up finishing in 20th place last year with Klukowski. Yeah.
That is an extremely respectable result. I mean, like in a pair game, it doesn't matter who you're playing with. You still have to hold up your side of the table.
Yeah, for sure. So they
Team
had,
game, you're playing one out of four people at a given time, and only half the boards over the day. Is your minimum. Like pairs, you play every board and you make half the decisions. You can maybe, let your partner declare a few more um, you know, than necessary, but like, there's kind of nowhere to hide.
yeah, and last year, Van Oosten and Sprinkweetsen finished second in the Platinum Pairs. But it looks like they were two full boards behind Rosenberg and Mahmoud, who won the event at the end of the day.
Last year was 2 years ago that Wooldridge and Minyaki won. And I guess they didn't qualify this year. Oh no, they're there in 18th place.
Yeah, they finished in 12th last year, Minoki and Wooldridge.
Yeah, I think the
Shearson
year
and
they won it was a
Lincoln.
pretty big result, but that is an effective pair, especially at match points. Yeah, Zamir and Toledano climbing the ladder in third place now.
Mexroth finished in
59
dead last year, playing with Teba.
playing with. Yeah, I mean, like that's it, right? And fine, another unpracticed partnership, but two great players. Like, I don't know. I mean, that was below their expectation, I think, but like it can just happen even to a pair like that. Nothing. Like it's just everyone is really good. Some days you're just going to be on the wrong side of a bunch of things, and that's that.
Well, the Dutch guys sitting in first. I mean, it would be nice for them to win the event, considering they were so close last year.
Second
Still,
McAllister pulling up to 59 and then change on the match point score in second place in standings.
yeah, yeah. I
They
was
must have had
pretty
a
sure
huge
I saw
round.
this Dutch pair do fairly well on match point events. So maybe it was last year's Platinum Pairs that I'm remembering, but it could also have been like
Yeah, maybe the
something
Europeans
else
or
that was
something.
broadcast, like Blue Ribbons. I don't remember if Blue Ribbons was broadcast at the NABC last year.
Well, the Blue Ribbons isn't really a prestige event anymore because of the Soloway.
I know, but I I have some weird recollection that, or maybe I just pulled up the standings and those guys were in it last year. But yeah, I do have the feeling that I've seen these guys in a lot of match points events doing fairly well. So,
Do you know who they play for in the team events?
so they have been on Team Ash, which tends to be like a 30 seed in a lot of these, like Spin Gold, Vanderbilt sort of things. I don't know if they're still playing on Team Ash, but they might be. McAllister is a sort of sponsor. Yes, he is a sort of sponsor. That is correct.
He's, a good player certainly, and obviously very into bridge and doing a lot for the game. But yeah, he's I'm sure he's sponsoring Grossack in this event.
Yep.
But John can play.
He plays every single board because he really enjoys playing the game. I mean, he's one of the few sponsors who mostly is in it because he wants to like play. I think a lot of sponsors are in it because they like the feel of winning events. But John, that's not his top priority. Like, he wants to learn. I'm not sure anymore. I mean, when I played with him, he definitely wanted to learn. And so his main objective was not necessarily to win or to get good results. He really cared about like trying to improve, which is, I think, admirable. Most sponsors are not like that, for sure.
Yeah.
But
And I think he's also someone who, like, even when he was kind of still learning the game and not playing at the level of his teammates, had the analytical skills that if he sat down and went over the hands, he knew what was going on. So I think, if you're going to enjoy that part of the game, of course you play every board.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So
He's,
we'll see him later. He's going to be on
he's
some
become a pretty
four-handed
good player.
team playing in the Solways. So
I mean, yeah, we watch them have some pretty good result a couple of tournaments ago. I forget exactly what.
I don't remember who he was playing with. He might have been playing with the kids, Silverstein.
I think he was on the. I think he was on one of the Silverstein teams that had
Right.
a really nice result.
Yeah.
Yeah, John, like you were playing with him fairly early in his career, but we watch him play a lot. He's a good player.
Yeah, it's been
Doing a
15
lot out.
years. So, I mean,
Right.
I was his first partner. And
Yeah,
so,
yeah, when you were both in Charlottesville.
yeah, that was back in 2009, maybe 2009, I think.
Sounds about right.
So it's been 17 years or 16 years or so that he's been playing.
Yeah, and you were probably playing with him, the first year that he was playing Tournament Bridge, right? So of course,
Yes.
very different, very different skill set then and now.
You didn't know that I had such a personal history? Yeah. I mean, I used to play bridge, so I know that it doesn't seem like it since all I do is stream nowadays, but it was the case that I used to play bridge.
Yeah, I found, I'm skipping this NABCs, obviously, probably going to go to Minneapolis, but I found, I just enjoy, like, random events less and less. Like, I like playing the World Championships if I can get there. I like playing in the very top NABC events. If someone asked me to play in the New York City Regional, I'll probably play, but it's a social thing, not because I'm so excited just to be at the bridge table. And, like 20, 25 years ago when I was relatively new to the game, like, I really loved playing regardless of the level of the event, and now I just don't.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think a lot
Yeah,
of
it's just
bridge players go through that sort of phase of their career where it's like, at some point, it's no longer all that enjoyable just to like show up and play. You want to have some serious reason to be there, whether that's like competing for a top position in a prestigious event or because you really enjoy the partner you're playing with. So
Yeah, and I think, and also just the Kind of the experience of playing in ACBL events just isn't that good, which is a big thing for me. Like, you play in the Worlds and presumably the Europeans, and like the directors are better and everything is behind screens and they're, in more interesting venues like going to regionals or NABCs in cities that I don't like to play in events that aren't particularly well run. Like, I don't know, like it's just not that, if the trappings aren't enjoyable, then, what am I doing there?
It's very generic, right? Like that was one of the things why I actually enjoyed that tournament in Mexico, because like that was kind of cool. It was also like Mexico during the winter, so it was a big change in
Right.
weather for me, going from like freezing cold to like 90 degrees outside or 85 degrees outside. And I had never been to Mexico, so that was kind of nice.
Yeah, nor have I. Yeah, like, right. So being in like, Toronto or Chicago or one of these really top tier cities that I'm excited to be in, like, great, I can go and like you play in a couple of top events and then you enjoy the experience of being there. Or like, for the World Championships, kind of the same, like Philadelphia is like that, where being in Philadelphia is really nice. So, you can kind of like make it work as a holistic experience, but like kind of Memphis, St. Louis, some of these cities are the opposite of that, where the playing experience is kind of unpleasant, the hotels suck, and the city isn't a great place to be spending your time. It's like, okay, if it doesn't check off any box, why am I wasting my time and money doing this?
For sure. For sure. Yeah. I guess I wonder what the perspective is from a lot of Europeans, because I mean, like maybe like going to play a tournament in Copenhagen is not that enjoyable for people who live close by. But
I don't know. I mean, I think, virtually all these European cities are interesting destinations. So, yeah, like you can go, and first of all, they're easy to get to, right? Because, the travel in Europe is so much easier than it is in North America. Like, you go to these cities, the restaurants are better, the cities are just nicer and more pleasant. They're more walkable, where a lot of these spread out American cities, you're kind of trapped at the host location.
that's true. Yeah, America is a little bit complicated like that. That there's not
Right. It's
great
like,
public transport in a lot of our cities. So,
yeah, and even, even if there is some public transport, the cities are just pretty spread out. I mean, obviously those go together. Spread out cities are less likely to have transit, but like that's why Chicago and Toronto are great. Yeah, I mean, look, I spent a lot of last year in Europe, and I find European cities more livable for me, particularly because I don't have a car. But yeah, like, New York works for me for that reason. That New York's a city that's pretty compact, has great public transit, and I can get around quickly and easily, which is not the case for your St. Louis's and Memphis's and cities like that. DC, like I love living in DC for that reason. That you know, it's a compact city that's pretty easy to navigate. For you too, right? Like I don't know if you have a car, but you don't need one.
it's true. I mean, ever since I've gotten gotten close to DC, I'm still on the Virginia side, but I can go like a month without needing my car for anything. It's very easy to get around.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, like, when I'm thinking about cities that I want to visit for bridge, it's just like I know I'm not going to be playing every day, so what I'm doing on the other days is a really important consideration.
For sure. Yeah. That is definitely one of the things. I know a lot of players like to believe that they're going to play every day of every national event, but even for the top players in the world, as we've already seen for the platinum pairs, like a lot of them got knocked out yesterday and they have today off. I mean, maybe
Yeah,
their
although
sponsors will enforce them playing some sort of regional pair game or some, not regional pair, regional team game, Swiss or whatever. But they could also just take the day off and go explore. And in St. Louis, I
well,
mean, there's, I don't know, a little bit of something to do. in St. Louis?
I don't know. There's the Arch, but I think
Yeah.
also, for a lot of these pairs, if you're not playing in the Platinum with your Vanderbilt partner, or even if you are, if you have today off, probably Notes Boot Camp is a better use of your time than playing in some regional Swiss.
It certainly would be, but that it all depends on your sponsor, right? Like sometimes a sponsor will just want to play
Sure.
some sort of like warm up Swiss or whatever. They're like, hey, we've been playing pairs for 2 days. Like, let's get our Swiss muscles moving. And you're like, sure, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Yeah, we'll do it. I'm excited. Can you tell the excitement from my voice? Yeah, I mean, you're
Well,
right.
and I guess that can actually be okay because I don't know what the format's going to be like this week, but very often the first day of the Vanderbilt's a bye day for the vast majority of top teams. So if they really need a boot camp day, they can do it then too.
Hey, Vicky, so what happened to kibitzing? This is the full kibitzing experience. Are you
Yeah,
disappointed?
Real
If
Bridge cut us off after the first 10 rounds. The
if
first
you're
9
after
rounds, I think.
18 boards, yeah, we watched 9 rounds, and if you're not having a great time, maybe express your frustration to someone who's in charge of running the event. There happen to be some threads on Bridge. You know what? Maybe we actually have some angry threads on Bridge winners by now. We got here. Hold on. Real Bridge crashed question mark. Anybody know what's going on with Real Bridge? We're stuck at the end of round 9 in the first session of K Platinum Pairs final. Scores are posted as of round 12. It's actually round 13 by now. Hope it's resolved before the final session. Me too. 26 minutes ago. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Should you do that? I mean, it's up to you. Like, I don't think that anything is going to be fixed. Like, it's not like someone is going to be miraculously working behind the scenes to make sure that any sort of problems that are happening are going to get resolved. So we will either have a full session for the final or not. And it's out of our control. But maybe if there's enough voices that are disappointed in this, we can get we can get them to change the platform for the next time that we kibitz. Maybe we'll move to Lovebridge. Honestly, Lovebridge would be very preferable to this because Lovebridge's interface is very pretty. I like Lovebridge's interface.
Yeah, they've used it for the World Championships pretty effectively.
Yeah.
I think just, kind of just generally gets back to, we've said this over and over again pretty much every time we do one of these streams that the organizers just don't appreciate that if you want to grow the game, the only way to do it is by having a good online spectator experience. And, I think their attitude is that, like, it's a nice thing to do for their fans. I don't think they realize how critical it is to their viability.
I agree. Yes. So I do feel like I should bring it up every single time though, because maybe we have new viewers. Maybe we have viewers who are like, this isn't such a big deal, but I agree with you that I don't think it's the only way to grow the game, but it is definitely one of the most productive ways to grow the game to have ways that people can tune in online. So for someone who's like not sure about committing to go and turn up and play in a big event, they can watch first and be like, oh, so this is what it looks like. There's a bunch of people in the chat like saying 6, 7 and stuff. Like, this is fun. I want to get involved. And then they can travel and start playing in tournaments. And I mean, that's one of the ways to attract new players.
And just, like, there's that, but also, like, you built this really nice online community, and, like, was it Chicago when you went? Like, you had a meet and greet for friends of the stream. Like, it's a lot more pleasant to go to these things if you already know that you're going to know some people, and, building an online community is one way to do that.
Right, for sure. Well, round 13 of 14.
I mean, it is true. A video feed would obviously be more complicated to organize, but a nice a nice adjunct to these just table view live streams or
Well, I
I guess
mean,
just
that's
video streaming. Yeah.
so yeah, that's one of the things I talked about yesterday because like when I was doing the Bermuda Bowl with the WBF, we had like the European events that the WBF organizes have live camera feeds of the events. And so we were able to we had like the hand on one side of the screen and the actual table with all four players and of course the screen in the middle, but like we could see the players, like we could see when Finn Kolesnik like led the ace of clubs against 6 no trump and Kaplan encouraged and then Finn switched and declared claim 12 tricks. Like, and we could see how like Finn behind screens, like he head in hands, like he was devastated by this result. And like, that's super cool because like, that's what people want to see. They want to see the drama. They want to see the players' emotional reactions to stuff. Right. That's really important. So I agree that I think having a camera feed would be helpful. And obviously the WBF is already doing it. Like the ACBL should just do that.
Yeah, I think the ACBL particularly has been very, very slow to recognize how important that this kind of thing is. The WBF took a while, but they seem to be getting it. The ACBL, like, when they were doing their, only our geriatrics can cover the event kind of thing. And they've gotten a little bit about that with letting Rob Barrington take control, and he's very good at it. But, really, really took them a while to understand that this is just how the world works now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, right, they film everything for security purposes, but, spectators, like, they want to see these guys with their heads in their hands, like, agonizing over what card to play. Like, we can talk about how they're agonizing over it, and I think you and I both have a pretty good mental picture of what's happening, but it's just no substitute for the actual feed.
Absolutely. I mean, it was wonderful being able to do commentary on the Bermuda Bowl when I could see like what was happening at the table. Like, and it's even just like a player detaches a card from their hand and puts it back. Like then that makes it, well, easier for me, but also then I can like point that out and be like, look at that. Like, he's really trying to think through whether or not switching to this diamond is the right play. That sort of thing. So it was, I think that was a wonderful experience for spectators. I don't know what everyone else thought, if people were just like, whatever, it was just another bridge event and fine. But I thought it was awesome doing the Bermuda Bowl with that. So hopefully we'll continue doing more of that in the future. I mean, I think the WBF was very pleased with the way that thing went. I haven't talked to them since. I should probably reach out and check in with them. One Under Trick Wonder, you liked it as well. That's good. Yeah, so hopefully we'll get some more of that because, if the ACBL isn't doing it and the WBF does, that's great. Maybe the WBF can have a very popular live stream community and hopefully I'll be a part of that. But if not, at least they're doing the right thing and trying to bring a better spectator experience for all of the fans that are watching online.
Yeah, like, right. It's, I think sort of the ACBL is doing it from this point of view of like the documentary experience. And I think a lot of spectators want the dramatic experience and, having the video feed gives you the drama and not just the documentary aspect.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who've been relying on these, like, I would call them newspaper articles or journal write-ups of hands, and that's how they've gotten all of their like bridge info in the past, from like Mark Horton and who are the people like Barry
Mark
Regal,
people like that.
Those sorts of people who write these articles, Mel Colchmiro and whatever, and so people are used to it. And that's why I think a lot of them are just like, oh, well, this is fine. Like, this is how I've been seeing what happens in major events for a long time.
Yeah, that's what I mean by the documentary experience.
Yes.
That, what's important is the play record, and actually what's important to the spectators is, the tension.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Right. Like there needs to be some sort of an emotional investment from viewers for people to want to watch. And so that's kind of my job as like a commentator, is to provide some sort of emotional investment to the viewers. Be like, well, are they going to hang on to this lead, or are these last couple of boards going to really turn the other way? There could be a part score battle on this final deal, something like that. And it's a lot easier to do that if there's actual video feed of what's going on. So anyway.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, the experience is better than it was. Well, I mean, other than obviously, you know, the platform not being totally suitable. But, you know, at its best, the experience is better today than it was a few years ago. And a couple of years from now, maybe it'll be better than today.
I hope so. Yeah, One Under Trick Wonder says,
Yeah.
imagine having the Chess World Championship
Right.
without cameras. I mean, right, like all of these. So I mean, I stopped following chess for a long time. Like, I don't think I followed chess at all when I was in college. I didn't really follow chess much when I was playing bridge professionally. But I got back into it about 5-6 years ago or something like, oh, let's just call it 6 or 7 years ago, because that's more of a meme. And it's kind of night and day between having just like a board where, like, if you're watching the World Championships, because I think this happened in the 90s. Like, in the 90s, there was coverage of the chess World Championships, but when you would see the games being played, if you were online, there wasn't like a live video feed. It was just like you could see the board, and every 15 minutes a new move would be made. And so like you would kind of have to, it was like silent, there was no commentary sort of thing. So nowadays, with just like the actual in-studio view where you have like the commentators and they have the analysis boards, but then on the side, they'll have the camera for the players at the table. And once again, you can see like when Magnus smashes his fist against the table after his opponent like sacrifices a rook or something, we want to see that. Like, those are the viral moments. You got to stream for the viral moments. That's the most important thing of content creation. Like, not everything's going to be viral, but you have to play for that. And it's a lot easier when you can see the people's reactions, players' reactions.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, there's more money behind chess, but, you know, these things go together. Like, you know, chess has more money because it's a more exciting spectator experience. And also, I think just because it's, you know, a more famous game with a longer history and more mystique to it. But, you know, like, they've also done a much better job of understanding what the public wants out of the experience of watching a chess world championship.
No, BZL, even without the cameras, we would for a fact know that Magnus is not following the dress code. He probably posts on his Instagram what he's wearing the day of the match, and it's just going to be like jeans and some sort of messed up t-shirt.
Is there, has he ever been sanctioned for dress code violations?
Yes. There was a big thing about it. This is...
Yeah, wasn't there one where they sent him home?
Yes. Yes. Oh yeah, the new mustache. I love the new mustache.
Mustache? I haven't seen it.
It's very new. Just at the most recent tournament, he probably shaved it. Yeah, it really was basically a war because, you know, there was this big fight between, like, Magnus is the face of world chess, so we should let him get away with whatever he wants because, like, there will be bad publicity if we sanction him, was kind of like FIDE's take for a while, and eventually they decided to turn it into a big fight, which Magnus ended up losing. But yes, I mean, for a while he was getting away with some pretty silly stuff, and there were a lot of comments on like Twitter and whatnot from other top players being like, well, I have to wear a full suit to the tournament, but Magnus just gets to show up in jeans and a t-shirt, sort of thing. Like, this seems unfair.
Fair complaint. I mean, to me, the answer is like everyone gets to wear jeans, but the answer can't be one guy and one guy alone gets to wear jeans.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah, the dress codes are a little bit silly. Like it stems from kind of an archaic viewpoint in the chess community, which I think bridge has this issue as well. That like chess is seen as this like gentlemanly game. It's not the same as like duels in the 1800s or whatever, but it's kind of similar. Like you show up, it's supposed to be this like very like macho competition, I guess, in some sense. And therefore, like, you're supposed to look good because you're supposed to be showing off as like the most the most elite person from your tribe or your community or your country that's going to play, right? Like when the US goes up against Russia in the World Championships and during the Cold War, and there's like all these photographers, you can't have Bobby Fischer showing up in like a polo shirt and like shorts, right? Like that's going to look stupid. So we have to get him dressed up in like a very fancy suit and tie. Similarly for whoever Fischer was playing up against Spassky, I guess, at that point in time. So I think there's a lot of just like history based on that this is supposed to be some sort of like serious gentlemanly competition between players. That's why like chess tournaments have this dress code. It's supposed to be like full suit and tie or whatever, and has been relaxed a little bit recently, but there are still all of these like old laws in FIDE's rulebook.
Yeah, and Eric, actually, that's not, I believe, not completely true, right? I think for ACBL and ABCs, yes, but for Bermuda Bowls and whatever, aren't uniforms required now? Like, not for open world championships, but um, I think for, kind of the limited ones like Bermuda Bowl and Olympiad, you actually are required to wear team uniforms.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, right. Like, BZL, there have been, notorious players who possibly were using hygiene as a weapon at the bridge table.
Dude, I got called on this, which like was I don't even understand how this happened, but there was a time I was playing with Greg Humphreys at the what's it called? That Tennessee tournament, Gatlinburg.
Oh, yeah, Gatlinburg.
Yeah. And so like I mean, it's during April, which is like kind of a summer month for that far south. Like, I guess it could have been very warm outside and maybe I was sweating. But like, I took a shower before the game. I walked to the tournament site. I sat down to play. And the opponents, like after one hand where I think they went for like 1,400 against us, they like call the director over and they're like, my opponent has bad odor or like has like bad hygiene. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Like,
I'm right here, buddy.
I'm like, dude, what even kind of call for the director is this? Like, they didn't call about some sort of bridge reason. You've been here for an hour and no bridge has been played. I know. I'm sorry. It's
plenty of bridge has been played. Unfortunately, none of it has been streamed.
Yeah, there's nothing we can do about it. The real bridge site is just dead, so we've turned this into like a talk show. But yeah,
for whatever reason, they didn't load the full set of boards, I think.
Yeah, it's so I don't know what's going on. Yes, BZL says tech issues, something of the kind is happening behind the scenes, but hopefully we will be back up and running in approximately 1 hour time for the finals, but I'm still refreshing. We have this website which is updating after every round, so we will be able to see the final after 14.
Surprised we don't have the final results. It feels like we've been stuck on round 13 for quite some time.
Yeah, same. I mean, it's maybe they only played 13 in the afternoon set and they're playing 14 in the evening. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, in fact, they have posted the full session results on The ECBL site, it looks like they have. Well, we can take a look here. Yeah, it's updated after 14 on live.acbl.org
Okay, I will head over there to check
because there are
for.
more match points there than there are on the acbl.pp or whatever it was.
Got it. So here we are. I saw this bug earlier that just because I happened to click on Klukowski or Edmund's name because I was searching for them earlier, now they become highlighted in every event that I look at. And
same for me because I had looked up Liu to see whether to see what his ACBL track record was like, and now that pair's highlighted for me.
exactly, yeah, and so I mean it's fine, whatever. But like, there's just this giant yellow highlight going on right now. So Van Oosten and Sprinkwheatson still up in first, although it's gotten a lot closer. Grossack and McAllister very close behind now, about a bit less than half aboard. Madala and Boda in third, Toledano Zamir in fourth. Where are Mextroth and Rimstedt? They are here in sixth, so they're about a board behind, but there's a large pack chasing the leaders. Mahmoud and Donati have moved up. They're in eighth. So Zia is the reigning or defending champion of this event. He played with Rosenberg, who got knocked out yesterday. We saw Rosenberg playing with his wife, Amber Lynn. They're married, right? Is that correct?
I'm not sure if they're married, but, like life partner.
Okay. So playing with Amber Lynn. So they got knocked out yesterday, but this is the full scoreboard currently. Okay, Will says they are married. Thank you for confirming. Lehrman, Heiberg, Evenstad appear to have slipped once again. The Silversteins down here in 26th. Kaplan and Lean in 25th. Bakai and Glubach. Tan and Gannison. The other Dutch pair, Mendez de Leon and Thiessen, down in 22nd. Greco and Hampson not having a great set. Neither are Wildridge and Minochi. But everyone who makes it to the finals of the Platinum Pairs definitely deserves some sort of round of applause because it is a very difficult event to make it to day 3.
Yeah, I mean, you'll wonder as far as how like unpracticed partnerships can compete at this level. I think there's a couple of things. One is, playing in a pair game, you're going to have a lot more variance than you do in, let's say, the quarterfinals and on of the Spingold or Vanderbilt. So you can often survive not having your methods optimized in the way that you just can't in those events. But another thing is, first-time partnerships or relatively unpracticed partnerships, they're very often going to cater to safety and not throwing curveballs. And again, you're playing in a match point field, maybe not the very toughest match point fields where, everyone's doing good things, but avoiding disaster and letting a few good results come your way. In a lot of match point fields, that's enough to win, or at least enough to win on some days. So, if you're just kind of doing down the middle things, never having a disaster because you don't want to throw your first time partner a curveball, you can do really well, especially in, maybe not the toughest match point fields, but even very good match point fields. You play whatever, they're playing 50, how many boards today? 54 boards. Most stuff doesn't come up. It's rare to need more than one or two specialized agreements, even in a full day set like that. So, some days you need 0 specialized agreements, and it just doesn't matter how good your methods are.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that in general at match points, card play is a lot more important than bidding for the most part, because most of the match point contracts are just going to be 3 no trump, right? And so being able to maximize your chances of taking as many tricks as possible in 3 no trump is the way that you do well in these fields. So, a lot of the hands, you have an auction, a spade, 2 clubs, 2 spades, 3 diamonds, 3 no, all pass, right? And the opponents lead a heart. And then your objective is to just take the percentage play. And for most of these players who are strong experts or world-class players, sponsors excluded, of course, they're going to be taking like the right line of play and taking the maximum number of tricks in this contract. So in terms of like partnership understanding and agreement, yeah, defense can be a little bit of a problem, and a lot of these players are going to be guessing on some of these hands. We saw some mistakes earlier, of course. That is what matters at the end of the day, is some of these mistakes. Like we even saw that Grossack and McAllister basically got a 0 on that one hand where they defended a no trump and let it make when they ended up cashing the ace of spades at the end of play, instead of exiting to declare and end playing declare to lead spades for them. But they're still up here in second place. So you can't have a lot of these mistakes, but over the course of the day, if you're just getting to all of your no trump contracts and taking all your tricks on offense, you're probably going to do okay.
Yeah, and I think another thing is the variance at match points, just by its nature, is much greater than at teams. So, the greater the variance, the less it's going to matter how practiced your partnership is.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
But yeah, I think, like whoever wins this event at some point today had a 0, guaranteed. Like it's, like we happen to catch the second place pair having a 0, but that doesn't mean that the first place pair never did. Like I'm sure they had some horrible results. Yeah,
guess what? I found it. I found their 0.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, board
yeah,
6. They played against Klukowski and Edmonds. They defended 7 hearts, and that made whatever board 6 was.
Yeah, but they had an average round.
They did.
They got a complete top on the companion.
Yeah. But I mean, your point being that they did have a 0 somewhere, and we found it.
I mean, more than right. They had an 8% board on board 13, 8% on board 16. It's just normal. It's a high variance game.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyway, well, shame that we only got to see about 60% of the session, but hopefully they'll work out those issues going forward. I am going to go get ready for my dinner, but I should be available for some of the Vanderbilt if you're going to be looking for company.
That sounds good. Yeah, I will be here all week. Thank you for joining me, Craig, and enjoy your dinner tonight.
Yeah, always a pleasure.
Yep. All
Cool.
right.
Catch you all later.
Take care.
Bye.
Okay. So I'm going to be alone for the rest of the evening. I do need to get some lunch. So I'm going to go make myself a bit of a sandwich and collect something. We will, I guess, check out some Interbridge in the meantime. Let's, by the way, in case anyone isn't following the YouTube channel, I am the Daily Celeb today. So if you haven't already played, go ahead and head over to Interbridge and play your 5 boards against me and let me know how you do in the comments on the video afterwards. I don't think it went perfectly for me. I probably should and maybe could have done a little bit better, but I definitely had chances to put together a pretty strong set. There were some good boards overall, but we'll click through some ranked. You're all out of boards. I'm sorry, Tima. Better luck next time. Plan ahead. I am always the daily celebrity for the first Sunday of every month. So that's that's the agreement I have with Interbridge. So we'll jump on in. I will pull up a board so you all can think about something while I go and make myself a sandwich to eat for lunch. Pass. We earn 3rd seat. This one? One no. Transfer to spades. Partner bids 3 diamonds. I will bid 3 no. All pass. Heart lead. Okay. I've got the hand. You all can think about how I'm supposed to play. I'm going to go... Let me put up a little bit of a... let's see. I will have this thing up. And let me... It is going to be 4 12:45 p.m. Eastern. Okay, be right back. Sandwich acquired. One more sec. Okay. I'm really excited about this bread that I got. It's like some sort of oat bread. I don't know what that even means, but it has oats in it. Maybe. It might even be made of oats. Oats might be the main ingredient in the bread. Okay, have we figured out how to play this hand? The other table is going to be in like one no trump. So I better make this. You played the daily. Well done. 35 is pretty good. Dude, I have no idea how I'm supposed to play 3 now. I think I just need to pick someone and hook the 10 of diamonds at trick 2. So who is it? Interesting. What a complicated hand. Interesting. Yeah. All right. Down one. Down one. Too bad. With this hand, one no is not recommended. Thanks, Luke. Oh, we got a push against 4 hearts down one. Interesting. All right. Next. Heart. Rude. Partner pitching all their spade winners. What's going on? 11. 19. 34. Really? I'm so confused as to what's happening here. I guess I'll play a spade. So I did need to switch to diamonds. Better signaling would have worked out better there. Declare could just put up the jack of spades at trick 1 too. Maybe that was silly of me. Oh well. Second round is in 30 minutes, that's correct. Yes. Why would 2 spades promise 4 card spade support? Why would this show 4 spades? Wait, partner has 4 spades. There's no way this is a good agreement, right? In between 2 bidding opponents? Yeah, that just seems silly. So what's going on? East is 3-4, 3-3, 3-4, 2-4. Well, that made things easy. I think we're going to pick this up. 2 spades is a mistake. God, dude, Luke, go away. 3 diamonds down 3. That is not the right result. Leo would bid 3 spades instead of 2 spades. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. I too also like going down in contracts at match points. Right-sided. So we missed 6 clubs. Oh, okay. We lost the board. 6-0. Damn. Wonder how they got there. This is a nice hand. Is it too good for 2-0? Probably not. Transfer to spades. Sure. Okay. Hey, Schmeeble. No! All right. Down 2. I tried to prevent the club rough. Nothing I could do, though. Whoops. What was this? 9 or more high card points. Very good. A spade, 3 spades. Yuck. Oh no, man. How bad is it to bid 4 clubs here? What's partner gonna have that's bad for us? Doubleton spade, I guess. Like 1, 3, 7, 2 shape is pretty bad. Partner probably would have preempted in first seat. All right. Can I request another partner? Is that acceptable? Partner with a stiff spade and 5 hearts couldn't find a bid? Okay. That's cool. All right, our club's 5-1. They're not. We lost the board. They got to 4 hearts. Leo would double instead of 4 clubs. But, ooh, disable Coach Luke in the settings. Maybe we should do that. No, it's entertaining to have Coach Luke pop up at the end of every single hand, letting me know that I have done something wrong on every board. Oh my god. Part. Chill out. 6-5? Well, let's see. I guess we rough. And let's try and pull some trumps. What? Nice 5-1 club split. Rude. What? 5 or more hearts. Dude, you can't do this. Slam try. Oh my god. Okay, but actually, am I just doubling 3 diamonds? Is that what's happening? Because West has 4 spades. I promise exactly 14 high card points. Alright, we'll just pass. What? Partner! You can't just pass this out! Oh no! Oh, disaster. There's no fucking way. They just played a diamond to the 8? It's unbelievable. You have to be shitting me. Okay, I have not been paying attention to partners' discards, but we have the rest, right? Hmm. 2-0 is a mistake in this situation. Thank you, Coach Luke. The other table got to play 2 spades. Well, we unfortunately were unable to get there. Leo would have been 4 spades instead of 2-0 trump. Thanks, Luke. Very helpful. I don't understand partner's 2 heart bid over 2 diamonds. Just bid 2 spades. Weird. Very weird. $20 minutes to go until the next round. Pass, pass. Negative double. Very good. Game try. So I bet Coach Luke thinks 3 spades shows extra values. Partner's passed hand. We're vulnerable. I think we just pass. And pass. We lead 3rd and 5th, maybe? Uh-huh. 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 Yep. Unlucky. All right, well, we do hold them to 4. Maybe that's a decent result. It was not. We lost the board. How? Because 4 hearts went down. Is 4 hearts supposed to go down? They have a diamond, a club, and maybe a trump to lose. How does 4 hearts go down? All right, well, unlucky there. Two clubs, both majors. Um, Ace for attitude, king for count. Partner 6 could be high or could be low. I think it's pretty unlikely partner 6 is low. That's not a club, partner. That's not a club. No, dude, come on. You can't. You can't do this. Now you play a club. Just no way. I mean, there's just no chance. Look at us go. We beat the contract. Switches to a spade. What a fucking clown. Also, what was 3 spades by East? East didn't really have a hand, did they? I think I'm raising. Sure. Good luck, Pard. Okay, well, club lead. Better go up with the ace. Fascinating. You like me yelling at the robots? All right. Made 3. Pull the last trump. Flat board. Luke didn't complain about my takeout double. I figured Luke might have, hello? Ooh, strong 2 clubs and we pick up a 10 count. 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 no, 22 to 23. Start with Stamen. So what's this? Yeah, slam, try, and hearts. Am I ever bidding 6 no? I don't think so. But maybe I should let partner in on the decision making. That tends to be a bad idea when Leah's my partner. Oh, I forgot I got myself a drink with my lunch. Oh, and speaking of, I'm done with lunch. Let me clean up. I'll be back. We can turn my camera back on. And then you can see my facial expressions when the robots make bids. I'm back. Boom. Oh. Let's move this. Like there, maybe? I guess I don't need the mic not muted thing. Anyway, it's fine. We'll leave it as is. We're only here probably through the end of this board. Like, when is 6-no gonna make? Maybe if partner's like 5-4-2-2? Like 5-card diamond suit? I guess partner could be like 4-4. And we run the minor somehow. Like maybe partner has king, queen, 10, fourth the diamonds or something. Could we have a grand? Maybe I should ask that. King, double, ten of spades, ace, king, fourth of hearts, ace, queen, jack of clubs, ace, queen, jack, fourth of clubs. And what else do we need? Ace, king of diamonds, maybe? That sounds like 24 highs to me. Did I do that right? Yeah, that's 24 highs. Maybe I should just bid 6 hearts. Let's not let them have any sort of doubling. I mean, maybe I should bid 4-0 to... Oh, this is quantitative. I forgot. I would have to go through 3 spades and bid 4-0. Just in case we're off 2 aces or 2 key cards. All right. Fine. Well, that's not great. That's really not good for our side. That's pretty awkward. Okay. Huh. I'm going to risk a diamond now. If I can steal a diamond to the king, I might be able to end play someone if they started with just 2 clubs and the diamond ace. And I think if I pull a trump and then cash spades, they might figure out what's going on. East had the diamond ace. All right. Was not going to succeed this time. This 4-0 bid is a small mistake. Thanks, Luke. The other table got to 6-0 somehow. Also unsuccessful. How are we doing on time? We have 5 minutes until the platinum pair starts. Okay. We'll do one more hand. I'm not doing a lot of leaderboard climbing. I'm realizing we're not winning many of these into bridge challenges. 11 count, unfavorable in first seat. Terrible 11, sign me up. Six of diamonds lead. Interesting. So diamonds are 5-1. Probably. Um... All right, let's take some club hooks. Unsuccessful. Spade comes back. Okay. I suppose we'll clarify the diamond situation. Oh, it was 4-3 doubleton over here. I don't know. I played the 7 instead of the jack. Probably doesn't matter. There was no squeeze, right? I didn't have communication. Otherwise, I could have squeezed east in the... maybe I couldn't have squeezed east. Anyway. All right. Made 4. We lost the board. Man, they made 5 at the other table. Tough. I don't think there was anything I could have done. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Oh well. All right, back over to real bridge. That's where the real bridge is happening. Two minutes to go. So let's see. We have, in terms of the standings, this is where everyone stands. Van Oost and Sprinkweetsen up in first. They're about, I don't know, we'll call it 40% of a board over second place, which is Grossack and McAllister. Madala and Bota up in third. Zamir and Toledano are in fourth. Payton and Liu in fifth. So Mextroth and Rimstedt, they're still in striking distance, as are a number of the other pairs down here. One minute to go. And hopefully we don't have any interruptions during our broadcast. That would be great. That would be ideal, in fact, to not have any interruptions. 0 minutes to go. Nightbot. Let me see if I can update the results command as well. There we go. We're in. So who should we follow? Are any of these pairs doing well in the event? I believe the answer is no. Okay. Good start. I guess, therefore, we'll tune into Mexstroth and Rimstedt for the first set. Oh my god. Look at this first board. 6 in the minors for Mexstroth. 9 high card points. Opens a diamond in first seat. East overcalls a spade. Or sorry, a heart. South comes in with a spade, showing 5. Looks like we were able to get Mikkel Rimstedt to play the American style here, because I'm sure he would, in most of his regular partnerships, make a double on the South cards, showing 4 or 5 spades. 4 diamonds splinter by West. And Mexstroth may, yeah, he does bid 5 clubs to insist on playing in 5 of a minor here. Oh boy. So East, looking at a small doubleton club, does not like seeing this 5 club bid from North. I wonder if East is going to go after a penalty, therefore. I mean, East, no, okay, never mind. East is in with 5 hearts. So this is going to get doubled by Mexstroth. He wants his partner to give him a spade rough, probably. At trick 1. I mean, how were North-South going to do if they ended up in 5 diamonds? It looks like it was makeable. King of clubs is on side. So just a cozy little par result. 5 hearts doubled down 2 for, or is it going to be down 3? I haven't exactly figured that out. On a spade rough, diamond switch. Maybe it's down 3, actually. If South gets off to, wait, did I say down 3? Down 2 clubs, a spade rough, and a spade. Okay, it's only down 2. But yeah, that could be the par result on this board. South thinking. A bit of a tough position for South, for sure. No defense, really. So South might expect the opponents are often going to make 5 hearts. But maybe South can realize that what's happening here is the opponents actually have a spade fit, and therefore his queen 10-8 fifth of spades is going to be a defensive asset. It's true, 6 diamonds is cheap, but match points, every decision matters, right? Like at imps, this would maybe be an automatic 6 diamonds from South. At match points, if you're going plus on defense, you really can't afford to be saving. But this is one of these relatively tough spots in an undiscussed partnership, right? Because if you've played together for a long time, you've probably had a bunch of these, we'll call it like preemptive opening bids scenarios where Mexstroth obviously has a lot of distribution and South is going to be wondering how much defense can come with this distribution, or like what does Mexstroth's general hand look like for this type of sequence. Because if Mexstroth could have something that's like Queen, Jack, 10, 7th of diamonds, and King, Queen, Jack, 6th of clubs and out, then they have 0 tricks on defense. And therefore, South should just be saving. As it is, Five Hearts gets slow passed back around to North, and Mexstroth might have felt obligated to just pass it out because of his partner's long think. He doesn't know he's beating Five Hearts, even if he gets a spade ruff. So, yeah, pretty tricky position. And now with this opening club lead, Declare can escape for down 1, I think, by stripping out the clubs and diamonds and then playing South into giving them a spade trick. So South's 2 spade tricks, if you want to call it that, are going to get condensed into just 1. Oh, but the 10 of clubs holds the first trick. So Mexstroth can play... Okay, he plays the 4, whatever that means. Maybe they're upside down suit preference. But South will... Oh, I thought South was going to give some thought to what happened at trick 1. I mean, Mexstroth definitely could have overtaken the 10 of clubs. And from South's perspective, North doesn't know that South isn't leading a singleton club. So Rimstedt probably should have given a little bit more consideration to what was happening at trick 1. I don't know if they play upside down or right side up suit preference, but this would be another spot where I think a well-practiced partnership might have gotten that defense right after Declare made the... I mean, I would probably honestly call it an error by not covering the 10 of clubs at trick 1. But here we are. Declare is stripping out the minors. I'm not sure why a second round of trumps wasn't pulled earlier, but can do so now. So heart to the jack, spade to the king, and a spade back to the 9 to throw South in. Hey, Matt. Welcome. So I don't know how this is going to score for North-South. I mean, obviously 5 diamonds is making, and if that result, or if that gets reached at some table, then that'll be a huge result for the North-South pairs. I don't think a lot of them are going to save in 6 diamonds, so this might have been the worst possible result North-South could reach on this hand. All right, Declare decides to cash these spades. It doesn't really cost. So now a spade to the South put in the 8, but Declare ends up just ducking and playing South. 5 hearts down 1. I feel like a very strong result for East-West. We're on to board 2. Couple passes go around to West. 15 count and third seat opens a no trump. Mexstroth. If he has a way to show diamonds in a major, maybe he would choose that route with the 5-4. Not the greatest suits. The spot cards are pretty mediocre. 6-3-2 a diamond, 7-4 spades. But match points is the form of scoring where you do kind of want to be a little bit aggressive about entering the auction as early as you possibly can if you have any reason to do so. And here... I mean, North has a pretty good hand, 15 highs. Maybe North is considering a penalty double, given that West is third seat favorable here. Competing for part scores is allowed? It is, only at match points though. Mexstroth definitely giving consideration to one of those 2 bids, I believe. Either a 2 diamond overcall if they have that available, or a possible penalty double. The thing about penalty doubles is that you often want some sort of sensible way to establish tricks for your side. And I mean, I suppose he would lead his 5-card diamond suit. Although it's a bit scary leading away from the ace-queen into a no-trump opener. Okay, he decides to overcall 2 spades, so maybe that's what he was worried about. That 2 spades shows spades in a minor, but his diamonds are longer than spades. Heart opening lead is going to be... I guess somewhat productive for Declare. They can set up the heart suit. But Declare still has some problems in the trump suit itself. Big 9 of spades on side. I mean, Declare is going to play a spade to the 10. It's almost like a big 9 of spades on side. I mean, this could be one of these hands where Max Stroth just never touches the trump suit. Because what might happen is heart to the king and ace, heart back, east is in, east switches to diamonds. Well, if he switches to diamonds, that's good news for Declare. He can throw clubs on the hearts. But like, let's say he switches to clubs and they cash 2 clubs, and then West continues a 3rd club or something. Declare pitches a diamond on the heart, plays 3 rounds of diamonds, all of those hold. And then Declare is basically in a position where they might be able to avoid working on the spade suit. But this makes a lot of sense. Max Stroth does just try and pull trumps. He plays the spade to the 10. So now 2 rounds of clubs, a heart to the queen, and East is going to scoop up 2 more spade tricks. So this will be 1 down. And with the diamond suit splitting, I mean, I know there's a spade ruff available in a diamond contract, so the defense could, in theory, score 2 spades, a spade ruff, 2 clubs, and a heart trick. In theory. But this does not seem like a great result for North-South. And of course, defending a no-trump, it looks like North-South may well have gone plus on this board. It's hard to see where East-West are getting their tricks. The defense starts with 5 rounds of diamonds and the ace of hearts off the top. Matt, you wonder who the best match point player in the world is? I don't know. You know, coming into today, I was willing to write Mexstroth into that position, but they've not had a great set so far. Spade to the queen holds. I mean, dummy is high. Jack 9 of clubs, Jack 10 of hearts are all good, so Declare can just exit a spade here. And eventually pull all 4 rounds of trumps and then use the king of diamonds to get over to dummy, even if the diamonds don't split. There really isn't a lot of match points that is live streamed. There really just aren't match point events that happen worldwide, unfortunately. Okay, Mexstroth plays a diamond to the king. I wonder why. Now the jack of hearts to pitch a diamond. Jack of clubs to pitch a diamond, I guess. A little bit surprised about this line of play. Maybe he thinks West made a mistake by ducking the queen of spades. Okay, 2 spades down 1. That was the second board of the set. And they were the last table in play. So we can check what happened on this hand around the room. So one pair actually made a no trump. Kaplan and Lean, one no trump, all pass, and it happened to come home. Very impressive, because on the surface it looks like, I mean, I count, 5 tricks for declare, a heart, 2 spades, and 2 clubs. It's hard to imagine that you can do better than that, but defense is hard sometimes. The one table who did double a no trump ended up defeating it, just 1 trick. And it looks like that is kind of double dummy par. East-West can come to 6 tricks. But lots of other bids or results as well. 2 clubs making. Thiessen opened a club in 3rd seat. Maybe they're playing a weak no trump is possible. And they got to 2 clubs. We saw 2 spades go down a trick, even though in theory it could make if declare plays a spade to the 8 on the first round. 2 diamonds also went down a trick after a penalty double of a no trump. It looks, oh, never mind. North's double of 1 no was 4-card major, longer minor, and South elected to bid the minor. Club opening lead to the king, but then the ace of spades and a spade switch for the rough leads the defense to 6 tricks. Let's see if the ACBL has the second final session up. Yeah, after round 1 of 13 in the second final, we have, Zamir and Toledano scored a 98% on the first 2 boards. So they have jumped all the way up into second place in terms of the standings. But Van Oosten and Sprinkweetsen still sitting pretty up there in first. Grossack and McAllister are now in 3rd. Madala and Bota are in 4th. And Mexstrath and Rimstead, I mean, their troubles continue. They're still in 6th place, not that far off of the leaders, but the gap is increasing. I mean, between 5th and 6th now is a full board. Palawan and Krikorian, they have climbed their way up. Okay, we'll check back in on that after the next set has started. Let's check out McAllister and Grossack. Very quickly, I just want to see, is there an auction? Yes, 1 spade, 1 no, 3 hearts, 4 spades. Really? What's 4 spades? Okay, Queen of Clubs lead gets roughed at trick 1. And now Adam Grossack is thinking, so if diamonds are 3-2, he could just elect to pull trumps, and it looks like that's what he's going after. He decides to duck a round of spades. And this is kind of nice. If he had cashed the ace-king of spades and spades turned up to be 4-1, then he would have been in a lot of trouble. Whereas here, he ducks a round of spades. If spades turn up 4-1, well, I'm not actually sure what he can do about that. Like, let's suppose the opponents now attack diamonds, his communication suit. They play a diamond to the king. I don't think he's going ace of hearts and a heart rough at that point. So he's probably just going to cash the ace of spades, and then when they turn up to be 4-1, he's just in a world of hurt. So then maybe this was actually not the right plan. Maybe instead he should have gone ace-king of spades to see if they're 4-1. If there's no benefit to ducking a spade versus cashing the ace-king, you probably want to cash the ace-king. Ruffing a heart wins a trick. Right, but you can't ruff a heart and test to see if spades are 3-2, right? To see if spades are 3-2, you have to pull a second round of trumps. So, like, let's say North plays back a diamond right now. I mean, what is Declare's plan at that point? Are they actually going king of diamonds, ace of hearts, heart? And then what? North continues a club, so Declare gets to ruff. And kind of similarly here, are we going ace of hearts, heart ruff? Will says a pair dropped out. Wait, what? Oh my God. You're right. So who was it? Wait, how is that even possible? I mean, I understand that this can happen in some very rare circumstances, right? Like if there's a medical emergency. So maybe that's what actually happened. There could have been a medical emergency and they had to find a substitute. And they found a substitute to fill in. They definitely were not in the afternoon. I mean, we could do some detective work, or maybe you all could do some detective work to figure out what's happening. All right, looks like Adam Grossack has elected to go ace of spades, king of spades. Pulling the trumps. Diamonds are going to run. So this will be 12 tricks. For East-West. I really don't understand East's decision to bid 4 spades. But it's a tricky spot for East, so I get that. Do they play against Leah if someone drops out? Not quite. That would be a little bit unfair to the field, especially because it's just a round robin over the course of the day. So for the pair who played against, you know, like whoever the other pair was in the afternoon, probably one of the stronger pairs, they don't get the benefit of playing up against whoever the weaker substituted pair is. Getting advice from Coach Luke is a big benefit. That's true. 4 spades was a winning choice. Well, I mean, like, East could bid, like, 3 spades, for example, right? I don't know what all their agreements are. I mean, maybe they have some more sophisticated agreement, but it does seem strange when you don't have a known spade fit to bid 4 spades in a spot like that. On this hand, I don't think it matters what East does because West is just going to bid 4 spades next with the club void and 6-5. West opens 2 hearts. Interesting. We do get a takeout double from North. Not the best shape for it. And South bids only 2 spades after a takeout double? Whoa. Conservative, maybe we would say. With 5 card support and an 8 count. But they have seen partners take out doubles before. I guess that's the point. I'm a little bit surprised that East didn't raise to 3 hearts. I know the vulnerability is not ideal for that type of action, but King-Queen Doubleton feels like good support. You take up some room. So West on lead, trying to decide between the stiff king or a heart honor, selects a heart, which makes a lot of sense. Maybe thinking that partner is often odds on to have a singleton heart on an auction like this when they don't raise. And with that ace of spades as an entry, West may well be able to get in and give their partner a hard rough. Three hearts is a bloodbath on a trump lead. Yeah, I mean, it's not great. It's definitely not great, but it's also very difficult for the opponents to get you when you have all of the spots in the suit. On this hand, it would just go three hearts, three spades from south, for sure. Like, I think East has a hand where I would not be worried about getting doubled in three hearts. Because if we do, I mean, looking at our hand, we have no defense, and the opponents are probably making a game, would be my supposition. Like, as it is, West has a full opening bid. I think almost every other pair in the field is going to open the West hand one heart. And North-South do happen to have a spade game, right? With the king of clubs on side, losing just a diamond, a heart, and a spade. There's a little bit of work to do. But that seems correct to me. Lehrman and Heiberg-Evenstad dropped out. Oh no. Yeah, that's right. I do not see them on the score sheet. I do wonder, I mean, they're both probably playing pro in the, the Vanderbilt that's coming up starting tomorrow. So, of course, sure, they want to take a break or get a bit of a rest. But I think there really needs to be some sort of something going on other than just, I want to take a break. Yeah, I don't think you're allowed to just drop out. Like, I think there needs to be some sort of, like, actual serious thing going on for you to get a sub. So hopefully they're doing okay. A hard opening lead goes around to the queen. Declare elects to duck. King of Hearts comes back. Now Declare gets to take this club finesse. Declare has started unblocking the 7 and 9 of clubs, which is probably going to go pretty well. A third round of hearts can come here, and Grossack knows it. So Declare has a bit of a decision to make on this trick. They could rough high and hook the 10 of spades, which would be miraculously unsuccessful on this hand. And they do choose to rough high, and that's exactly what Declare is going to do. So now a spade to the 9 and 10. West is in. And it looks like the defense is going to score a diamond trick. Whoa! A club came back and Declare just ducked it. And now tries to cash the club ace. This went horribly wrong for Ifti Bakai. I was sitting here saying, man, 4 spades looks like it might actually come home. It just ends up going down 1 and 2 spades. Good decision to not overbid the south cards. Am I right? Yikes. That's going to be a disaster for them. Because I think a lot of tables... Let's look in. Yeah, I mean, look at what happened at the Klukowski-Edmonds table with Mextroth and Rimstedt. 2 hearts double, 3 hearts. And Mikkel Rimstedt, I was saying 3 spades is probably the right bid. He bid 4 spades on the south cards. So he gets here, has the same sort of guess going on. as Declara did in the other room, and unfortunately misguesses the trumps to go down 2 and 4 spades. So maybe 2 spades down 1 is not the end of the world, if that's what's happening. A heart, double, 2 clubs at this table. 2 clubs showing diamonds. South comes in with 2 spades, all pass. And it looks like in this room, well, East-West have already scored 4 tricks on defense. I didn't exactly see how that happened, but I guess they got a heart, a diamond, a spade. And I'm not sure what else, but they end up making 3 and 2 spades. Tricky hand. All the tables have finished play on this board. So this was the traveler on this one. Lots of different results. 170, 140 twice, a couple of pairs going down. But yeah, double dummy. You can technically make... What happens if I click on this? Oh, okay. So if I click on the double dummy thing, it gives me a chance to play through the hands. Can I get rid of this? I can. Okay, interesting. So I can. This is how I can actually get to playing through the hands. Very cool. Anyway, so 4 spades in theory can be made. There's a little bit of work to do, but is definitely doable. And let's take a look. For after round 2, we have Van Oosten and Sprinkwitsen still up there. They're having an 80% final round through 2 rounds, or through 2 sets. McAllister and Grossack up in second. Zamir and Toledano are in third. Bota and Madala up in fourth. Donati and Mahmood making their move. They're in fifth. Mextroth and Rimstedt still struggling. I mean, they were about average in the afternoon, and now they're below average at the start of the evening set. Still need a little bit more wake-up time for those guys. But Edmonds and Klukowski, we saw a couple of interesting results for them at their table that we just tuned into. They're in 10th. Yeah, and so I do wonder how the scoreboard works for this final pair. I mean, they come in, it's said that they have a 0 carryover, so even the Taiwanese pair comes in with that 150 match point carryover. So these guys are gonna, I mean, if this is the accurate scoreboard, they're effectively doomed to come in last, which is understandable, and they probably should not be earning any sort of master points for this event. What does the total percentage mean? Where's total percentage? They can get session awards, Will says. Interesting. Oh, how big's the gap between pairs? So 13 is a top. There are 28 pairs in total. So there's 14 north-south pairs and 14 east-west pairs. And this is just the total match points that have been scored in total. You think 12 points is a full board? It says the average is a 26. We've played 4 rounds so far. So a top is 13. Hopefully it's a free entry for filling in. You know, that would be just like the ACBL to charge a pair for filling in. I mean, and they might be able to find people who would do it. Yeah, at this point, they're leading by close to a board currently. They had a very strong carryover. They were leading in the afternoon, and obviously with like an 80% start to the day, they're doing quite well. This percentage is just for this current session only. We don't have a combined percentage. But I mean, if we look back at the first final, these were the percentages for the first final. So McAllister and Grossack put together, they ended up winning the overall, not the overall, they won the session in the first final with a 59.66%. It's just really difficult to break 60% in a strong match point field like this. We're into the next round. You know who we haven't seen? We haven't seen Joel and Kent. I am tempted to... We'll follow the leaders. We'll follow the leaders. Hello? Oh, there we go. We're in. North opens a club. North has a lovely 14 count. Lots of 10s and 9s. So club, is Owen going to overcall a spade? Probably not. I think he will just let this one go. He does pass. So club pass, diamond maybe, transfer to hearts. Or a game-forcing relay, 1 no. So 2 diamonds, probably showing a weak no trump, or maybe denying a major. I'm not that familiar with this game-forcing relay type thing. 3 no by South. A bit tricky. So West on lead. I mean, certainly West is going to lead a major. What's the difference between 4-3-2 and 7-5-3? Whoa! West, not having heard, I guess it was Greco's theory. Is that the right one? No, it was Hampson's theory. Hampson's theory. Never lead from ace-4 into no trump. Well, that is going to help Declare set up the club suit. It doesn't end up costing a trick right now, just a little bit of tempo. But as is, because Declare needs to knock out both the King of Hearts and the club ace, if West had found a spade lead at trick 1, it would have ended up setting up an extra trick for their side. Yeah, what a fish. So, a couple rounds of clubs. But at this point, it's just going to be too slow for them to set up the spade suit. Declare has plenty of time to work on hearts. It's great when Declare returns your suit at trick 2. Yeah, that is that is unfortunately one of the problems with leading from, I would say, a relatively poor suit against no trump. Like you have ace-4 or king-4 or something, you lead the suit and Declares like, oh, thank you, I'll scoop up your partner's 10 doubleton and just play it back. You're back on lead and now I have my side suit set up. So club to the king, West does well, preventing Declare from getting back to their hand. East throwing a discouraging heart, hoping that his partner works out to switch to spades if he has like queen third, for example. But just because East doesn't want hearts doesn't mean that East has spades. East could just as easily have like ace-10 fourth of diamonds. Like ace-10... I mean, I guess it's not helpful if East has ace-10 fourth of diamonds, right? Because we get a diamond switch, it runs around to Declare's king, and then Declare takes a heart hook into East. So yeah, West has a bit of a problem. No switch looks that attractive. So maybe for that reason, West is just going to play back a club. I think that makes a lot of sense, right? Like, there's no way East can have ace queen of spades and an outside card. That's just impossible. Otherwise, South wouldn't have enough stuff. Yeah, and so West does just play back a club, figuring maybe switching to spades picks off partner's spade queen, maybe switching to hearts picks off partner's heart queen, maybe switching to diamonds just isn't effective. King of spades. And Declare has enough entries now to try the heart finesse a couple of times. Technically had the diamond entries, but didn't hurt to play one round of spades first. On to board 6. Probably going to be a pretty flat one, I think, and 3-0 there. Maybe depending on how you side the no trump, East on lead could lead a spade. Although if East is a big proponent of the don't lead from ace fourth, then maybe they won't. East passes in first seat. South gets to open if they choose to do so. It's only a 10 count. This does feel like a hand that would kind of prefer to just overcall 2 clubs than open 1 club. But you are favorable. Will says, Kent let a diamond and Declare misguessed. Played on clubs before spades. Aha. That makes sense as well. I don't know what the auction was over there that got Kent to lead a diamond, but you can set up diamonds. It is possible to do that. So South chooses to open 3 clubs in second seat. And West, under a lot of pressure and facing a past hand partner, but with a strong no trump, elects to try 3-0 overcall. Is this going to work out for them? He does have a club stopper, especially after this king of clubs opening lead. Jack of hearts does fall. The diamond suit... There's not a lot of entries to the East hand. I guess I'll put it that way. But there might be some chances in this contract. I guess we'll see. Like, Declare, in theory, has a club, a spade, 4 hearts, and 3 diamonds that they can take if they can manage all of their entries. So King of clubs lead holds. Club goes to the ace. And a club back. South giving kind of an honest signal here, the 5 of clubs. I mean, it's not screaming for a diamond, but suggesting some sort of diamond card. So North first to discard here. I think a spade is out. Pitching a spade here if West happens to have King Jack third. Okay, North does pitch a spade, though. A little bit surprised to see that. Obviously, you don't want to pitch a diamond from Queen Doubleton, but pitching a heart might have had something going for it. Kaplan does play a heart to the king immediately. Diamond to the jack. So North is in with the diamond queen. Has to exit a heart. Because if North plays back a diamond, that just helps Declare set up the diamond suit, gives him the extra entry he needs. Exiting a spade also happens to give Declare the entry he needs. Yeah, Faster Wyvern says, do you play a spade from King Doubleton, double dummy? It doesn't exactly work because of North's ace 10 9 of spades, but I mean, I guess in maybe single dummy there would be some merit to doing it. I'm not sure. Probably not. I mean, I think North just plays low and the Queen of Spades holds, and then North cashes out 3 spades when they get back in. Oh my god, North cashed the spade ace. Whoa! Actually, just a completely wild play, but this means... Well, this means that Kaplan is going to make it. But yeah, he does play a diamond to the 8, just in case North got squeezed in the majors here. And so now he'll just be able to play a heart to the ace-queen, not worry about that jack of hearts. So no beer, but technically the right way to play the hand. Wow. Huge result for Kaplan and Lean here after that difficult 3-club opening bid to deal with. Let's tune into one of the other tables. So 3 clubs by South, Wooldridge, facing a past hand partner, chooses not to overcall 3-0. And it looks like the King of Spades was led at trick 1. And now the 10 of Spades covered by the Queen declare ruffs, setting up the 9 and dummy. Probably time for Declare to work on the diamond suit to get a diamond ruff. So diamond to the Queen, diamond back. Like, club to the king, 9 of spades pitching a heart. You know West is roughing because they started out by leading the king of spades and their partner turned up with the queen. Okay, Declare is playing a club to the king. Nope, never mind. Then they play a club back. I see. Now a club to the ace. Wait, what is going on here? This can't be the right line of play, can it? I mean, what am I missing? I do not for a second believe that Declare forgot to rough their diamond. Right? Like, there's no way. There's no chance, is there? No. No. No shot. I mean, I guess maybe West is marked with both red aces because they led King Doubleton. Maybe? So the Queen of Diamonds is always an entry to the 9 of Spades to pitch a diamond loser later in the play. Okay, I mean, kind of believable. You don't claim based on... I mean, I know the VuGraph operator missed the play, so I know that for a fact, but I was just kind of speculating on why club to the king, club to the ace. Yeah, you're definitely right. There would not have been a claim at that point in the play of the hand. So 3-0 went down 1 at one table. 3 clubs, 3-0. Lots of 3-club openers, although some pairs ended up passing the South cards. 1 no opener, 2 clubs, both majors. Favorable, I guess. And South passes. That's a little bit strange. I think at match points, you want to bid 2 hearts with the south cards, right? Once your partner shows both majors. I could be wrong. Oh, we do get a 2 heart bidder here. Carmichael, Tom Carmichael there. 3 clubs goes down 1. We just saw that. And then, of course, the monster result for Kaplan and Lean. 3 clubs, or 3-no making. Let's check in on our scoreboard after round 3. And we have a new leader. Although it is very close, less than 1 match point separating the top 2. But then a big drop off to 3rd place. And then even a full board separating 3rd and 4th in the standings. So as we get down towards the end of the day, more and more pairs are going to be effectively knocked out from making a move up towards the top of the standings if these large gaps continue. But look at this. McAllister and Grossack up there in first. Sprinkweetson and Van Oosten are now in second. They've been leading for much of the day today. Toledano and Zamir are solidly in third. And Palawan and Krikorian, some of the old guys, are up here in fourth. Klukowski and Edmonds, Donati Mahmood, Boda Madala, Laird Gerard, Gendoglio DeFranco. I mean, all of these pairs are still in the running for some of these top positions, but they're well behind the leaders. And Mikael Rimstedt, Jeff Mextroth continuing to sink further and further down the standings. 27% game after 3 rounds, not what they want to be seeing. Hey, Gupta and Ginasar putting together solid 60%. Maybe they will get one of those session awards. We're into the next round. Let's tune in to our leaders here. Grossack and McAllister. South opens a heart. Not playing Flannery. Pass by Adam Grossack. I know that Adam tends to be a very solid player in general. And whether or not they play 3 diamonds could be preemptive, vulnerable. It's not my personal preference. I like to play or jump over calls to be intermediate when you're vulnerable. Or if West just decides that the hand isn't all that good for a 3 diamond weak preempt, for one reason or another, he passes. So a heart pass by Donati. Obviously, North could have bid a spade to maybe keep the opponents guessing a little bit more about where the high cards are and possibly find a spade fit on a hand like this. Easton balancing seat, a little bit of a problem. I mean, I don't know what you're supposed to do. You have 20. Passes a heart. That can't be the right choice, can it? There's no way that's the right choice. Well, South is a little bit confused about what's happening, but it's worth noting that South and East, I don't know if they still play together a lot, but like 10 years ago, they were a pretty regular partnership for events. So, yeah, Diamond goes to the ace, the King of Diamonds gets roughed, and now both East and West are a little bit upset about what's going on this hand, but they can't exactly control that. So Diamond comes back roughed. How many pairs will reach 6 diamonds East-West? I think that's going to be pretty challenging. I think it's honestly possible that East-West can reach 3-no. And obviously that's going to go down on 5 rounds of spades. Like a heart pass 3-no is not that crazy of a decision from East. Yeah, 1 heart, 3 diamonds past 6 diamonds would do it. That is correct. If West overcalls 3 diamonds, they might get there. But it's pretty tough for West to find a 3 diamond bid, I think, for most players. Tom Carmichael excluded. Tisan Teba? Yeah, well, I mean, when Anam Teba is sitting west, it's very easy to find a 3-diamond overcall. That's one way to do it. East cashes the ace of clubs, plays another club. Now the 10 of hearts comes into play. Oh, Teba's east? Okay. I mean, fine. I will stop. I will stop speculating. So Grossack is in. I think it's very tempting to give partner spade ruff here. He, of course, knows that he can play back the jack of diamonds and force declare, but that might be what Zia wants. So, yeah, Adam Grossack does give his partner spade ruff, trying to shorten East in the hopes that East doesn't get end-played in trumps later. So spade gets ruffed. Another club. Zia does decide to ruff in with the 8 of hearts. Well, I don't think Zia should have ruffed with the 8 of hearts here, and I think he's realizing that right about now. Yeah, he exits the heart king, but now East gets to win the ace and play back the 9 of clubs. And East picks up the last 2 tricks. So 1 heart down 3. I mean, plus 300 is generally a decent result at match points. If your side does not have a game, I mean, of course, in this case, East-West do have a game, but it might be challenging for them to get there. So we'll have to see comparison-wise if plus 300 is a good result or a bad result for East-West. I suspect most of the East-West pairs are going to find a way to reach diamonds of some kind, 5 diamonds maybe. But we got one more board in the round. So this could be a bit of a falling point for East-West. They were in the lead, but only barely. Might give a little bit of room for Van Oosten and Sprinkweetsen to pull back into first. But a bit of a crazy hand, and I think, honestly, a very difficult bidding problem for East if it goes a heart pass-pass. I mean, I'm not really in love with 3-no, but I think that is a very sensible decision on the East cards, which just happens to work out very poorly here. Then again, maybe it goes 3-no past 5 diamonds, right? Like, that could be the case as well. From West's perspective, that Queen Jack 10-9 7th of diamonds is not going to provide a whole lot of tricks in 3-no trump. And I guess we're waiting for every table to finish playing board 7 or something before we can get board 8 on the table. Or board 8 up on screen. Here we go. Ooh. Another big hand for East-West. So West with 19. This, I think, is a hand that Grossack is just going to open 2-now. I mean, he does tend to play fairly down the middle as opposed to his brother, and just try and duplicate a lot of the field actions. But I really don't see the alternative here. Like, a club 3 clubs doesn't describe the hand very well. A club followed by some sort of weird reverse is never really what you want to do with a 6-3-2-2 hand type. So 2-no trump, there it is. Is the hand too strong for 2-0? Not really. I mean, your club suit is great, but all these queens are pretty bad cards. The Jack of Spades is pretty bad. So overall, even though you have a decent source of tricks in the club suit and a couple of aces, I don't think this really qualifies for like 22 to 23, that type of upgrade. That would be a big upgrade. 3 clubs by East, most likely regular Stayman. Three diamonds denying the major. So we are in 3-0. Spade hook is working, heart hook is not. But North leads a heart. So what does that mean? Is there any chance that we take an awful lot of tricks on this hand? We've now got 2 hearts, 2 spades, 6 clubs, and a diamond is 11. But that might be it. Yeah, that might be it. I am not seeing anything clever we can do. Dummy turns up with a 10 count. So I think whenever the opponents get in with whatever their trick is, they'll just cash a diamond if possible. So I'm kind of thinking like, oh, maybe if we could like, say, sneak a spade to the queen if North has the king of spades, then we might do that. But I don't think Donati would be ducking the king of spades in this spot with Dummy turning up with such a powerhouse. And there's no real squeeze without the entries. Like, if we could lead the queen of diamonds and force out the ace and also tell the opponents that they're no longer allowed to lead diamonds back, then maybe we would have a chance at a squeeze. But South will just get in with the diamond ace and play back the jack to prevent any sort of communication. Like here, Grossack is trying. He leads the queen of diamonds. Zia elects to duck. Kind of a clever play. G2R2 asks, how long is the session supposed to last? So this is the 4th round out of 13. I mean, it's a regular match point game, 26 boards, which tend to be about 4 hours. Hey, Rob. Glad that you're enjoying the coverage. Well, there it is. Spade, low spade towards the queen. I think this is a pretty practical chance from Grossack. Because when the queen of diamonds goes low, low, 10... really the only chance that you have at this point is to play the hand as like a strip squeeze, I think. And therefore, if he was able to like steal a spade to the queen, he could maybe run all of his tricks and then exit a diamond at the end of play and hope that North started with the diamond ace, for example, and the spade king. I think that would make some sense. So spade to the queen and king. Zia is in. Probably has a pretty good count on the hand. I think he'll just end up returning a heart, maybe. Makes some sense. kind of the amusing Zia play, dumping the 10 of diamonds on the first round of the suit rather than playing low or winning the ace as some players would. And it's made the defense a lot easier for his side. I think I'm good on this table. It's really hard to imagine North-South not taking exactly one more trick from here. So let's head over to a different room that is, I guess, this room. They have just started play, and oh my god, we are about to see 2 diamonds West ran? Why? Oh boy. What a big decision. And I think a pretty poor one. West had honor doubled and of diamonds. Partner redoubled, suggesting playing there. Oh no. So I do wonder, first of all, what West was showing with the 2 club opener. It could be that this 2 clubs is any game force or 20 to 21 balanced. They might like invert the 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 no sequence as I like to do, and I think a lot of other players like to do as well. But yeah, I mean, I think running from this redouble, you should really only do if you have like a singleton or void in the suit. Like, your partner isn't playing you for... I mean, your partner's effectively playing you for, like, honor doubleton in the suit when they make this redouble, when you open 2 clubs. How many tricks does South make in diamonds? Not very many. I don't think South is going to take an awful lot of tricks in diamonds. I mean, obviously, East is going to be the one declaring it. So South on lead probably chooses between a heart and a club. At trick 1, I guess they would probably lead a club because their partner had the opportunity to overcall 2 hearts but did not. So slight preference to leading clubs here. And I mean, maybe it just makes on the nose. Maybe 2 diamonds redoubled makes exactly 2, but that's still better than the value of an East-West game, because 2 diamonds redoubled gives you a game bonus. But we do not get to find out. We do not get to find out whether or not 2 diamonds redoubled was going to make. So East-West have ended up in 3 no trump, just like at many of the other tables. And this is a very slow table. I know that Lair and Gerard can be a little bit slow. So North is going to lead a diamond at trick 1. Whoa, 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 whoa. So diamond is going to go round to the queen. And then with diamonds 5-1, South is never going to score the diamond ace. South has no more entries. Ten tricks? Oh, buddy. Oh, no. That's not good. That is not good for East-West. Because 11 tricks looks pretty straightforward, I think. Diamond goes around to the queen. knock out the king of hearts. I guess it's not that straightforward. Operator note suggests the players haven't finished. We got a bunch of these operator notes in the past. VuGraph operator lets us know that something unusual is happening, but yeah, I mean, so they entered in some sort of result. 3 no trump making 4. I guess we can check the scores. One table did manage to make 12 tricks. Heart lead around to the queen. Queen of diamonds. South won the ace. And I honestly think it's automatic to return the jack of diamonds here, but South plays back a heart. And this doesn't necessarily cost them yet, but the defense needs to be very careful at this point to avoid giving up an extra trick. Because Declare can now run a bunch of clubs and then play a diamond to the king. And both North and South need to be very careful about their discards to make sure that Declare's 6 of spades doesn't score. But it looks like that did not happen. Anyway, let's look at diamonds. East, West, and diamonds can make 9 tricks. Wait, it says 9 tricks. Oh, yeah. 9 tricks and diamonds by East. So they could have made an over trick. I mean, redoubled over tricks are a serious result if you can manage to make that happen. But even just 2 diamonds doubled making would be a top, right? So if 630 or 430 is the actual result that happened on this board, the decision to pull 2 diamonds redoubled cost them a full board in terms of match point swing here. You really need to capitalize on these redoubles if possible. Were my thoughts on no 3 diamonds on the previous board? I think 3 diamonds is pretty poor on the hand, in my opinion. I guess we can take a look. Like, what did most people end up... Okay, like, we need to get rid of this double dummy. Yeah, 1 heart, I'll pass, whatever. South opened a heart. West didn't overcall 3 diamonds here. 1 heart, no bid by Baker. Neeson elects to overcall 3 diamonds, but I'm not a fan. Glubach does not bid 3 diamonds. I mean, we don't have a lot of great players sitting West that we were able to look at. But I mean, Adam Grossack, for sure. Of course, he's a little bit conservative in his choices, but I would like to see, would Zia overcall 3 diamonds on this hand? Because I think that would be very telling. Obviously, Neeson knows what he's doing, but sometimes people are pretty aggressive. Why are there only 5 results? Because we only have 5 tables on VuGraph. These are the only tables that we can see. This website is updated. And let me check in on Nightbot, make sure that I actually have that corrected. Whoops. Yeah, we're good. Those are not the real results. Well, this is the real results. These are the full-on results. I mean, we can't see the results of every table because we just don't have access to that info. But this is currently where the players stand after round 4 of 13. There's supposed to be a little bit of a break after boards 8. We just got into the next set. Let's follow. So have the duchies moved up into first? They have, once again, they have about a half board lead now over McAllister and Grossack. Let's check in on how they're doing up against Silverstein and Silverstein. So pass by North, East and second seat, opens a no trump, 15 count. South has some stuff. 6-4 in the black suit's favorable. Nyson? Ah, thank you. Nyson. Or maybe that's just the best that I can say with my American phonemes. 3 clubs by Sprinkweetson. Over the no trump. I do wonder if their agreement is that 3 clubs shows, values in a hand similar to this, or if 3 clubs could be more of a preemptive type bid. But heart opening lead, Declare should have not too much difficulty in making, some number of tricks on this hand. They have a heart and a diamond to lose. Technically, the spades all come home, but Declare may well take a spade finesse into West's hand, and the king doubleton of clubs is on side. 4 spades is easily making has been claimed. Is that true? Yeah, I'm not sure after 2 rounds of diamonds. Actually, I guess Declare could pitch a heart on the second round of diamonds. Yeah, easily might not be the right the right descriptive term for this, but it may well make. So heart opening lead gets ducked around to east. 2 rounds of diamonds forces Declare. And now what? Maybe we cash a high spade right now. Declare might guess spades. Yeah, East has given away a lot of info about their hand with this ace-king of diamonds switch. I think it's pretty sensible to go ace-king of diamonds, but this does seem like king of hearts. If that king of hearts was not a false card and to be believed, then ace, king, queen of diamonds, king of clubs, as you say, that's a 15 count already. East could have the spade queen. They do play 15 to 17 no trumps. But if East could have the heart queen, then the spade queen will be offside. It's definitely possible that Declare picks off the spade suit from here. So heart. Heart queen is marked from the lead. I don't see why. Apparently it is. Who would have thought? Good to know. All right, ace of hearts to pitch a spade. The unfortunate thing for Declare is that the 5 of clubs is not high enough. Otherwise, Declare could get away with leading the jack of clubs, and then when clubs are 2-2, cross back to the 5 of clubs and dummy to take a spade finesse later in the play. But now Declare has to kind of gamble on what they're doing. They could lead the jack of clubs covered to the ace and then play clubs and then just bank on the queen of spades dropping. Or, and it looks like that's what Declare is going to do. So jack of clubs holds. Now another club. And Declare is going to be backed into picking up the spades. Just not enough entries. Yep. South running the club suit just to see if the opponents make an error in discarding. But 3 clubs making 5. Now, is this a good result for North-South? I mean, as people have pointed out, maybe 4 spades makes. If they could get there, maybe defeating a no-trump would be a huge result for North-South, considering the vulnerability. We'll have to see. East in first seat with 6-4 in the black suits, similar to last hand, but now longer spades than clubs. So 1 spade. Is South good enough to overcall 2-0? South says no. Not this time. Jack empty 5th, ace 10 empty 5th. Not good enough suits. So spade, 2 hearts game force, 2 spades. South is going to stay out of this. So North-South miss a huge diamond fit. But would they really want to save in 5 diamonds? I'm not sure. And in the meantime, where are East-West going to play? It looks like East-West have found their spade fit, but West, no interest over a non-serious 3 no trump of looking for a slam. Stiff queen, queen 10 doubleton. I mean, obviously West has a great source of tricks and hearts, but no spade honors either. I think I'm on board with this decision from West. Schmeebel, you know some players who would bid 2 diamonds on the South hand? Oh my god. Ace of diamonds lead from South. So this looks like it's going to make 4. There's no heart ruff with hearts 2-2, and Declare is just going to lose a couple spade tricks to the Jack 9 third and the stiff ace. So 10 tricks going to be the limit for Declare on this one. Like, there's no realistic way to pick off the spades here. Yeah, the top match point partnership not coming in with nothing on this hand. I mean, I agree. I don't think the South hand is worth coming into. Not vulnerable. Sorry, not when you are vulnerable. If you were not vulnerable, then I would bid on the South cards. But with 11 highs, 2 aces, I think there's enough of a chance that this is just a part score deal. And therefore, we don't really want to offer up the opponents the ability to double us when we're vulnerable on a part score deal. That's one of the things that I think is a big problem with this sort of overcall. Like on this hand, sure, we have a decent save in 5 diamonds, right? We lose 2 clubs and 2 hearts, and that's it. But that's because it happens to be a game hand and because partner has 6 card support for one of our suits. Most of the time, it's not going to look like that at all. This trick is going to be so funny. All right. Now a spade to the king. And once again, North is going to collect that second spade trick. Yep, heart comes through. Spade, North can cover with the jack, and we'll see a claim in just a sec. North pausing, just making sure that it was safe to cover the 10 of spades with the jack, and they do. Let's check in on this table, still in play. East-West ending up in 4 hearts instead of 4 spades. Woo! So technically there was a spade ruff available in a heart contract, but it's pretty impossible to find on an auction like this. And therefore Declare is going to come away with 11 tricks and hearts. Wow. Declare thinking about crossing in clubs to take a heart finesse, I suppose. South is marked with the spade ace. Or stiff ace of spades for the way that the defense has gone. And it looks like Declare does decide to cross in clubs to take the heart finesse. Certainly percentage, but not by much. 11 tricks. And we'll take a look at the scores. So one table did manage to get to 5 diamonds. That's because Mikkel Rimstedt, like, no offense, but one of the weaker pairs in the field. I mean, they've been below average on both sets. Does overcall 2-0 on the South cards. I mean, these things can work. They obviously can. And so North-South get to 5 diamonds doubled for basically a top in this field. Everyone else is 620 or 650, depending on whether or not they end up in spades or hearts on this hand. And taking a look at the results after round 5, this is where things stand. So Van Oosten and Sprinkweetsen still cruising, but Grossack and McAllister right on their heels. I mean, they're still almost a full board behind at this point. And the gap has widened between second and third now. It's like 1.5 boards, basically. So we could see an exciting photo finish between the top 2 teams, depending on whether or not anything changes in the next few rounds. But they're pulling away from the rest of the field. So Zamir Toledano, 55% game, just not cutting it. Medalla Bota, pretty average on this set, but they had a good afternoon. Krikorian and Palawan up there in 5th. Mahmoud Donati. And Wilenkin Shearson, we saw them drop off pretty far in the first segment, but it looks like they're having a good start to the evening set for the time being. Rimstedt and Mexstroth with that basically cold top across the field, getting to 5 diamonds doubled, have pulled up back into 8th here. The 70 and the 68, is this making up the new Zimmerman team? Maybe it should. We're into the next round. Let's follow... Let's check in on Wilenkin Shearson. They're having a good set so far. South opens a diamond, 11 count. Spade overcall. 2 clubs by Krikorian. 2 spades by Shearson. Passes back around to North, who just balances with 3 clubs. Honestly, an interesting decision from North. I mean, Jack 10 third is almost... See, this is what I was thinking. That Jack 10 third is... Oh my god, South pulls to 4 clubs? Like... What? What are they doing? Always good to know that you can run from a cold game to 4 of a minor. 3 spades, what? Yeah, I have no idea what 3 spades is. 3 spades is insane. Interesting lead. I don't think so. I guess I can bring up why a heart lead feels a little bit stand out to me. VuGraph operator tells us we're playing the board in reverse, so we might see a little bit of faltering from them in terms of the play. But the reason why North-South would shy away from no trump and play in 4 clubs is because they don't have hearts stopped. So I think that would be a serious reason for East to figure that their side was probably cashing quite a few heart tricks. Now, I mean, maybe it makes more sense, therefore, for East to lead the ace of hearts instead of low one. But that tends to be one of the reasons why, especially at match points, you end up pulling 3-no to 4 of a minor. Like, players don't pull 3-no trump for no reason. They do so because they're worried about a stopper. Yeah, maybe South could have a small doubleton heart, and so if partner has like King Jack 10 4th or something, then you do want to lead a low heart instead of the ace. That makes sense. Okay, VuGraph operator has had plenty of time to type out messages to us, but not enough time to follow the play. So we can speculate on the play. I mean, it's not very complicated in 4 clubs. Declare is going to... So this is going to go heart to the queen. I mean, West has a bit of a puzzle to solve, but let's assume West just plays 2 more rounds of hearts. Declare can ruff. Declare can then... I guess pull trumps and lead the queen of diamonds covered to the ace. And then Jack of diamonds, diamond ruff, and claim down 1? Maybe? I don't know. Is that what's going to happen? Hobo asks, what does board reverse mean? I mean, so because we're playing with physical cards, sometimes the board just gets turned 180 degrees on the table. So north and south are going to be flipped, and east and west are going to be flipped on the hand. All right, so we don't know what actually happened in the play. I was speculating on down 1, Declare losing 2 hearts and 2 spades, but obviously Declare can kind of safety play this hand to end up scoring plus 130. I probably would have played for plus 150 on this hand and gone down. Then again, I probably wouldn't have been in 4 clubs if I was north-south. So anyway... One under trick wonder, you have expert level Declare play when the board gets flipped around, but your partner is the one who gets ridden up for it. Yeah, that's kind of sad. Rules question. If you're the VuGraph operator and the board has been reversed, obviously you can't say anything during the board that's actually being played. But after that board, are you allowed as the VuGraph operator to tell the players that they're playing the boards backwards? I don't know the answer to that. I think it would be incredibly stupid if you were not allowed to inform the players that they're playing the boards backwards. But I also think that it's very possible that's the rule. Seems like we're waiting for everyone to finish board 11 before we can get board 12 on the table. Schmeeble thinks yes. George Brad thinks maybe. Will asks, is the VuGraph operator Kibitzer something else? Let's pretend they're a Kibitzer. What's the rule for a Kibitzer? because I don't actually know the rules for these things. We're on to board 12. Wilenkin picks up an 8 count in first seat, so he will pass. Or if he's on tilt, he'll open 3 clubs, which, I mean, basically on any board, there's a 50-50 chance that Wilenkin is on tilt. So he passes. 3 passes go around to South, who opens a no trump. BSFR said, did this in NABC as a kibitzer and it was allowed. Gotcha. I mean, well, I guess it depends what is meant by allowed. Because I think if you're a kibitzer and you do it at the table, the players will probably be thankful that you tell them the boards are reversed. But there might be some obscure rule in the rule book that says you're not allowed to do this. Wilenkin thinking about coming in with 2 hearts and a minor? Maybe. I mean, maybe. He's favorable. But he passes. So 2 hearts transfer to spades. Yeah, no director call. Again. Yeah, so Will says, in quotations for the rule book, a spectator at the table shall not draw attention to any aspect of the game. That's the thing. It might be possible that this is not allowed, but I really don't know the actual ruling for it. It seems silly, though. So spade transfer, South obviously with 4-card support, a bunch of aces, and let's call it a maximum 16 count. Bids 4 spades here after the invite. Couple of clubs to take. A couple of diamonds to take on defense. There really isn't anything Declare can do about these losers, is there? That's tough. So 4 spades down 1. Yeah, that's right, Hoba to go. That it doesn't really matter if the board gets twisted 180 degrees. The board is still played effectively the same. It really only matters about the direction of the dealer and who ends up declaring the final contract. But it's still nice to get the board direction correct. And yeah, as Brady says, and a couple of others have pointed out, that East does need to switch to diamonds here, and East does not. Oh my. So there's still a decent amount of work for Declare to do, and it's not as if the diamond end play is all that obvious, because to find the diamond end play, Declare will need to strip the hearts somehow. On this hand, the Queen 10 of hearts fall, which is actually somewhat important with spades 3-1, but they'll need to strip the hearts somehow. They don't need to cash the 9 of hearts. Well, actually, they do need to cash the 9 of hearts, don't they? Are we sure that this is doable? Hold on a second, team. How certain are we that this is actually doable? Let's say we win the 10 of spades, we go heart, 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 ruff. Then we pull 2 more rounds of spades, pulling trumps, and then cash the 9 of hearts to pitch a diamond, but then we don't have an entry. Yeah, this doesn't work, does it? I don't think we can end play West. But even in the diamond suit alone, it's not so clear what end play we should play for. Because if it goes 9 of diamonds, Jack, Queen, King, and West exits the 2 of diamonds back, we can ruff the 9 of hearts, Will says. But then dummy's out of trumps, and West can just exit a club when they get in. Like, we have to pull 2 more rounds of trumps. Because otherwise, yeah, okay, everyone knows what I mean. Yeah, the fact that spades are 3-1 was still a problem. Maybe East should find a diamond switch, though. I think it's very possible that East should find a diamond switch. It seems a little bit weird looking at 4 small diamonds and dummy to play a spade instead of a diamond, right? That does seem a little bit strange. But maybe the point from East's perspective is that they were worried Declare might ruff a bunch of diamonds. So like if Declare happened to have, say, ace doubleton of diamonds, then a diamond switch, Declare ducks. Now a spade comes, but Declare wins, ace of diamonds, heart to the king, diamond ruff, ace of hearts, heart ruff, diamond ruff, cross ruff sort of thing happens. And so East wanted to get 2 rounds of trumps pulled. I mean, obviously she had a plan, for sure. And I am not spending a lot of time trying to look for what the plan is. We're getting a bunch of text from the operator. It's true. Yeah, we got another one of these. The players haven't finished the board. Rest of the table starting the next round. So looks like this table is still in play as well. So after 2 rounds of clubs here, Cenk ends up finding a diamond switch, 7 of diamonds, around to the 10, and now declares out of options, is just going to have to play a diamond to the queen and go down 1. You want the operator to start posting novels in the chat? They apparently have plenty of time to type all these other things out. I mean, I'm sure this is a copy-paste. They must have some sort of keyboard macro for this to just pop up. I mean, I guess West could play back a club, and that would allow the contract to make from here. Declare could ruff, pitch their diamond. Diamond to the ace, heart to the king, ruff the diamond suit good. So that's the only error that could happen. I think that would be great. If the operator just started shit posting in the chat, that would be very good. Pleasant experience. How's the ACBL stream? Is anyone checking that out? I think I'm going to pop over there just to have a look. Because I know they were supposed to be live streaming right now. They are. They have... Okay, I can't see exactly who they've got, but it looks like they have Gavin and Rob Barrington and then question mark is over on their stream. Cool. Okay, Declare got a heart switch from West, so this is just going to be down 1. Nothing to do other than diamond to the queen after pulling trumps. Does anyone have both live streams up, or is that like too much to follow? I know that some people, if there's like some sort of competition going on, they'll have like multiple live streams up of the same competition. But maybe that's difficult if there's like commentary coming from like both live streams. And I'm here sitting like being like, you know, you should never preempt on this hand, and Gavin's on the other live stream being like, if anyone doesn't preempt, I will never play bridge with them. It's pretty difficult to to pay attention. You didn't know it was legal to have a non-Brady bot stream? I would say that the ACBL in general does a bunch of illegal things. So, allegedly, sorry. Let me make sure I don't get sued by them. Here are our results. So still, there is a close race among the top two pairs. McAllister, Grossack, Sprinkwitz, and Van Oosten up there in first and second. A full board sitting ahead of Zamir and Toledano, who are actually having quite a good game, 58% in the afternoon. But it's not nearly enough when these powerhouses are putting up 60% rounds. Bota and Madala have been chasing for quite a while, but they have now slipped. They're still in fourth, but almost a full board back from fifth. Mahmood and Donati up there in fifth. Palawan, Krikorian have been sitting around the top of the standings for a little while. The Italians, Gandoglia and DeFranco. Lair and Gerard putting on quite the performance, as well as Willenk and Shearson in this final set. They're up in the top 10. And Nisan Teba, there we go. I'm learning. I'm gonna learn. Nisan and Teba rounding out the top 10 with Mexstroth and Rimstedt, this 42% game. Klukowski and Edmonds at 47. Yeah, don't scold viewers at the other stream. I mean, you're more than welcome to head over there if you want to check out their commentary that's going on. But I am always curious about who they end up having on the couch, because they have it more like a... What's that thing? The Manning cast sort of thing? I've honestly never watched the Manning cast, but I think that's pretty similar to the style that they have set up. They just have a bunch of people like on a giant couch with some microphones and them just like sitting and talking about the game as it goes on. Yeah, head on over and, you know, let everyone know in my chat that their broadcast is much more beneficial to you as a bridge player than my stream, and make sure you advertise for them heavily. But I mean, I don't mind if people are like, oh, hey, they have a bunch of like cool people on. I think it's nice to have a bunch of different options for broadcasting. I mean, I think it would be a lot better if like we could somehow work together and merge our communities, the ACBL and my stream. But until that day comes, so this is after basically the midway point, round 6 of 13. The Dutch pair, they did falter a little bit for like one round, but they have been on top for almost the entire day. I mean, Mexstroth and Rimstedt were the top qualifier, with the biggest carryover coming into today, but of course they have not had very good showings in the 2 sessions so far. So these guys are killing it. They were second last year in this event. And I guess One Under Trick Wonder says they've been playing together for a little bit more than a year, which I guess means that they were a very new partnership last year at the start of the Platinum pairs. So definitely one of the favorites in the field. Adam Grossack, I feel, is like a very underrated player. I've been pretty impressed with his not his performance, but like his play in general, like both at the Bermuda Bowl, as well as I played against him a couple of times in person in the last couple of years. And of course, this is a very strong showing, playing with McAllister and being up in second place here. Oh, we're into the next round. Let's check out... I'm tired of following the leaders. They're boring. Let's head to this table. Pass, a diamond from Novak, a hard overcall from Gandoglia, one no from Kolesnik, all pass, everyone vulnerable, and East on lead. Actually, quite a tricky lead problem. Most of the time when you have a doubleton heart here, hearts are going to be 5-4-2-2 around the table, and Declare is going to have the heart suit double stopped. So heart lead is a little bit unattractive, even though it's your partner's overcall suit. But East does lead a heart, second and fourth, it seems. So heart to the Jack and King. West, of course, can continue Ace of Hearts, 10 of Hearts if they want to set up the heart suit, and it looks like they do. Queen of Diamonds is an entry over there. As well as the Spade Queen. So East throws a club. Declare leads the 8 of Diamonds. I guess that means Declare is going to work on the club suit. Yeah, so 10 of Clubs runs around to the Jack. And now what does East think? They know their partner has the Diamond Queen. Probably. But East switches to Spades anyway. So Spade goes around to the Queen. 2 more rounds of Hearts cash. With Declare pitching, I guess, a Spade and a Club. Then a Spade's going to come back. Declare will try the club hook. Yuck. This is not going very well for Kolesnik here. I mean, it's very understandable at match points that you want to try and take a couple of club finesses. You could easily make an awful lot of tricks. I mean, West could have had King Jack third of clubs over there. But yeah, he is not going to be happy. Oh, he pitches 2 clubs, though. Wow. So East is getting strip squeezed. Oh, but not anymore. Gandoglia found the counter. Played a club through. So now Kolesnik's best bet is to try and exit a diamond and hope West has the Spade 10, but West does not. Spade around to the 10 and Ace, and beautiful defense from East-West, beating Declare 2 tricks and a no-trump. Tough hand. It's not like North did anything wrong in the auction. I mean, you don't have to bid a no-trump with Queen third in the opponent's suit, but he did have, what, a 10 count? Ace, Queen of Clubs, Queen of Hearts, and 2 pointed suit jacks. He even read the position fairly well. I mean, of course, playing on clubs was not correct, but once he had started playing on clubs, he worked out where the club king was. On to board 14, no one vulnerable this time. East gets to open. I know that a lot of the Italians play a fairly natural system. They haven't really adopted these transfers over a club. So I think East is very likely to open a diamond. Just kidding. They've adopted transfers over a club, as I was saying. A club, a hard overcall from Novak. Not the prettiest suit, but no one vulnerable. Important to get involved in the auction. West bids a spade, denying as many as 4 spades here. And 2 hearts. I'd be curious to see what the alert is on 2 hearts. Oh my. Is this going to end the auction? Probably not. You think 2 hearts is a bad raise and 2 diamonds would be the sound raise? Or constructive raise to 2 hearts? That could be. It's a little bit strange to play that in this sequence. But man, I mean, Kolesnik kind of understandably thinks that he wants to be preempting, and he's kind of correct, as long as the opponents don't let him play here, which East-West do rescue them. So 2 spades from East, 3 hearts from West, and East is now going to bid 3 now. And how's this contract going to do? There are 4 spade tricks, 2 heart tricks, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds at the very least. Club finesse is not working, but diamonds do split. So heart opening lead is going to go to the Jack Queen, I guess, and King. I wonder if North is just going to play low on the Jack of Hearts. Probably not. 2 hearts was down a lot. I did not spend a lot of time thinking about it, but I do believe, yes, down a lot is the correct amount. So heart to the Jack, Queen, and King. I mean, I hate exposing my entire hand by unblocking the King, Queen of Spades and then going Ace, King, and a diamond, but maybe that is the right way to play this hand. I guess we could unblock the spades and duck a diamond, which is maybe equivalent. Diamond to the ace. Okay, Declare decides to just duck a diamond before unblocking the spades. Could have been uncomfortable if diamonds were 4-1 and South got in to switch to clubs, but no problem here. Diamonds split, so the 9 of diamonds is an entry. Let's head back. This table is way behind. They're still on board 13. A diamond, a heart, a no trump. We've seen that at basically every table. And how is the defense doing? Pretty well. 1 no trump goes down 3 over here. So Kolesnik's 1 no down 2 doesn't look so bad in that light. This is the pair that's been filling in. Jinasar and Gupta. They're on to the final board of the set. Let's see how the play develops. I mean, for starters, whatever East opens, is South going to overcall heart? I don't think it's so obvious to overcall heart on the South cards. I know that there are definitely players in this field who would pass. So 1 club opening could be short. Is South coming in with a heart? It's a lot more attractive if you have spades, because then you might be able to preempt them out of finding a heart fit, or actually find a good save. But with a doubleton spade here, a bit less attractive to come into the auction. South does come in with a heart. So will we see a similar type of sequence? I mean, I don't think North is going to raise. I think that was a Finn Kolesnik special there on the North cards with Queen and a Heart. I like the idea. I don't know if it's going to be super popular, but I do like his idea that the opponents haven't really found their spade fit, and they could easily have a diamond fit, which is undisclosed. Let's put some pressure on. But this might just go 1-no, 3-no. Probably the same opening heart lead. And then we'll see if Declare decides to unblock the spades, decides to duck a diamond. Lots of possibilities. But ultimately, I think it is probably going to be the same number of tricks. So how many is that? They're going to take 3 diamonds, 4 spades, 2 hearts, and 2 clubs. 11 tricks. Is that what happened in the other room? I suspect so. I mean, I don't think as South we can realistically lead something that isn't a heart. But maybe. I mean, maybe if South gets off to a spade lead, they will hold Declare to 10. Oh my god, South did, well, okay, VuGraph Operator suggests that South got off to a spade lead, but then they claim 11 tricks. I think it was a heart lead, is what happened. So, oh, there is still one table in play. What happened here? Mikkel Rimstead led the Queen of Diamonds. That is a strange decision. Wow. So Queen of Diamonds lead. Declare goes about unblocking spades. And then just exits a diamond. North is in, but then a spade comes through. So at this point, Declare can cash a bunch of diamonds. Mexstroth throws their spade. Take a heart hook. But there is no squeeze. I mean, there's basically a show-up squeeze against South, but North has the spade queen, or club queen. So this is going to be 10 tricks for Declare. Okay, that's not the right number. We'll try again, but but this is definitely 10 tricks. I mean, still, that's probably not going to be a great result in the field. I mean, it looks like one Declare ended up only making 9, supposedly. Not sure how that happened. South led a club? Why is no one leading their 5-card heart suit? Only 2 tables led a heart. I'm surprised. In terms of our scoreboard, though, oh, we're still at round 6 of 13. We just finished round 7. So yeah, none of these scores have changed between where we were last time and where we are now. Do we have a table of entries for the Vanderbilt? I wonder. I don't know where I would find this information, but it looks like we do not yet. Quick refresh. Still round 6 of 13 complete. Hopefully we'll get moved on to round 8 in a second. But only 26 boards this time. So this is the correct amount, 26 boards. In theory, there is a break after boards 8 and 18, but also there is a break right now because we're waiting. Still round 6 of 13. It is looking like a 2-horse race, though, for first place in the event. McAllister, Grossack, Sprinkwitz, Van Oosten. If I had to put money on one of these pairs... Ooh, probably the Dutch guys. They have performed consistently well in a bunch of these match point events, so I gotta say that they're looking very strong. But I do feel like Adam Grossack does not get a lot of the credit he deserves for really being one of the top players out there. And obviously showing off that performance today. We're on to the next round, though. We have a bunch of the American guys for Team Nickel playing up against each other. Around the room, let's check out Edmonds and Klukowski. See how they're handling things. South passes in first seat. West opens a diamond. Pass by North. East bids a heart. So probably 2 hearts by East is going to be the final contract. Nothing for North-South to do, really. Obviously, West can't open to no trump in the ACBL world, so West is a little bit stuck here. But with a misfit on this hand, despite having extras, I don't see any reason for West to take another call. If you do bid as West, I guess I would end up bidding 2-no. Not my favorite problem. I solve these types of problems with one opening bid, as opposed to like getting to this point and then having to guess what to do. Because of course we could have a game. I mean, our most likely game is probably 4 hearts, but maybe East has a bit of a heavy 2-heart vid, and 3-no trump could be the right place to play. If 2 hearts shows extras, you have a 3-no bid. No, I mean, 2 hearts is just a play, but like, is East really supposed to bid 3 hearts with a bad 10 count? Not really. East is just going to bid 2 hearts with that type of hand. This is the type of sequence that, you know, like a bunch of people would post on Bridge Winners whenever they get a bad result, and in reality, it's just a bit of a hole in the system, is the problem with it. So club opening lead, pretty natural from South. Not only is it the unbid suit, but South has a sequence. And club goes around to the queen, which holds. The 9 of spades comes through. North is looking for a ruff. And it seems unlikely that North is going to get it, just because South doesn't really have the entries outside of the trump suit. Oh, North ducks from ace, queen, third of hearts. I mean, you have to believe that if North was looking for a ruff, they might have gone up with the ace of hearts and played another spade. But okay. Club comes through to the ace. And Declare needs to get back to their hand to start forcing out these trumps. The most natural way to do so is probably to just play a spade to the ace. I mean, you don't really want to ruff a club, play a heart, get forced again in clubs, and then if you play another heart and hearts happen to not be 3-3, you could be in some serious trouble. Of course, the danger of playing spades is maybe it gets ruffed. But you have to believe you're a world-class South opponent, that if there was a spade ruff coming, they would have found it. So I think you just play a spade to the ace here. Declare is giving it some thought, though. So this looks like a pretty good result for East-West. They do get to, I think, a reasonable contract of 2 hearts. They avoid getting too high. They avoid playing 3-0. And they're going to take basically all their tricks. Ace of diamonds is an interesting play. Now ruffs a club. Strange. So heart to the queen. North does force Declare, but Declare is going to be very happy to see that the club's split 4-4, because now there's no danger in pulling this third round of trumps. Even if the trumps don't split, the defense doesn't have a 14th club to force them. So heart around to the ace, and we'll see a claim. 2 hearts making 3. I wonder how many tables are going to violate ACBL policy and open a no trump on the West End. I mean, probably none. I think none. But it would be funny to see it happen once. And I also feel like this policy, there's some sort of self-policing requirement that if it happens to you at your table, whether or not they get a good result, you could just say, well, this is bridge. I'm not going to report them. And how is the ACBL ever going to find out? Like, do they have someone reviewing the VUGraph records? What if it happened at a table that wasn't on VUGraph? So in theory, it might be the case that even a match point field where there's not enough boards to qualify for like the ACBL's exemption to the rule, you could get away with opening a no trump on the hand if you wanted to. So pass by West, North with a 12 count will open a diamond in second seat. And East has a 16 count over there. 1 heart feels pretty natural. South bids a no trump. Queen third of hearts, but a big diamond fit from Klukowski. So this probably ends the auction. Oh, just kidding. I forgot East had a 4-card suit on the side, so they do balance with 2 clubs. It can be a little dangerous, but I think this is worth the risk at match points, even though you're vulnerable. That sometimes your partner holds a singleton heart, and a lot of the times that's going to be bad on offense when you overcall heart. But here, with Jack 10 fifth, I think when partner has a singleton heart, you're probably pretty happy to be in 2 clubs. So 2 diamonds by Klukowski, I think, regrettably, doesn't want to let his partner declare. But unfortunately, he does have to show his diamond fit. Can't let the opponents just play 2 clubs. So king of clubs opening lead. Declare may well get the diamond suit wrong. We'll have to see. Because the fact that East has showed up with at least 9 cards in the round suits definitely favors West holding at least 3 diamonds. King of clubs opening lead, actually an interesting choice. If East had led the king of spades, like king from ace king doubleton, maybe Declare would get the diamonds correct, because then East shape would be almost certainly marked 2-5, 2-4. So Declare decides to go up with the ace of clubs. Maybe a bit of an error there, and cashes the diamond king, and I think now is going to run the jack of diamonds into East queen. Moment of truth. 9 of diamonds, take the finesse, or ace of diamonds. Declare mulling it over. But I think Declare could have played this hand as more of like a discovery play. Like, you could duck the opening club lead. I mean, you're not really at risk of a heart ruff, for example. And then you could try and get a count signal in the club suit. Wow, Declare does pick off the diamond, so good guess by North. Now there's just a club and 2 spades to lose. So how's this result going to be? I mean, it seems like 2 clubs was barely making East-West. There's 2 hearts, 2 diamonds, and a club to lose. Strip the hand and hope East is 2-5, 1-5. Would that help? Doesn't look like it when you don't duck the first club. I mean, if you duck the first club, then maybe you could try that. Yeah, 1-5-2-5. I know what you meant. We do have one more table in play. So North-South get to 2-0 in this room. A diamond, a heart. South decides to make a limit raise in diamonds rather than bidding a no trump. I think I like Klukowski's 1-no bid. You have an ace on the outside. The queen of hearts is probably some kind of stopper. And you have a 5-card diamond suit. If you're making 3 diamonds, you might be making 2 no. Because you basically have 7 tricks. If partner has the ace of diamonds and nothing else in their hand, a 4 count, you have the queen of hearts, which probably takes a trick, and 5 diamonds and the ace of clubs, or at least some chance at 5 diamonds and the ace of clubs, and partner probably has a bit more than just a 4 count, having opened the bidding. So I think I like Klukowski's decision to bid a no trump here, especially at match points. But North-South still find their way to no trump. They get all the way up to the 2 level. King of clubs lead. And it's going to be all about guessing this diamond suit now, huh? Because if Declare misguesses diamonds, East is going to be able to cash out for 6 defensive tricks. 3 clubs, a diamond, and 2 spades. If Declare picks off the diamond suit, they're going to take the first 9, or they're going to take 9. East only showed hearts here. So hearts are known to be 5-2. Which definitely makes it, like, percentage a priori to hook west for the jack of diamonds, or queen of diamonds, that is. But it's still really close. I think Declare gets this wrong. I think they do go king of diamonds, diamond to the 9. Tricky spot. Very tricky spot. There's the king of diamonds. There's the jack of diamonds. Yep. And so 2 no trump goes down a trick, whereas at the other table, for Klukowski and Edmonds, they ended up playing in the diamond part score. Wow, Declare through a spade? I don't know if that's a believable play. That seems like a very unusual play, but the spade suit is blocked. So 2 no trump goes down 1. Let's check in on our scoreboard, at least for this round. Very final board here. So 2 no went down 1 twice. 2 no trump in the south ended up making. West on lead, I have to imagine, led partner's heart suit, and that was ineffective. Zia. Oh my god, Zia, please. 2 no? 1 diamond, 1 heart, 2 no. Insane. So Zia does play a diamond to the king and runs the 8 of diamonds unsuccessfully. But because the clubs haven't been set up, he had no trouble making 8 tricks from there. 2 no is wild. Greco and Hampson, a diamond, a heart, playing the precision style. Oh, this is Mexstroth and Rimstedt. So Rimstedt elects to bid 2 hearts as well. I really think I like what Klukowski did, bidding 1 no with the south hand. They were the only pair to get a big plus score, plus 130. Look at this match point disparity here. 2 diamonds making 4, 2 no trump making 2, 3 diamonds making 3, and then a couple 2 no's down 1. Do we have updated standings? Yes, after round 8, in fact. We skipped round 7. And oh boy, Zamir and Toledano have actually moved up into second place. It's not as if McAllister and Grossack are having a terrible round. They have 57% going, but they've slipped. Gendoglia and DeFranco, they have a 63% round so far through 8. Pretty impressive. They're still full board back away from third place, but yeah, now there's still a little bit of separation, about a half board between first and second, about a bit less than half a board between second and third. Donati and Mahmood are up here in fifth. Bota and Madala have fallen. They're in sixth. And Rimstead and Mextroth, I mean, shows a little bit of the power of carryover here. I mean, they're still in ninth despite basically having a couple of below average games on the set. But what have we got? We've got 5 more rounds to play, 10 boards, and then we will have to crown a winner, a new NABC champion in the Platinum Pairs. So when does the whatever it is, Vanderbilt start tomorrow? I assume it starts at the same time. So it's probably, once again, 10 a.m. local time, 11 a.m. Eastern time, and therefore 11:15 with the delay. But let me see if I can confirm that. This is not helpful to me. Excuse me. Oh God, I'm dying. Tournament schedule. This is what I wanted to look at. Monday, March 2nd. Yes. So it starts at the same time tomorrow. Okay. We're not quite into the next round. Thank you, BZL. You appreciate that Zia has his postcode in the listing? I know, it's just everyone from out of the country just has, well, not everyone. Apparently the Italians just have their city. Well, some of the, the Italians have their city. The Netherlanders have their city. But there was also, well, some of the Netherlanders have like their postcode or whatever this is. And I think there were some of the other ones that also, like, what is CH? Come on, man, like that CH? And is it really Geneva? Is that Switzerland? Or is it Geneva, a different city? What is Geneva? Oh, it's just the French spelling of Geneva. Okay. So yeah, it's Switzerland. But like, CH? How is CH Swiss? There's no way CH is supposed to be Swiss. Okay, we're into the next round. I have to focus. Where are we going? Let's head here. I mean, I know I've been tired of watching the leaders, but this is going to be a big round for them because they're playing up against the substitute pair here, and one of the pairs that's obviously doing the worst in the entire field, Jinasar and Gupta. So it's very possible that they just end up getting like too close to tops on these boards and really pull ahead in the standings. So we'll follow this. North opens a no trump, stiff king, and a 6-card suit. Transferred hearts, except 2-0 invite, 4 hearts by North, deciding that the value of the singleton makes it worth a game bid. And it looks like they've done pretty well here. Declare is going to lose 2 clubs and the diamond ace. I mean, maybe the diamond ace, depending on how the defense goes. So ace of clubs, West follows with the 9. But I mean, I can see East switching to a diamond here. Low 9 king. And then from there, Declare just gets to set up clubs and pitch all their pointed suit losers. It does look like a spade's going away. I can't imagine that Declare is somehow magically going to lose a spade trick on this hand. Hey, Game King. Where is this held? This is in St. Louis, Missouri, in the US. So it is the central time zone. Well, this is one way for the spade loser to go away. Queen of spades switch. So I think something like ace of spades, jack of clubs is a pretty attractive way to continue as Declare. Okay, Declare elects to win the king of spades. Yeah, I really don't like this this king of spades play. I think this is too revealing that the opponents are going to need to switch to diamonds. Like now if Declare plays a club up, West is going to win the queen, and I think West is just going to table the diamond ace at that point. Like here's a club to the queen. Is West going to find this ace of diamonds? I think so. I mean, maybe not. Like, East could have the jack of spades, right? And so maybe a spade switch is helpful. I guess this does put West in a bit of a precarious spot. Because obviously West doesn't know about the 6-card club suit in North. Yeah, and a spade comes back. So Declare actually does make the rest. Wow. They do, right? We just pull trumps and then rough the club suit good? Yeah, we do. Okay, very good. Good talk. Ace, queen, jack of hearts. Rough the club, spade to the jack. Four hearts makes with an overtrick. So actually a very bad result for East-West. Schmabel says, does the queen of spades play work with either spade, honor, and partner's hand? I mean, I think East was hoping that their partner had the ace of spades. I guess would be the way to phrase it. Like, technically, if Declare has Jack third, yes, it could go Queen of Spades, King, Ace, and a spade back, and your 10 would set up. So if that's what you mean by does it work, then sure. Like, it doesn't necessarily blow a trick. I mean, it might give away a guess. It might just give up a spade trick because Declare might not have a way to discard their spade losers if you don't do it for them. But yeah, East was probably just hoping that partner might have the ace-jack of spades and the queen of spades switch would pick off 3 spade tricks, for example. They must have read the 9 of clubs at trick 1 as discouraging, which would make sense. Anyway, pass by East. South opens a club with the 11 count, 5-4 in the black suits. A diamond overcall, much to East's amusement here. 5-card diamond support. So North will start with a spade. I mean, unless they're playing like transfers, then North could start with a heart. But either way, East is going to jam this auction quite a bit. The question is going to be how many diamonds should East bid? I mean, is 4 diamonds the right amount? Is 3 diamonds good enough? 3 diamonds might be a mixed raise. 3 clubs, mixed raise. So South can definitely bid 3 spades. I don't see any reason not to. Three spades past 4 spades. I wonder if East is going to be a little bit disappointed at how much he has bid and gotten in the way. I mean, maybe North should actually do more than just bid 4 spades here. North has, I mean, a 14 count, but nothing wasted in diamonds. The queen of clubs could be a good card. I mean, on this hand, obviously 6 spades makes. You can just pitch all of the hearts on the running clubs. Five diamonds doubled, you think, Peter Chan? I kind of suspect that North-South would bid on to 5 spades if East-West do get to 5 diamonds. Yeah, as Will says, it does seem as if South might have a doubleton diamond here, which means that the chances of a slam are a lot slimmer. But West could have 6 diamonds. I mean, obviously East could have 5 as they do here, but it's true. It sounds as if diamonds are 5-4-2-2 around the table, and therefore your slam chances decrease. So this is going to be, I think, an unfortunately sad result for North-South. Let's head out. I mean, this is just going to go ace of diamonds, heart switch, and Declare is going to ruff a diamond, pull trumps, and claim. Let's head on over to McAllister and Grossack, who also get to 4 spades here. This time, DeFranco made a limit raise, it looks like 2 no trump, over the 1 spade bid. So, similar defense, diamond lead to the ace, a heart through, up with the ace, pull trumps and claim. Declare roughs a diamond. This is incorrect, right? This is like a little bit of a technical error because clubs could be 5-0. I mean, like, whatever. It doesn't matter. Clubs are not 5-0. I guess maybe that's a better way of phrasing it. So technical error or not probably equates to the same number of tricks no matter what. Four spades makes 12 tricks. All the tables are finished. Did anyone reach the slam? One pair got to 5 spades because look at what happened at this room. 1 club, 2 diamonds by Klukowski. I do like that bid. Actually, I like that bid a lot more than one diamond. Why did no one else overcall two diamonds? You can't pick up 5-0 clubs? Sure you can. You can pull 3 rounds of trumps ending in the south hand and cash the club ace. And then when East shows out, you run the 9 of clubs, club to the queen, then you ruff your diamond, take your entry late, and then you run the clubs to pitch hearts. 2 diamonds not natural. That's true. You're so right. We did talk about this earlier today. A lot of pairs play that 2 diamonds over a club, especially if it is a not natural 1 club, is Michael's. Oh, you said that you can pick up. Can't you pick up clubs anyway if clubs are 5-0, even if you rough a diamond first? Not if spades are 3-1. No, not if spades are 3-1. So, like, when spades are 2-2, yes, you can, because you have a 3rd round spade entry. But if spades are 3-1, you have to, yeah. Sorry, I didn't clarify. You're totally right. Club a diamond. I'm just going to click through and see if anyone else overcalled 2 diamonds. Nope. Everyone else came in with 1 diamond. I really do like, at these colors maybe only, a 2 diamond bid on the west hand. How many rounds are left? There are 4 rounds left. We're playing up through board 26. But we do not have the scores after round 9 yet. So Sprinkweetson and Van Oosten did get a very poor result on that first board. Oh, we should check that, right? Board 17. Yeah, so they're a cold 0. But some pairs are not even reaching game. 1 no, transfer to hearts, and South just drops them. And then Mikkel Rimstead elected not to get to hearts on the hand. There was also 1 no all pass by Novak and Kolesnik. Unsuccessful. And oh boy, in fact, 1 no all pass only made 1. Diamond opening lead to the 9 and king. There are 5 hearts, a diamond, and 2 spades available, but of course, Declare at match points decided to take the spade finesse. Or decided to exit in clubs. Wait. Exited in clubs and East didn't overtake? This is like the second time that Carmichael forgot to overtake their partner's trick. So spade went around to the king. But then Kolesnik, maybe understandably, decided to exit another club, figuring that the ace of diamonds is sometimes onside here. Ace of clubs cashes, and now a diamond comes through. Whoopsies! West claims the rest. Do we have scores? No, still round 8 of 13. So we even have a delay on our delay when it comes to our barometer scoring. Yeah, what happened at Mexstroth's table? Because Mexstroth made 3-0, right? What a player. Oh, he gets a heart lead. But is this enough? So he wins the ace of hearts, plays a 3rd heart. West starts pitching diamonds. East throws a club. So a club now goes to the king. But East-West have pitched an awful lot of diamonds already. Yeah, the jack of diamonds comes through. West ducks, though. Another club to the ace. And East does work out to play a diamond, but West has pitched too many. Ace of diamonds cashes, and Declare has the rest. Mextroth, what a player. We're into the next round, though. This looks like a fun table. I'm looking around. I don't see too many of the leaders. We could watch Nyson and Teba. But let's head here, if RealBridge will load. Hello? Please? Okay, we're in. South opens a diamond. Kaplan on the 11 count here. Is Zia coming in with a spade? He does not. Uh-huh. So North has a 17 count. A diamond, a heart, 2 hearts. I wonder if North has the ability to try and get out in 3-0 after that. Because from North's perspective, it might seem like a situation where you could take the same number of tricks and no trump and hearts. If not, he'll probably just bid 4 hearts. It's hard to construct a hand where slam is good. Is that true? King, queen, 4th of hearts. King, queen, jack, 5th of diamonds, maybe. Queen of clubs. Sure. I mean, it's possible that 6 hearts is a decent spot. So North asks with 2 no. And 3 hearts is a minimum with 4. Looks like they invert their responses for the spiral scan, which actually makes a lot of sense. At least if they're inverting like the 3 heart and 3 club response. Like you probably can't invert the 3 diamond and 3 spade response. You can't really just bid 3 spades as some sort of minimum. Hearts plays better? It might. I mean, you can rough a diamond, but with 17 highs opposite, let's say South has on average a 13 count here for this type of bid, 30 highs combined, that tends to be around the right spot where no trump might play better. I don't know. It's probably close. Or sorry, no trump wouldn't play better, but take the same number of tricks. BZL, you've seen people play 3 spades as any minimum. That is unplayable. But I believe you. 10 of spades lead. Okay. From Donati. Doesn't want to lead away from his queen, 5th of clubs. Doesn't want to lead diamonds, the opponent's suit. So Declare does have a club guess. Spade lead might break up the squeeze. Oh my god, everyone's talking about squeezes. We are not there yet. We have to play the trump suit. We have to guess the club queen. There's a lot of work to be done. I mean, I think even Declare might just try and rough 2 diamonds in the north hand. Or 2 spades in the south hand. One of those things is probably going to happen. Is Zia seriously thinking about playing the king of spades here? That is such a Zia thing to do. But why? That would be a spectacular way to lose the board. You think roughing 2 spades is better than roughing 2 diamonds on this hand? Oh, also, I like how it's Owen Lin now. Could we just get an E inserted somewhere? Make it Owen Line? Dude, Zia, please. Please don't do this. Actually, please do. We want to see you play the King of Spades. Owen Lean. He has really slimmed down. Like, back in the day, when he was a young man, he was a little bit chubby. And now he has definitely worked on his physique. Dude, this is the most incredible position I've ever seen. Why is Zia still thinking? Maybe Zia fell asleep. I mean, he's getting up there in age. It is certainly possible that he's just kind of taking a nap at the table. What do I think the declare is actually going to do? I guess declare will... I mean, the reason to try and rough 2 diamonds in the north hand, which is why it looks the most attractive, is that you don't have to waste that 10 of hearts. If you rough 2 spades in the south hand, the 10 of hearts kind of gets wasted. But if you can rough 2 diamonds with, say, the 2 of hearts and, like, the 8 of hearts or something, then you can go ace of hearts, heart up, and you'll still be able to pick off, like, a jack doubleton of hearts with east. Low heart at trick 2. It does, but oh my god, he did! Why? Like, how is that the play? There's no way. There's no way. Yeah, this is kind of the problem with the low heart at trick 2. Is that if you misguess the trump suit, things become a little bit awkward for you. But the good news for declare is that he might have lost 2 trump tricks anyway, just because if he tries to rough 2 diamonds, East could overrough. You're misguessing anyway, I face in a heart. Maybe. It's definitely possible that declare was going to lose a couple of tricks no matter what here. But man, that King of Spades play is wild. Do they lead 10 from Ace Jack 10? God, dude. I mean, they probably lead second and fourth. So if East did have ace 10 third of spades, maybe the technical lead would have been the 10 of spades at trick one. Like ace jack 10, West should just play low because then the 10 of spades will run around. All right, 3 rounds of hearts. So Declare has once again gotten themselves in a position to be forced to guess the club queen. Like, North didn't need to duck that heart back. North could have gone up with the ace of hearts and then just cross-ruffed both of their diamonds in the North hand, and they could have pitched the club on the jack of spades. They would have very easily ended up making 11 tricks, right? But yeah, now Declare is in a position where he's gonna have to do some guesswork. And this hurts. So the jack of spades is gonna cash to pitch a diamond. I think Owen is a strong, like, technical player, so he's probably just going to treat this as I have a full count on the hand, and therefore East started with longer clubs, so I'm going to go king of clubs, club to the 10. But you basically turned a situation where you could effectively have had a 100% guarantee for 11 tricks into one where, well, clubs are 5-2. So this is a 5/7 chance, 71% or so for 11 tricks. If he goes down, he was not going to go down, but he might have ended up costing himself an overtrick. They could have king jack fourth and lead a heart back. Meh. Meh is what I say to that. I don't really see the point in returning a heart. If Declare is trying to pull trumps and leads a heart to the 10 and you win the jack and you have king jack fourth, I think you basically just wait for Declare to pull trumps most of the time. I don't know. Is it better than the 28 or 29% that you end up losing to this queen doubleton of clubs offside? Not sure. 3-0 in the West. Zia opens 2-0 with the 20 count. Stamen in sequence. Heart opening lead does give Declare the heart queen. So South is going to get in to push a heart back throw, and Declare is going to end up with 4 clubs, 2 hearts, 3 spades. Okay, no play record. Very good. Excellent. I mean, 11 tricks is a lot, right? Because when South gets in with a club and pushes a heart back, all of North's hearts are set up. Well played. You're so right. We don't need to question it. They played the hand beautifully. 1 table still in play here. So what was the opening lead on this one? It looks like maybe North led a spade to the 10 small and king. And now Declare is going to hook the 9 of spades on the way back eventually. So South is in with the club queen. Can push the 9 of hearts through. Looks pretty attractive. Good play, just to cover dummy spot cards. If you switch to a low heart, for example, declare could just duck it around. So heart goes to the queen, heart back to the ace. And now North's hearts are set up. So even though declare can hook the 9 of spades here somewhat confidently, cash the spade queen, cash a couple of clubs, he only makes apparently 9 tricks. 4 spades, 4 clubs, and 1 heart. So a little bit lucky based on that opening lead choice, but quite a few 3 no trump making 9 tricks. Supposedly someone made 11. I'm still not sure I believe it, but we just got a claim after trick 1, so we don't get the play record there. One pair ended up making 10, which is also well above average. Let's check in on... Oh, just kidding. Error loading data. Uh-oh. We tried. We were doing so well, but unfortunately, we're going to have to watch the last 3 rounds without any sort of score update. So it's going to be an exciting finish. We don't know who's leading anymore. I think we will have results posted, though, on the official score, on the official ranking site, or the official tournament site. Is this intentional? No, this is not intentional. This is just some sort of database error. I mean, you see that this thing has even changed. 01plat2fa.json, and all of the others are spelled correctly. So I don't know what happened here, but someone broke something. Loading. Loading. Okay, 6 boards to play. Oh, hey, we got a new error. Now it's not a 404 error. We have unexpected non-white space. Hey, look at this. This is a debug thing. Programmers, get on this. Whoever's programming the thing, you know exactly what's wrong. Position 269,000? Line 11,000? Does the website really require 11,000 lines of code? Okay, we're back. We're back. After round 10 of 13, oh my God, we have new leaders. Also, we have 2 pairs that are supposedly exactly tied, even though that's kind of incredible, right? That's actually really incredible that we have a tie. But look at this. Toledano and Zamir are on top. Barely. Over Sprinkwitz and Van Oosten. Grossack and McAllister have fallen about a board behind. Maybe a bit more than a board behind the leaders. But they're still a full board ahead of the 4th, 5th place tie between... I would call them the Italians. Lots of Italians in here, even though a lot of them are living elsewhere. Donati, Bota, and Medalla. Palawan Krikorian. I mean, despite only about a 50% game in this set. And Mexstroth Rimstedt, they're moving up. They're in 7th. So that is currently where things stand. We're into the next round, though. Let's follow. Let's head here. I would have liked to see the leaders, but I don't think we've seen Zamir and Toledano at all today. JSON can be kind of wordy. I see. couple passes go around to South in third seat. Unfavorable. I don't see any reason to open the South hand. And South passes, 1 no by West. A 16 count, all pass. North on lead. Are we going to try a low spade from Queen Jack 5th? Seems like the most natural opening lead. So spade goes around to the 9. Ace of diamonds and a diamond. Makes a lot of sense to start out the play. So are we playing a diamond to the 10, diamond to the queen? 10 is kind of the percentage play. I mean, technically we pick off North's king, jack, 4th. But this does feel like a bit of a pure guess. Kolesnik guesses correctly. So diamond around to the king. Now, South is in. And did we get a Smith signal? North played high, low, and diamonds, so that might be a discouraging Smith signal, which makes it attractive for, yeah, so I was wondering if this exact thing might happen. Sometimes you can get a little bit too clever for your own good. So South switches to the 10 of hearts, thinking that this looks like a situation where you want to make a surrounding play. But if that was the case, a low heart would have been just as good. That there just isn't a layout of the heart suit where a low heart switch can end up costing. And so now as it is, with the 10 of hearts, that 9 of hearts has been promoted into a stopper. So a good result here for Kolesnik and Novak at this point. Diamond goes to the queen. The jack of clubs is going to hit the table. I think. It seems unlikely that South started with a singleton king of clubs. So jack of clubs makes a lot of sense to me. Oh, okay. Club to the queen. So this is going to cost Declare a trick, right? Maybe not. Maybe not. You can still play a diamond to the 9 and then lead the jack of... Well, this is going to cost Declare a trick. Oh no, actually South gets squeezed. I just realized. South holding the ace of hearts gets squeezed here on the ace of spades. Okay, but South pitched a club anyway. So maybe Kolesnik worked that out. Maybe not. Either way, ends up making an enormous number of tricks in one no trump. I mean, this is going to be a huge result for them. And not great for the chasers. Grossack and McAllister were in second place. I think. Maybe they were in third? They might have been in third. But yeah, this means they're going to fall a little bit further behind. I mean, certainly if South had like King 10-9 or King 10-8 fourth of hearts, then you could excuse them for switching to the 10 of hearts there. Queen 10-8 fourth, it would be kind of the classic surrounding play, switch to the 10. But with that ace 10 fourth, if partner has the king or the queen, you can just lead low from your hand. East this time picks up a strong no trump. So what is West going to do? I think there's a couple of reasonable choices. You could just pass one no with the West hand. 3 no feels more like an imp bid to me than a match point bid. I mean, I know that Kolesnik plays a lot of imps. Will says king jack third, queen third, need to lead the 10. No. I mean, I think maybe if partner had queen 7 doubleton, you need to lead the 10. But Declare always just has one stopper with king jack third and queen third behind. You just lead low to the queen, heart back ducked. And you still have communication in the heart suit. Can north-south make 4 spades? Can north-south make 4 spades? So, like, yes? Maybe? I don't know. A diamond lead makes things a little bit difficult, but it feels like yes, maybe. Yeah, I think so. So maybe 3-no is a great preempt. You're just going to be here going down 2, and the opponents were cold for 4 spades. They were going to get there. I mean, I was going to say that I think from West's perspective, there were a couple of reasonable decisions. You could pass 1 no and just hope to go plus more in no trump or in diamonds, or you could transfer to diamonds with the 6-card diamond suit, which I think is also going to be a popular choice. 3-no, I don't expect to be that popular in the field. At teams, I'm all for it. I think 3-no makes a lot of sense when you have a 6-card suit that has a potential to run for 6 tricks and a possible outside entry with that king of spades. But at match points, it feels like a little bit unnecessary. Oh, it seems like well, I was going to say it seems like maybe McAllister was going to feel obligated to cash out the ace of clubs, but he does not. He plays a diamond, and therefore I think Declare is still going to end up down 2. There's no real end play or anything that happens. There's no squeeze that takes place. So Declare is still only going to get their 7 tricks. That is not the card that was played. Really? Did South seriously dump the club ace? Excuse me? Oh my God. There's no way that this actually happened. Well, as I was saying, 3-no trump does go down a trick, so good defense. And we'll have to see across the field if just going minus 100 on the East-West cards ends up paying dividends. It looks like they're the only table to have finished. Let's head over here. Vugraph operator needs to hydrate. I don't think so. I can guarantee you that South did pitch the ace and queen of clubs, just trying to avoid an end play. Details unclear, but withdrawal earlier was not a medical emergency. Got it. Yeah, I think I've learned better than to speculate as like a broadcaster, because there's not really, like, I can stir up drama, but I don't think that's my job is to speculate on things. Like, I have some theories as to what happened, but I am not going to share them. So we will wait for more info. I'm kind of learning, like, this is how journalism works. You don't just like randomly report things like theories and speculation. You have to actually get the facts before you say things online. I mean, I don't know. That's how I feel. Maybe most people just randomly report speculation as facts nowadays. Yeah, you're hearing from people who are there. No, I totally get you. But like from my stance, I do not want to make any sort of sweeping accusations because I think a lot of people take my word as gospel. That's just how it works when you're like an online personality. So I need to be careful. I need to be held to a higher standard than everyone in Twitch chat. You all can speculate as much as you want. Be like, one of them wanted to go to Denny's, and so therefore they had to leave. You know, Denny's was closing. It's not 24/7 in St. Louis. But who withdrew? It was the Nordic guys, Christian Lehrman and Nikolai Heiberg-Evenstad. Oh, hey, by the way, we were asking if Four Spades was making North-South. Here you are. So Mexstroth rejected the club finesse somehow. Or for some reason. I mean, maybe he actually just safety played this. Is that what's going on? Because, like, East could win this, give their partner a ruff, and take the ace of hearts for 10 tricks. But that feels like it's going to be a monster result for North-South. It could be a monster result. I do think that that the ACBL would penalize a effective quote-unquote rage quit in terms of the event. In some way. I don't know what they would do, but if that happened, then I think there would be some sort of sanctions. East cashes the ace of hearts and gives their partner a club ruff. So maybe Mexstroth could have made an extra trick here. I'm not certain. I didn't follow the early play. But Four Spades making feels like a huge result for them on that board. Yeah, so one of the tables, in fact, made 11 tricks and Four Spades. And apparently Four Spades actually can be defeated. Diamond opening lead does make things tough for Declare, as I kind of mentioned, but pretty hard to find a diamond lead, of course. 3-no down one, just in the middle of the pack. 3 diamonds ended up going down one east-west. One pair was okay, I need to get rid of this double dummy thing. Did stop in 2 diamonds, a heart opening bid from east. A heart and no trump, 2 clubs, overcall, and then 2 diamond balance. They needed to find another pair to also rage quit. That's the attitude, you know? If you're not having a good game, then you just find another pair to also withdraw. I mean, it's a little bit unfair, though, in general, because even if you take someone else, I know that you were joking, but if you take someone out of the field and, like, you're having a bad game, or, like, maybe you're just one of the weaker pairs in the field, like, you do, there's no way to know that, like, someone isn't a weak pair and they're just having a bad day. It's unfair to the other pairs who didn't get to play against them in the evening if they have to just sit out or throw away those results, or if, like, their results get thrown out because they basically get voided for the entire field. Like, some of the pairs are going to get tops against them and that gets removed. So it does kind of suck, but when you pay your entry fee, you're kind of signing this contract that you're going to sit around and play the entire session. Well, we got 2 rounds to play. Let's see. Are we through round 11? We are. And Zamir and Toledano still up there in first place. But still barely up there in first place. But, oh my God, I mean, there's now just a monster gap here between the top two and third place. So we were thinking originally that McAllister, Grossack, and Sprinkweets and Van Oosten might have been the two to fight for the victory. But now it's looking like Sprinkweets and Van Oosten and Toledano Zamir are going to be up in first and second. Third and fourth, pretty close. Fifth place up there as well, between a bunch of the Italians. Mexstroth and Rimstedt are finally making a move. They're up to 53% almost on the session, but they're sitting in sixth currently. I think it is going to be a two-horse race down to the final 4 boards of play that we have. You've never had a partnership end mid-session? Oh, here we go. Okay, we get to see the leaders. I'm looking through the other tables, but we'll follow these guys. Zamir and Toledano finally in here. 1 spade by West in second seat. North overcalls 2 clubs. 2 no trump by East. Sounds like a spade raise. I know a lot of the Europeans favor these 2 no trump limit raise with 3 or 4 trumps. And wow, East-West get all the way up to 6 spades. Look at this board. This is going to be another huge result for Zamir Toledano, who are currently in first. I mean, 6 diamonds happens to make, but 6 spades does not on this hand. East-West never found their diamond fit because of this club preemption. Wow. So club opening lead. Declarer can do no better than, I guess, we'll try and run the 10 of spades, but North is going to win. I suppose North can try a low heart. No real danger in doing that. Any harm in 4 diamonds over 4 clubs? It depends what it means. Like, if 4 diamonds is a cubid, then obviously West doesn't really want to do that. If 4 diamonds is just a side suit, then that seems like a reasonable thing to do. I mean, it's not so clear to me that West should be accepting a limit raise with their hand, especially a 3-card limit raise. I mean, it's a 10 count, it's 5-5. You do have a stiff in the opponent's suit. But like, I don't know what 2-no shows, but it seems like 2-no could be a 3-card limit raise. And I'm not sure that West's hand is good enough to accept a 3-card limit raise. 6 spades goes down 1, though. So big result for Zamir Toledano. That might cement them a further advantage going into the last round. But one more board here. Probably some angry yelling in Italian, as they do. Would I pass 4 clubs? Dude, I don't know. I would probably have to think about it a little bit more. Maybe 4 spades is kind of automatic. Like at teams, sure, you just bid 4 spades with the West hand. You have a stiff club, assume that hands fit well. At match points, I think you tend to assume hands don't fit well, just as a heuristic. It's probably close. 6 spades again? Oh my God. So West opens a club. West opens a club? Oh yeah, the Italians play a lot of weak no trumps. So this is probably going to be some sort of strong no trump auction. West is a shouter, Matt says. I hear you. I think most Italians are just very animated when they speak. It tends to be a cultural thing. So club a heart showing 4 or more spades. Do I hear west? I mean, not from here, but I am like 400 miles away. So probably more, right? It's probably like 800 miles. How far is St. Louis? 13, oh, that's kilometers. 817 miles. That's not as the crow flies. So it's probably like 750. East-West do find their way to 4 spades. What was 2 hearts by South? Wait. Oh, wait a second. It had to be 2 diamonds, right? That's what happened here. South overcalled 2. Okay, this is just a VooGraph error. We haven't seen a lot of like VooGraph misclicks today, but 2 hearts. Another good result. I don't think anyone is getting to a slam on these cards. I think that East-West are pretty likely going to play 4 spades at basically every table. They only made 11 tricks, though. How? 11 seems like a weird number of tricks to make, right? I suppose not. If you misguess the hearts, then a club goes away. What's going on at the other tables, though? Let's check out... This table is just about to start play. Ooh! 6 spades down 1 by Mahmoud and Donati. You know, this is one of the things that can happen in barometer scoring, actually, right? Because a bunch of the pairs that are like in that 5th through 8th range might be trying to create swings towards the end of the event to move up in the standings. So play can deteriorate, I guess is the way I would phrase it. After 2 hearts by South, someone might get to slam. That's fair. But also, no one's bidding 2 hearts on the South cards. Like, this is just going to go no trump Texas transfer, right? I suspect. I mean, Donati could bid 3-0. I think 3-0 is a possible way to try and swing the board on the East cards here. But Donati does bid 4 hearts. Yeah, BS, this is a barometer scoring for just the final. Like yesterday, it was not barometer, but for the final of this event specifically, it is scored where all the players know every result after the round and know exactly where they stand. Which makes a lot of the final rounds very exciting to watch as a spectator. But it also means that the bridge kind of deteriorates a little bit. In the Polish Premier League, someone bid 4 diamonds over a no trump as Texas, and their partner thought of South African Texas. That's probably something that you can discuss beforehand. So hopefully they don't have that mistake twice. Diamond opening lead against 4 spades. So will declare guess the heart suit correctly. I mean, again, this is one of these situations where by far the percentage play in the heart suit is to play South for the heart queen, because you can pick up queen 4th of hearts with South, but you can't pick up queen 4th of hearts with North. It was a pretty good pair, like Novak and Nozatsky. I might have actually kibitzed that board. It's possible. Because we were kind of tuning in and out to whatever we were watching at the time. The Letterer Trophy. We were watching the Letterer, and there were some breaks in between. Yeah, and as Will points out, you can pick up Queen Doubleton with South. Like, technically, you can pick it up with North, but not also Queen Third. Like, you could just cash the Ace-King and pick up Queen Doubletons, but yeah. So, I think Zia is going to make 12 tricks here. Ace of Hearts, heart to the Jack, spade over. Okay, he cashes one more spade to get a little bit more info about the hand before trying to make his decision. North pitches a heart. Very revealing. So now I think he's absolutely going to get the hearts right. He plays one more spade. North does throw a club at this point, but I think the damage has been done. One more spade, pitching a diamond. Diamond lead feels weird as North. Meh. I agree, it's not that attractive to lead away from a king in either minor. I don't think it's so bad, though. It's king third. It's, I think, often unlikely that king third ends up giving up a trick double dummy. Although it's definitely possible, especially with East having long spades. Heart to the Jack. I mean, this is kind of a big decision. If Zia decides to go the other way in hearts, King of Hearts, Jack of Hearts, South will get in. Yeah, he does play a heart to the Jack. It could be into Ace Queen third. Yeah, it's possible, but then a lot of the times diamonds are going to be 4-3-3 around, and you score your King of Diamonds later. Like, leading a club from King 5th here, I think, is a big no-no. Because this frequently is going to blow a trick in the suit, and then you're not going to get it back. But King 3rd, a lot less likely to be from where one of the opponents has a doubleton in the suit. That wraps up the second to last round. Hey, Koopa. Yeah, we're still going strong. So lots of 12 trick hands, but just the one. I mean, did we get to see the full play? There was just some sort of claim. Diamond to the ace. King of spades. Spade to the ace. A spade back, and then some sort of claim happened for 11 tricks. So I guess Declare did run the Jack of Hearts here. This just seems like such a strange play. It really does. And this is one of these spots that I really do think that players should get punished in a very strong match point field, and it looks like Tattalini and Bianchi are getting punished for it because the rest of the field really is just taking the percentage play in hearts and picking up 12 tricks on the deal. Round 12 of 13 in the books, and look at where things stand. Zamir and Toledano being dealt a complete top on that first hand. They are more than one board in the lead going into the last round. So they have guaranteed themselves at least second place, even if they get 2 zeros here. There's no way for McAllister and Grossack to catch up. They can score at most 26 match points on these next 2 boards, even if they get 2 tops. So it's all going to be about these first 2 pairs. I doubt they're playing against each other, but we have no way to tell. Hopefully at least one of them will be on Vugraph so we can follow them for the final round. A lot of the fighting is going to take place among these pairs towards the middle top of the standings, the 3rd place through 9th place or so, thereabouts. But still pretty big disparity between 3rd place and 4th, about half a board approximately. But then 4th place, 5th is pretty close. Mexstroth and Rimstedt do pull up into 6th, so a little bit of a disappointing finish for them, I think. They were leading coming into today's segments, and they just had 2 pretty flat sets, close to average, but still managed with that carryover to have a strong finish. Again, Doglia, DeFranco, a couple of good sets today, but they're in 7th. Edmonds and Klukowski are in 9th, rounding out the top 10, Lair and Gerard. And overall, our substitute pair, maybe to be expected. Obviously not the strongest or necessarily most practiced of partnerships, Jinasar and Gupta, but they're in here with a 44, rounding out the field because one of the pairs had to drop. 2 more boards to go, but I think Zamir and Toledano, another partnership that I think I've praised many times for their match point prowess. We don't get to see a lot of match point events on stream, but them, as well as this Dutch pair, Van Oosten and Sprinkwitsen, do seem to be some of the best match point pairs in the world. So what happened to Greco and Hampson? Where are they? They are in 18th. So they had a pretty poor showing in the afternoon, about an average set in the evening. But we'll see them again playing on the nickel squad for the Vanderbilt Trophy. We're into the final round, and we have Zamir and Toledano. We will follow that table. Sibrand and Thibault were 2nd last year. No, these guys. Van Oosten and these guys. This exact pair was 2nd last year. Oh, that is Sibrand and Thibault. Why would you use their first name? I don't know their first names, but yes, they were 2nd last year. They're going to be 2nd again. Maybe. Okay. So Diamond by East, these 2 are a precision partnership. 3 hard overcall, negative double, all pass. Look at that from East. East does not bid 3-0. And would 3-0 have been successful? Fascinating question. Also, East doesn't bid 3 or 4 spades with a spade fit. Just decides to sit for 3 hearts doubled. So King of Diamonds lead goes around to the ace. Or goes to the ace and dummy. Declare takes a couple of heart finesses. Now needs to work on the club suit, so they lead a club up to the jack. East is in with the king. That club discard from West means that East can't get 2 club roughs. So another diamond comes through. It's looking like down 1. But this might be a huge result for East-West. Not that they need it at this point. But this would definitely secure them the victory if this was another, cold top across the field. Yeah, spade comes through. And Declare still has a spade and a heart to lose, so this is going to be down 1. I mean, it looks like Declare should stick in the jack here, just in case West has the queen and clubs are 3-3. They might be able to execute a trump coup. But there it is. 3 hearts goes down a trick. So big plus score for East-West. And that probably secured them the victory. 1 board to go. Oh, I'm so sad. We're going to be done with match points for the entire week. So tomorrow I'll be here at the start of stream. I might have times, or I might have plans in the evening. And if we are going till about this late, which is like 8:30 p.m., I might have to miss the 4th segment tomorrow. But we'll see. I will let you guys know. And that might also be the case on Wednesday. I might have to miss the 4th segment. And I do believe the ACBL is going to be streaming in the evenings. So they'll be covering the 3rd and 4th sets every day. I don't know, man. This is a big decision by East, actually, to pass 3 hearts doubled. Like, what do other people think? You have 4-card spade support. You have a heart stopper. You're vulnerable against not. If your side is making a game, you're definitely not collecting the same penalty against 3 hearts as you would be for bidding and making a game. Sometimes partner can have 5 spades over here for this negative double. Partner could be like 5-0, 3-5, right? I think 5-0, 4-4. Can I show the whole hand? I can. Yes. This was the hand. I don't know. It's a position for sure. But one that worked out really well. Oh my God, we have Tajson now. Crazy in their position that they chose to defend a scary doubled contract. Maybe. Yeah, that's an interesting point, but also I tend to be a big believer that like not all bridge players understand game theory, right? Like they understand bridge and they might understand some sort of game theory when it comes to bridge, but barometer situations are not very popular. So a bunch of players are not going to have a lot of experience with this, and they might not be able to draw the inferences that like, oh, we just need to get like an average minus on both of these boards and we're going to be able to win. So let's not do anything crazy. Let's just bid 3 spades with our hand and hope to go plus in that contract. It's a bit of a fallacy that it's like when people are very good at one game, a lot of people assume that they're good at every game. And that just doesn't happen to be the case. I also think that it is very possible that some players do not do not look at the barometer scoring I'm not sure that's true. I mean, when I played in this event, there was just like a mad scramble to the score sheet because they would post like the one score sheet, and it was very tiny print. And so there would be just like 40 people over at the wall, like trying to crowd around and see where everyone stood. But maybe it's the case that they're just like, you know what, we're going to sit down and play our game, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't. You know, don't change anything just because the scores say one thing. Probably not, though. I kind of expect everyone is actually paying attention to these things. Matt, you think that West doesn't have spades for this bid? I disagree. I mean, there was a hand earlier that we saw where, was it Owen Lean, who I think they had a sophisticated something or other. Maybe it was Olivia, where they were able to bid 3 spades with some sort of like non-negative double hand in this exact sequence. But that's pretty unusual, I would say. I think basically everyone plays a negative double here is quote unquote promising 4 spades, could have 5, like I said, and therefore East expects their partner to have a spade fit. Sometimes you have to make this negative double with 3-card spade suit. It's true, but yeah, preamps work. Jack third, doubleton, king, queen fourth, ace, queen fourth. Yeah, I mean, something like that, as Will points out. Like, the hand that, I think it was Olivia playing with Chris Willankin, because I remember calling them out for an unusual system agreement. But it was something like king, queen third, small doubleton, and some 15 count of that type, like ace, queen fourth, something, something fourth. If you have 2-2-3-6, well, you bid over 3 hearts. I mean, like, you're unhappy, but like you have to make a choice, because when you double, partner is expecting you to hold 4 spades, and so partner is going to bid a spade game if they have. We got the next board. Partner's going to bid a spade game if they have 4-card spade support and extra values. That's just what's going to happen. So you have to be okay with that. Like, you could double and pull 4 spades to 5 of minor. That's fine. Yeah, exactly. As Will says, if you bid a minor over 3 or 4 spades, it's not a control bid. This is just, I was doing something clever, and now we don't have a spade fit. Now I'm playing in the minor suit. But preamps work, right? That's the whole point of making a high-level preempt, that sometimes the opponents have to make a choice. So a diamond and no trump here, precision style. We got what happened here. King of spades opening lead, and then the jack of hearts switch. So clubs don't split. Diamonds are pretty poorly positioned for declare. It looks like down 2 is very much in the picture. Like 4 spades, 3 hearts, and a diamond trick on defense is very possible. All right, 4 rounds of spades now. So this puts North under a bit of pressure. I mean, Declare first has to make a discard, but I guess either a club or a diamond is pretty safe from West's perspective. There is no real squeeze. There's no real end play. South is sitting on both diamond honors, and South does not have the fourth club. So I do think down 2 is the most likely result. Everyone throwing diamonds. King of Hearts comes back. So Declare will probably duck this trick, trying to isolate the hearts. Yeah, and then I think the plan is basically to try and cash 3 rounds of clubs and maybe exit the 4th round, hoping someone gets end played into leading diamonds. I mean, maybe Zamir, well, Toledano is declaring. Maybe Toledano is considering going up with the heart ace because that Jack of Hearts switch might look like it came from Jack 10 4th or Jack 10 3rd. And so if you go up with the Ace of Hearts, the suit blocks. That's pretty reasonable. The problem being that, okay, he does duck. Like, then what? So then you play 3 rounds of clubs, but then you're in the wrong hand. You have to exit a club anyway. So another heart up to the ace, and now I think we will see 4 rounds of clubs, probably. Well, I guess not, right? We're going to see 3 rounds of clubs, and when North turns up with the 4-card club suit, North probably has the last heart, although maybe that's unclear to Declare. So North would have a singleton diamond. Declare would do better to try and guess which singleton it is. But yeah, good defense from North-South means that this is going to be 2 down. And I would expect that it's still going to be good enough. Toledano and Zamir getting that top on the first board. Or not top, but probably a very strong result on that first board. Will have enough to win. This feels like a pretty normal result to me. Even though North-South defended well, like what could Declare realistically do with all the diamonds offside? Queen of clubs. And so will Declare try and exit a club? Nope. They try the diamond queen. Makes sense. 1 node does go down 2. Let's head back out. There are still a couple of tables in play. We'll jump on over here. Final board, North-South get to 2 spades, actually. So Mexstroth, trying to make something happen on the very last board, does not want to let this hand go, elects to make an off-shape takeout double for 333. Wait, 4-3-3? No, he had 4-4 in the round suits with the doubleton diamond. So gets his partner to 2 spades. I mean, either way, after that takeout double, it was not going to be a good result because East-West no longer were interested in playing a no trump on their cards. Ooh, Mexstroth plays back the 10 of hearts before pulling the last trump. So West can win and give his partner heart rough. Or by Mexstroth, I mean Rimstedt. Yeah, so does give his partner heart rough. A club comes through to the ace, club back to the king. And what's going to happen to Declare's diamonds? I guess maybe Declare can actually set up a club. Is that true? He could technically pin the 6. So East is in with the club queen. A diamond comes through to the jack and ace. Oh, but then a spade back. And Declare doesn't actually have the entries to set up clubs. Or set up and cash clubs. So a diamond can go on the queen of hearts, but Declare will still lose a diamond. So this looks like it might go down 1 even. Not a great result for North-South to end the day, but it was going to be hard for them to make up ground in this final set. So they'll probably slip a little bit in the standings. Gonna still come to a top 10 finish, but a bit disappointing overall based on where they came into the day. Yeah, West just needs to return a trump to kill the cross ruff. Oh! Just kidding. East switched to the 2 of diamonds. Oh, this is the classic surrounding play technique, though. Oh my. Yeah, and Mikkel Rimstedt runs the 2 of diamonds around to the 9. Oh my god. What a position. So, kind of a big miss by East. Playing back that 2 of diamonds instead of the 10. Ooh. These are the types of plays that, I mean, in a lot of match point fields, you might just return the 2 of diamonds there and be like, well, Declare's never going to duck it around to the 9. They're not a good enough player. But, of course, Mikkel Rimstedt, strong enough player to realize that he was just going to lose an extra trick if he didn't take this double hook and diamonds. So they do go plus 110. It's not as good as plus 200, but at least they get a plus score on the board. Defense, very important. So on that very last hand, there were a bunch of 1 no trumps going down 2, east-west, played in both directions, no surprise there. And so that decision by Mexstroth to make a takeout double on the north hand, obviously he was trying to swing, but despite his partner making a miraculous play at the end and bringing home the contract, they still get a 0 on the board. So do we have our final results? Final. Zamir Toledano win by a board and a half at 430 match points total, including carryover. Sprinkwitz and Van Oosten are going to have to settle for second place again, 2 years in a row. That's got to be a little bit disappointing, but I'm sure they're still pretty pleased with their finish. I mean, it's nothing to scoff at being second place 2 years in a row in such a prestigious event. McAllister and Grossack, big result for them, third place finish in this field. Donati and Mahmood creep up into fourth over the course of the day. Boda and Madala in fifth, and Mexstroth and Rimstedt, a disappointing 8th is where they wind up. But taking a look down the field, our fill-in pair there, ends up with a 43% game, which was not the lowest in the field. There are a couple that had 30s towards the end of the day. There are a couple that were in the low 40s, of course, but 63%, I mean, it's hard to lose when you have that type of round in the platinum pairs, and Zamir and Toledano got the job done. So most of these players, if not all of them, we'll see them playing in the Vanderbilt tomorrow. Well, we probably won't see all of them. I don't know how many tables we'll have in play, but that's going to start up again tomorrow around the same time, 11:15 a.m. Eastern. I'll start up my stream at around 11, of course, to take a look at maybe the standings. Maybe we can fill out a fantasy bracket on bridge winners. Imagine getting to the finals and earning no points. They were a fill-in. Yeah, someone had to drop out. So, unfortunately. I mean, look, we can see that even the last place pair in the finals got 33 platinum points. It is a well-paying event if you can manage to make it to the final here. So lots of points being awarded just for getting there. And everyone deserves it because this is a really tough event. We saw a lot of strong pairs getting knocked out yesterday. Anyway, that is going to wrap up the stream for today. We had almost 10 hours of bridge broadcast for the 2 sessions of pairs. We'll be back. We're going to be doing some imps tomorrow. I think it's the round of 64, but I don't know how many teams are going to sign up. That does depend. So hopefully we will be in for that starting at 11 a.m. tomorrow. So thanks for tuning in, everyone. Hopefully you have a good day.